dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. Can I ask you a question? Everybody say question. If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? If you wanted to listen to me for just a minute, say I. Ah, good. Okay, here's another question. Everybody say question. If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price? If you wanted to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. Say I. Ooh, all right, we're coming, okay. Last question. Everybody say question. If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up the sleeves? Now you know the work is on you. If you were to go to work for your goals and dreams, say I. And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes? Would you do what it takes no matter how tough? And would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you do what it takes? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You have a dream, you have a goal, there's something else you must do. Do what it takes. Because as you're building that dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price? If you wanted to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up the sleeves? Now you know the work is on you. If you wanted to go to work for your goals and dreams, say I. You have a dream, you have a goal, there's something else you must do. Because as you're building that dream has to build you. And if there was a promise of silver and gold, pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, that dream has to build. Would you do what it takes no matter how tough? And would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? That dream has to build you. Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? That dream has to build you. Because as you're building that dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. If you wanted to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. Say I. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. Can I ask you a question? Everybody say question. If there was a way that I could say how great you could be, would you listen to me? If you wanted to listen to me for just a minute, say I. Ah, good. Okay, here's another question. Everybody say question. If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price? If you wanted to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. Say I. Ooh, all right, we're coming, okay. Last question. Everybody say question. If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up the sleeves? Now you know the work is on you. If you were to go to work for your goals and dreams, say I. And if there was a promise of silver and gold, of pleasures and treasures and fortunes untold, would you do what it takes? Would you do what it takes no matter how tough, and would you dare never quit when the going gets rough? Would you do what it takes? Would you build something great? Would you let it build you? You have a dream, you have a goal, there's something else you must do. Do what it takes. Because as you're building that dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. That dream has to build you. If there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, would you pay that price? If you're willing to pay the price to achieve your goals and dreams, say I. Say I. If there was some work that you could do, would you roll up the sleeves? Now you know the work is on you. If you're willing to go to work for your goals and dreams, say I. You have a dream, you have a goal, there's something else you must do. Because
right now, wherever you are listening to this CD, I want you to repeat these words. Repeat them with power and confidence, with every fiber of your being, just believing in the words that you speak. Say the words, I am a winner. I am a winner. Say, I can make it. I can make it. Say, there is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And say, I am amazing just the way I am. I am amazing just the way I am. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And I am amazing just the way I am. I'm amazing. I'm amazing just the way I am. One of my favorite songs in the world is a song by Bruno Mars. It's called Amazing. The words say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change, because you're amazing just the way you are. Just the way you are. You're amazing. Second verse, it says, every time you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while, because you're amazing just the way you are. You're amazing. You're amazing. Yes, you are amazing. You are a masterpiece. You are one of a kind. There's none other like you. You're not only a masterpiece, there's greatness in you, because you are a piece of the master. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change, because you're amazing just the way you are. The way that you talk to yourself influences everything in your life. It's about the conversations that we have between our two ears. Now, if I ask you the question, how many people that are listening actually talk to themselves, most people would confess that talking to yourself is usually the act of a crazy person. Yeah, you all know what I'm talking about. But you know what? Some people are ashamed to talk to themselves. Now, I know some people say, well, James, I do it all the time. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. And I am amazing. I'm amazing just the way I am. Right now, wherever you are listening to this CD, I want you to repeat these words. Repeat them with power and confidence, with every fiber of your being, just believing in the words that you speak. Say the words, I am a winner. I am a winner. Say, I can make it. I can make it. Say, there is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And say, I am amazing just the way I am. I am amazing just the way I am. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. Greatness in me. And I am amazing just the way I am. I'm amazing. I'm amazing just the way I am. One of my favorite songs in the world is a song by Bruno Mars. It's called Amazing. The words say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change, because you're amazing just the way you are.
Well, hello and good morning, and welcome to part 2. Last week was extremely impactful. And as you know, we're streaming not just on this platform, but also on YouTube and Facebook as well. So I want to welcome each and every one of you all. My name is Sir Dr. James Dentley. On behalf of my entire team, all the speakers we had last week and this week, we welcome you back, and want to let you know how much we do appreciate you spending some time on your Saturday to do this. And I want to kind of give you the framework and why we have these virtual conferences, and also inform you about some things that are soon to come. You know, in my entire life, I've been very fortunate to have had a tremendous amount of success, but also help countless others do the same. And not just here in my city, but throughout the country and all throughout the world, and about 20 additional countries as well. And I've been really had the opportunity and the blessing, the grace to be able to work with, study, and build relationships with some of the top thought leaders of our time that are alive today, and some that recently passed on within the last 20 years. And becoming a student of personal development and personal growth, I mean, that's just my thing. I enjoy helping people. I enjoy watching people win and understanding what it takes to really to win. So as we have this conference, I'm going to ask you all to take some copious notes. If you know someone that should be on here to get information, then I want you to ask them to plug in, give them your link, let them get on in there. We have a great sponsor that has sponsored several tickets for us, so that's fine. They can come right in with your code. And our focus is to help as many people as we can to create the success as they define it in their life. And, you know, what if everything you've ever wanted was accessible to you, you just didn't know how to get it, or you just could not see it. You know, it's hard to be what you can't see. And when you see it, doesn't mean also with the physical, with actual eyesight, but with your mindset, to the conception of things. You know, we get kind of baked in to our way of doing things because they're comfortable to us. And once we get comfortable, then we kind of automatically put ourselves in a stagnant position to be able to move forward and to grow into scale. You know, we get to the point where we're good enough. And you know, to become average is to be like the top of the bottom and the bottom of the top, the best of the worst and the worst of the best. The first thing I want to propose to you is that because you don't know something doesn't mean something's wrong with you or you're not good enough. That means that you've invested in lifelong learning, because after all, even when the challenging times come, and they will come, you know, Jim Rohn said it best, it's never the blowing of the wind, it's the set of the sail, because the wind blows on us all. But at the end of the day, you never hit rock bottom. You only hit rock foundation. And above all things, first seek understanding. So when you understand that foundation, then, you know, all I have to do is build my foundation. You know, I have a lot of brilliant people that I interact with that I see on a daily basis, and they're really good at what they do, but they're so limited in the scope of their level of success. And I've learned a long time ago, if you identify someone who's an expert in an area, somebody who's a documented expert in an area, proven it, facts, not just with testimonials, but with the exact outcomes and the results of that. And these are things that you can see. Don't ever get your emotions in there and put your personal pride in front of it, because pride comes before the fall. Ego means edging God out. See, the true power I have found is to becoming in the power of humility. You know, it's easy to be arrogant. It's easy to shut off. It's easy to say, well, that's just the way I am. And I remember I used to feel that way. But if being who you are can get you what you want, you'd had it already. I know people that work with a lot of people that are super successful, but they're not. But they like being in a space of that. And that's okay. That's their thing. It doesn't make them bad people. But I want to hopefully open up the door for learning and for exploration and for growth. Because after all, only in the human experience are we the only thing that grows, that has life, that has a stretch to the heavens to manifest its true potential. We get to the point we decide that's enough, and we validate and justify that and make that our truth. But what if it's okay that you explore the possibility that there's another level, that there's another place you can go? And who would benefit from that? Would your clients benefit? Of course they would. Would your family benefit? Of course they would. Would you benefit as a human being? Of course, you wouldn't be restricted by the constraints of not having enough money or not having enough time. You know, the way you show up is important. You know, you can have a brand. Like I know a lot of marketers, man, and even Mike Zuckerberg, he'll walk around in a t-shirt all day long, the same t-shirt. That's his brand. He's always done it. And even though he's worth hundreds of billions of dollars, he locked into that brand. But at the same token, you know, you never get a second chance to make that first impression. So if you don't have it with the energy, frequency, and vibration, when you walk in the room, knowing that you know, and that comes from living what you know, then it doesn't matter how you look. It really doesn't. I remember walking into a meeting once. I just gotten off a plane from Boston doing a seminar, and I walked into a friend of mine's speaker program. And I walked in, I had on a jogging suit, and I noticed that there was a lot of plates on tables, they're throwaway plates, paper plates, on tables where people have been eating Danish and things of that nature. So me seeing the need, I grabbed the garbage can and started walking around and collecting the garbage and putting it in a plate. Now, the speaker was in the front of the room. Nobody asked me to do it, but I did it. And one of the reasons I did it, number one, because it needed to be done. But I remember a gentleman by the name of Greg Provenzano. He is the president of a company that's done over $20 billion. He became a great friend, a great mentor to me, a person that saw me and plucked me out and really helped me believe in myself even more because he so believed in me and who I was. And I became the thing that he believed that I was. And I remember that when we would have events and we would bring this very important man whose company's done tens of billions of dollars in revenue all over the world, he would be the first person to grab a chair and put it up or put it down if it was needed. The first person to pick up trash off of the floor. If he was speaking with somebody, he was locked in and present with that person in a very calm way. And even though there may be 50 people around him to get his attention, he never locked or broke the bond between himself and the person that he was speaking with. He was present. And I looked at him and said, wow, I would like to model that. And with intention, I modeled that. But with habit, I have to sometimes remind myself to get back to that. Because when people are trying to get your attention and someone's speaking with you, your eyes can dart this way and that way because you don't want to ignore them. But he was always present in calm spirit. From the day I met him, even through today, and I left this company January 31st of 2005. I earned millions of dollars with that company, and they taught me so much. So it was always about serving and always about modeling the people that I admired that also believed in me. Because it was at a higher level running this multi-billion-dollar company, he never treated anyone like he was better than them. He always was present, believing in them, because he never forgot where he had come from. We had great conversations and things of that nature. So the service is extremely, extremely important. So when the challenges come, they taught me to invest in personal development. He had a partner named Michael Kupas. He had a twin brother, Tony. And I remember they would come to Atlanta, Georgia when I was living there at the time, and they would watch everybody. He'd always watch me. You can tell he'd be a watch. And then I get a phone call. I'm at work managing restaurants. I get a phone call and say, look, you know what? There's going to be a leadership training, and Mike has identified you as one of the people he'd like to work with. Now, we're going to have a meeting. It's going to be every Monday. It's going to start at 5 p.m. You cannot miss a meeting. We're going to do this for 6 weeks. You have to be at every meeting. And you can't tell anybody about it, and you can't invite anybody else. This is the deal. Do you want to be part of the leadership? And I say, yes. Now, first of all, I got to find a way to get off work. I just got this job in management. I've been in management for 17 years prior to that, but I'm just getting a brand new job in a brand new city. I don't even know people in Atlanta. So I made up some story or whatever I said to get off on Mondays. So Monday evenings, I knew I didn't have to work, or I was able to get Monday off. But when he told me that, I had very little time to react, to respond. So whatever I said, and this is back in 1994, I got out of there and I got to the meeting. There were 16 of us. This man sat in a high chair, and we were in a half moon, in a crescent, so to speak, sitting not around him, behind him, but just, curvature. And this is what he said. First of all, he said that you all would be the top producers and the top money earners in this company. Your lives are going to change. Wow. Now, we're silent, but how does it feel when somebody says that? How do you digest that? What do you do with that? Never heard that before. Never heard somebody proclaim that in me. I mean, here I am. This is in 1994. Now, since then, yeah, I've had plenty of people prophesize in my life, but 1994, never been there. But this is what he said after that. He said, but before I teach you how to make money, I must teach you who you must become. And we learned that day that your success can take you someplace your character cannot keep you. And character doesn't mean it's a bad character or a negative character. It means you have to be open to certain principles that are paramount to becoming successful. First of all, you have to be coachable, trainable, teachable, open. You have to be willing to listen. If you had a chance to work with someone who would make millions of dollars and they were going to teach you how to make millions of dollars, would you listen? Everybody would say yes to that. But you know when people stop listening? When a relationship gets too close and they get too comfortable. That's why most successful people don't make themselves as accessible, because it hurt the people they really want to help. And then they have to walk the bridge of, or they think they're stuck up, or they think they're all that, or, they're not there for me. But if you're there for a person and they appreciate it, but if they don't listen, did you really help them? These are tough decisions that you make in leadership. And as I open up this conference and introduce some incredible speakers and talk about what we're doing, what's yet to come, and how you can play a role in that, understand that it doesn't take a lot of people to drive a movement. It doesn't take a lot of people to find a narrative in your life and even an entire country. If you look at our country today, many of the narratives and things that people go back and forth about, agree and disagree about, they were started by a small group of people, and then begin to snowball. But the entire symphony was written and conducted by just a handful of key people. Think of it like this. If you look at a military, you have some generals, and a general will command maybe 50,000 people. And then the general may have lieutenant colonels, and then they have the colonels, and they have lieutenants and sergeants and so forth and so on. Now, those soldiers, if you take away the general, then the soldiers most likely would probably turn on each other, run, get away, and go AWOL, or go kill themselves, or maybe die in battles. Okay, but if you're a general, you can go get another 10,000 soldiers. The general is extremely important in the equation. That's why leadership is so important, especially in a way that we live today with our young kids, our young adults, and even with each other. Because there's so many things happening, and there's a lot of anxiety for some. But I want to propose to you that in the midst of anxiety or uncertainty or going back and forth, or who's the enemy and who's not, there's always great opportunities in the midst of calamity. Always, if you learn to look and see the opportunities. Last week I talked about building your future from your future. If you have not received yet the recording, you'll probably get them sometime by the end of the week for last week. And within 2 weeks, you'll get the recording from today. Building your future from your future. Thou shalt decree a thing, it shall then be established unto you. To decree a thing is to see it, to be there before you get there. To look at not building your agenda and your future from where you are, but to get a 30,000-mile view of what you are creating, and be at the end, and then build your activities, and build your team, and build your action and your plans into the thing that you want to create. At the end of the day, that's really what it's about. Because you can really tell the future if you're willing to write it. There were many years ago, I'd opened up many businesses. I've tried many things, and they work, and then they didn't work. Or they work, and I was stressed out. Or they work, and maybe I became a self-sabotager, or they work, or things happen. And I've invested my life savings on several occasions. But I understood that success begins where failure ends. I understood that when the dry desert ends, the green grass will grow. Just keep moving. In other words, when you find yourself going through hell, don't park the car. Do not park that car. So the question I would ask you today, if there was a way that I could say how great you could be, are you willing to listen to me and our speakers today? And if there was a price that you could pay that would give you the life that you seek, are you willing to pay that price today? And you have to answer that question. If you're willing to pay the price, go into the chat and say yes. And if there was some work that you could do, are you willing to roll up the sleeves even though the work is on you? Are you willing to do the work to achieve your goals and dreams, everything you could think or imagine? If you're willing to do that, just type yes. Because that's the decision that we have to make, not just this day, but every single day. I've had successes, and I've lost everything on many occasions. I remember being homeless in Atlanta, Georgia. And that's when I really grew up and had a shift in my paradigm, the way I saw the world and my place in it. I meet so many people and I see that they're locked in that this is the way I do things. And they said, I respect the way you do things. I want you to respect the way I do things. And I really do. I don't judge it. Everybody needs to make their own decisions. But it's hard to follow someone if they don't show the results, because you judge a tree not by the fruit it has. Well, the fruit it wants to have, but the fruit it bears. You have to bear the fruit. If you don't bear the fruit, then why? Because there are predictable outcomes. There are. If you buy a person's opinion, you buy their lifestyle. And they're wonderful people. But I can't buy into that opinion. Now, nice people. But I asked people many years ago, over the last 3 decades, I used to make a statement that most people don't want to be successful. They want to be right. Why is that? Is it that perhaps if you feel like you're wrong, that means you're not good enough? Not at all. If you find out something's not working and you learn to pivot, then you can find out what does work. And then you get the formula. Then you have the formula. Like anybody can make a chocolate cake. That doesn't mean it's good. Well, if you want to get a good chocolate cake, you have to shift your recipe. You just can't make cake and nobody likes it and they're all polite with you and they edify you and put you on this pedestal. You feel good about yourself, and that's okay. We don't judge anybody or anything. We're just here to kind of help and serve. So I want to back up a little bit and tell you a little bit about who we are, who I am, and what it is we do. I'm not going to assume everybody here knows me. My name is Baron Dr. James Ditley III. I am the Baron of St. James of the Royal House of Cappadocia, Constantine the Great, and St. Helen. I was knighted many years ago and nominated to become knighted because of my work in the philanthropic arena and in business and innovation. And I was vetted and researched and everyone who wants to be knighted, you can't get there. You can't buy it. You have to be nominated and then you have to say, okay, you pass it to be a knight. The Royal House of Cappadocia, Constantine the Great, and St. Helen. Well, Constantine wasn't always a good person, but he was the ruler of Rome and he and his brother had half of the country. And they were fighting against each other because his brother was persecuting Christians. Now, his mother, bless her heart, she is a saint. And you have to be dead 1,500 years before you can be considered to become a saint. So it's like going into the Hall of Fame, but, heavenly. And she's a saint. And in her encouragement, she talked her son into saving the Christians. He later became a Christian before he died. But there was a big war. It was a bloodbath in Rome. And because they won that war and the Christian soldiers helped him, that's why Christianity became the religion of Rome and then moved on to England. And thus, that's why we're a Christian nation here, even though we have many other denominations and in other sectors of that. Because to me, it's really about how you're living, who are you as a human being, how we're getting along, how you treat other people. Because the titles are one thing, but how you show up is something quite different. So when I was knighted into this order, the original order started, the Royal House started 2000 BC. But this order started at 312 AD. So I hold the distinction of being the first actual acknowledged baron in the United States, but also the first African-American baron in history. And I'm not saying it to impress you, to inspire you, because I'm the same person who had a D average in high school, the same person who failed a lot, the same person who went through trials and tribulations, failures, the stuff that life brings to people, been through it. But so there's hope on the other side. Again, where the dry desert ends, the green grass grows. But I just kept moving forward and just trying to become better, trying to make my mother proud, even after she left this earth, after she left this space, still to this day. What would she want me to do? And I kind of try to live my life in that way. So, being a baron, a lot of great responsibilities. We have an incredible team. We have about 3 other barons. Most of those individuals are there because of my, not to say influence, but my encouragement, because they certainly deserve it. I like to surround myself with people who are better than I am in the areas in which they operate. I was talking to someone this morning at 8 o'clock, and I said, to be the president or to be the leader is not about being the best at everything and knowing everything. It's about surrounding yourself with the best people and listening, taking in the information and making a decision of being the glue that hold those personalities and all those egos together to make it work. Because at the end of the day, it's all about results. Wouldn't you want to have results in your life? Wouldn't you want to spend your time here on this Saturday morning? I mean, if you were there last week, We had people on last week. Now, some of you all are back this week, and some of you are here for the very first time. But at the end of the day, if you're going to invest your time, don't you want to get some results for your life or for your business, something that's going to help you? And if that's true, type in the chat results. Just type in the chat results. Thank you. So that's really what it's all about. So you begin with building your future from your future. What is it that you want? Now, the first challenge is that you got to get clarity on what is it that you want. Now, you don't have to lock in and just want that forever. Things will change as life goes on. Things will change. The older you get, hey, you just want to live and have an active quality of life and not be in pain or be all bent over and everything just falls apart. After you get to a certain point, it's no longer about the success as the number one priority. Okay. But sometimes if you get on the other side of money, it can help you have what you need to operate and get there, because you can bring in people that can really help you. But it's really about understanding that it shifts as time goes on. And there's nothing wrong with shifting it. But we want to show you today on how to shift it upwards and give you some of the tools and some of the things that can help you. Last week we were talking about the blueprint of science of intention. My wife writes books about it. She is a double scientist, physicist, geospatial analyst, and she is a Baroness consort. And she was knighted for her work in being exceptional in science. I'm in philanthropic and innovation. She's in science. She's smarter than I am. I have an honorary doctorate degree, and being on the board of other organizations, I've been able to help 12 people carry that title of doctor now. You become a doctor. And titles are not for show, not to show off and brag. Titles are for goal, to open up doors, to be presented a certain way, to be presented. So you have the narrative when you walk in the room. And if you're great at something, the doctor's important. We were able to help about 20 individuals get the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. They're not doing it now. Donald Trump doesn't believe in that and do that right now, but we've been able to help people get those. And those distinctions, they have to earn it. They have to have some things they have done and be able to prove they have thousands of hours of community service, making a difference in the lives of other people. I'm also the first inductee in the LA Tribune Hall of Fame. I was the first individual to receive the Legacy Award from the City Gala and City Summit. I love that. It was very celebrity and corporate-based event. And when I got my award, Buzz Aldrin got an award that day, Matthew McConaughey, Ashton Kutcher, many, Jack Canfield. But I was able to get the most coveted and biggest award. And those things can shape you, because I've never asked for awards. So rule number one, don't ever seek recognition. Just do good work. You're in the right environment that pull you out. I have some sisters that were able to get the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, and they did not want it. And many of you not into that say, I don't need that. You don't. But I explained to them, I said, it wasn't for you. It wasn't about you. It's about your children. It's about the legacy that you live. Because I watched two of my sisters serve in the Girl Scouts for 35 years. One's an executive director, but they've been working with these kids for 35 years without pay. Committed, invested, thinking about how can we help make their lives better and help them become better women, as starting off with these little girls. And then their prayer shawl ministry, they get this yarn and start crocheting. And I watched them do it for 20 years and then pray over it. Sometimes I would come in and pray over it and with them, and they would ship it off to people who were sick or that were struggling all over this country, and to serve and to be there for prayer ministries and to be there for people when they were sick and afflicted and people who made the transition to comfort families. I watched them do that. They didn't want the award. They don't get into that stuff. But I needed them to have it so their children could see. Because if we don't leave our mark somewhere, our great-great-grandchildren will never know that we were here. And if they don't know that, then we remove the ability to lay down a track, the framework, the blueprint, the GPS to get them where they need to go, because we carry the baton so far and then we pass it back to those who come after us. No matter what it is, positive or negative, whether it be success or lack thereof, whether it be riches or whether it be poverty, these things are passed on. Generational wealth, generational broke thinking. Broke thinking does not have a lot to do. Well, let's put it like this. Being broke is not about your pocketbook. It's not about your bank account. It's about the mindset. First, ye be transformed by renewing of your mind. So first of all, we want to try to work to get clarity on what it is that we really, really want. What is that about? Okay, what does that look like? And now you define. Every Mercedes-Benz I've gotten it because I had a picture of the Mercedes on a mirror. I didn't go and worship and look at it every day, but it was just there. After a while, you just kind of see it, but you don't really pay attention to it. And I look up and I have the car. Did the same thing with a brand new Rolls Royce, 2023, bought it with 30 miles on it. Just there, to learn. Some people do it with a home they want to get. Or some people have somebody they really like to date and they got a picture of it and they look at that picture and then they stop looking at it. But then it kind of manifests because everything in the universe is driven by frequency, energy, and vibration. And when that particular part of your brain activates, then you'll be able to see clearly how to acquire the things that you want. Because think of it like this. Have you ever bought a new car and you wanted to get a car? You didn't want to get a car like everybody else's car. Maybe you got a friend with a car like that, but you don't want to see something. You don't want the color everybody has. And you don't see a lot of that color. So you want to you got your favorite color, but a certain car you like. And you don't notice a lot of that same car until you get the car. But once you get the car, every time you look up, you see that car. That car did not just appear because you bought it. You begin to see it because you bought it. That's the particular part of your brain. So I want to talk about things like that. Some of these things I'll talk about at the end. Some of these things I'll direct you to where you can get even more information because we have a lot of exciting things going on. So if you don't mind, I've got a lot of awards for many different things. Be Great Humanitarian Award in Disney. Very fortunate to do that. We're the owner of LimitlessTV.net and soon LimitlessHealth.tv, which is coming out the first part of next year. I'm the founder of Inspired to Speak Action Camp, Inspired to Speak Institute, where we have an online course. Action Camp is 4 days of training for people who want to speak at the highest level and want to monetize that speaking. And again, you got to be coachable. You got to be coachable. Like I said, sometimes people come, they just want to have it their way. But we look at other people that got involved and they're starry-eyed like a kid. They do everything that they're instructed to do. And now they're getting contracts for $50,000, $100,000, $10,000 speaking engagements. Back to back to back. I'm so proud and excited for so many people. Or people have taken some of the trainings and now have put it in their business. Their business begin to grow because they understand how to create culture that begins inside of you. Who are you? And how do we put together a team that's going to play at the standards and the level that you want to play at to get that buy-in? So you got to know who to bring in and who to bring in your space. So we teach people about personality traits, not just of knowing what yours is, but how to communicate into what yours is not. We teach people how to use their voice like the soundtrack of a movie, because the soundtrack sets the scene of the movie. That plants the seeds. It creates an environment that when you're storytelling, because everybody talks about storytelling and it's important, the life worth living is worth recording, but you want to give people an experience that they cannot go on by themselves. But they go on within themselves with you as the guide. How do you tell that story? How do you embody it? How do you increase your memory? How do you develop employees? How do you develop your team? If you have to terminate someone, how do you do that so they don't lose their sense of self-worth in the process of that? Where they still will come and support and serve you. How does the brain work? How are you breathing so when you're speaking, you can transmit energy? Even through this very screen. All those things and more, you better be improv and marketing and every nuance in speaking. Action Camp gives it all. And then they're able to be on some of our stages as well and be able to teach them how to make money or go into collaboration, teach them how to create events and to monetize events. Many people have events, but they don't know how to monetize it. How do you get in those circles with speakers and thought leaders and executives that can help you? How do you meet Jeff Hoffman, who's the co-founder of Priceline.com, who created all the kiosks in the airports when you get your boarding pass? He did that. He was an engineer. What's his story? How did he do it? Tony Zappo, who was a former founder of the shoes. He's passed on now. But how did he build that business? How did champions operate? And how can you operate in alignment with that? If you do that, your life changes in an instant. You go from tragedy to magic, just like that. It's just a shift. Everybody say shift. Type into the comments shift. That's the word shift. Yeah. And on the online course, so for people who can't come to the regular course or want to get in consistent and continuing education, because we're loaded up with all these resources, we always add more and more to it. But then you have an online program if you can't attend for 4 days. Some people can't get 4 days off. but they want the information. Why wait? Wait broke the wagon. So don't wait. If you want to do something, do it. And don't let the lack of finances stop you, because you can create money. It's all around you. We have 7 individuals that within 5 and 7 years will be trillionaires in this country. Everybody has the same 24 hours. And I promise you, they may have a genius in one area, but they have a lack or a gap in other areas, because we're human. But guess what? So do you. So hopefully during the course of the day and my conversation and the conversations of some of our speakers, you're going to get that. Today, you're going to have a lot of people that's going to talk about storytelling and talk about marketing. Last week, we talked a little bit about marketing, but a lot about the internal things that you must do. At the end of our conversation today, and in between some of the speakers, I'll come back and I'll give you little tidbits of things that you can do to help you achieve the life that you dream about. You know, I was able to retire from working because I worked just like everybody else back January 13th of 1995. How did I do it? Remember the young man who said, before I teach you how to make money, I'll teach you who you must become. Because if you become a thing, then you automatically do it, because you do who you are. And if you do a thing, you'll get the results you want. Because right now, whatever you're doing, you get the results that come with that doing. And that doing is definitely linked and embedded in the becoming of who you are, who you decided to be. And most people decide to stop growing. But you know, blade of grass can say, I don't want to go any further. Or a plant to say, I don't feel like this is tall enough. 6 feet, a tree. 6 feet is enough. I'm done. Stretch towards the heaven to fill out its capacity. But just like a tree that's planted by the water, you got to be rooted. And remember, things grow down before they grow up, because that's what's going to hold you up, because your success can take you someplace. Your character cannot keep you. Now, in March 7th and 8th, we have the Limitless live event in Chicago, wellness and biohacking, and we have marketing hacks as well. What does that word hacking mean? That simply means using innovation and technology to experience your healing in your body, in your mindset, and even in your marketing faster. Do it faster and become more effective and save you a lot of time. Okay? And you think about what's happening in the world today, where we have driverless trucks and driverless halo cars, which are like the Uber lifts, and where we have robots that are doing surgeries. In China, they're 15% more successful than in the United States with robots. They don't make the same mistakes. They're very precision focused. They're set up that way. You look at AI, where you can get almost anything you want, but most people are not going to do it, or not going to put together the pieces and follow the instructions. So there's still going to be opportunities for people. Amazon declared that they're not going to hire 600,000 jobs, will no longer be necessary next year. And it's going to speed up, and it's going to affect every single person. It's here. You can't stop it. And there'll be gaps. But in the midst of all this excitement and all this calamity, all this stuff coming in, there's great opportunities for you. You slow it down. Learn to breathe. And that's another thing we teach you in campus, your breathing. We're launching another camp that's going to be very focus driven for like realtors, for managers, and for people in the insurance agency, for sales professionals, for teachers. They teach them how to communicate to get the buy-in. Everything in the universe communicates. 57% of communication is even nonverbal. How are you communicating outward, and how are you communicating inward? Are you becoming inner-directed? What does that mean? The leadership component in that, the content component in that. We love to teach. So we have the entry level, because some people don't want to be a professional speaker, but they know they need to learn how to communicate better. That will help them in their family life and help them with internal communication. Okay, don't beat yourself up. Remember, when things go wrong, don't go wrong with them. Well, March 7th and 8th, we're going to have, the Limitless Wellness and Biohacking Experience. It's going to be in the south suburb of Chicago in a brand new hotel. It's going to be exciting. If you go there right now, we've started Black Friday already. Okay, we started Black Friday already. Right now, the tickets will be $69 all the way in through Cyber Monday, but it's really $129 for the ticket. Okay, so. But you're going to just imagine, you're going to walk in, you're going to learn a lot about how to stay healthier and without all these prescription drugs. And we'll have doctors there as well. We have chiropractors there. We have STEM specialists as well, tell you how to activate stem cells or peptides. What is that all about? The things that now we found different ways to heal the body that people, look, Tom Brady just cloned his dog. His dog died. He loved that dog. He cloned his dog. Don't you think they can fix your ingrown toenail? Something's not working. Don't you think they're finding ways that a lot of people don't know about? And you'll be able to have those experiences and get massages and get those rub downs and get the stretching and learn about different foods you can eat that are very tasteful to the palate that will help us along with our diet. You know, I'm on a health journey as well. We're having a podcast linked to that. We have a TV network, and we're launching another TV network. And many of you, we can help you with your brand because your marketing will make you money, but your branding will make you wealthy. A stream on our platform, and as well as Roku, Amazon, Apple, and Android TV. All these things we already have in place. So the link is down there right now. You can go there. The website is under development. It will be a very, very soon. We are bringing in vendors, and we're not bringing in vendors that compete with one another. With hundreds of people, we might have to have 3 massage therapists there, but and we're being very selective. So if you're interested in that, you know, there'll be opportunities to reach out to us, or you can register right there, or you can just register, get to us directly at jd3media.com, and we'll get that information. If you're interested in becoming a speaker or communicator, then we got another step for you. Our next major speaker camp is going to be in March 12th through the 15th. Before that, there will be 3 virtual trainings that will be 90 minutes each. They are recorded. And then a live event will be in Tinley Park, a suburb of Chicago, and we'll be there the 12th through the 15th. 4 interactive days. We're going to lay it out. And then our 2-day camp for people who are teachers and just want to become better communicators and want to master that. Understand the psychology of communication, inward and outward. Okay. We're going to give you those links as well, how to do that. What's next, James? Everything. Guess what? We have our own cruise. Now, on the cruise, unfortunately, we only have 4 cabins left. Only 4 cabins left. This is the mastermind cruise. We're going to go to Alaska because we've been to the Caribbean over and over. Matter of fact, I have 1, 2, 3 Caribbean cruises next year. And then our cruise is in September in Alaska. But I want the photo op because we're going to film it. And you can use that for your brand and your marketing. You're going to get a chance to speak or be interviewed in front of the room. So whatever you're doing, you have a group of motivated, inspired entrepreneurs that are successful or just on their way to becoming successful there to help you. And how do we collaborate? You might need some great marketing. They'll be there. You might have some great understanding about you can make money, but how you make it grow, but keep it and protect it. Those people will be there as well. You might want to look for other opportunities. They're there. You may have a huge database and you want to know how to monetize it. You'll learn that. And you're going to be fully engaged because we have everything built out. You're going to have a full-page write-up about you and what you do. And we're going to have a luncheon before we leave in Seattle. It's packed. Meetings. We'll have 2 meetings on the ship, and then one to be strictly for fun. We're just going to have a great time, but you'll network and build these incredible relationships with individuals there. So we have that as well. This is our online speaker program, accelerated mentorship. That's there. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. So before we leave today, I'm going to give you all a free gift. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the personality profiles, give you something you can sink your teeth into, and that you can take a profile, and then you can start to learn how to speak into the personality that you are not. So when you're talking, that you touch everybody in that room. And that's really, really the key to it. So when it comes to communication, you know, it begins with the way that you think and your willingness, first of all, to become coachable, to become teachable. To become coachable is the opposite of being hard-headed. You know, I had a mentor, Stuart Todd. I was 33, he was 29, but he was brilliant. And Stuart used to say, if you want me to listen to you, then show me your stack. If your stack's bigger than my stack, I'll listen. We're talking about business. If your stack's not, then you can't talk to me because all you can do is take me to the level that you are. Now, that doesn't mean your level is bad, but don't try to get me to play there. Have you ever had people that touch you and say, hey, let me touch you and rub off some of that magic? And they don't mean any harm. But what if they have the opposite energy and now they're bringing that energy into your field? Think about your home. Do you let anyone in your home? Does everybody get to just walk into your home? I would hope not. Okay. I would hope not because there's energy, frequency, and vibration everywhere. That's your sanctuary. That spirit, that energy remains after that's gone. So I got a lot of different things I'm going to chat with you about today. We're on our way. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. I love this gentleman. I watched him grow his business to earning tens of millions of dollars, traveling the world. He's even now flying his own airplanes, and he's a pilot as well. Wonderful family. But the best thing about this gentleman is his character. His character is everything. Remember, success can take you someplace that your character cannot keep you. That's the word of the day. So we're going to play a quick commercial, and then we're going to begin. We may play two, and we'll come back with the amazing gentleman. And I'll give you his full intro on the other side of the commercial. All right, stick with us today. We'll be done probably by 3, maybe a little earlier. It depends if I get Christian happy. God bless you guys. We'll see you right on the other side of the commercial.
Attention, speakers, coaches, authors, entrepreneurs, and sales professionals. Discover the secret to mastering communication. Psychology for impactful storytelling, marketing, and branding mastery. Unlock the keys to transforming lives. Learn from the world's #1 master communications expert, Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley III. Master crafting your signature talk for success. Your message will become the heartbeat of your audience. We at Inspired to Speak don't believe in get-rich-quick programs. We believe in hard work, adding value, and serving others. And that's what our programs are designed to help you do. Share your story and message. Create a powerful experience. Overcome fear and stand in your power. Learn the psychology of communication and wow your audience every time. Learn this and much, much more from the master storyteller. For the first time, Inspired to Speak combines the power of JD3 TV's AI TV celebrity channel strategy with the #1 speaker training program in the world. Become a better trainer, coach, and professional speaker. Register today to enhance your commercial communication skills. You're closer than you think.
Okay, I'm back. All right, I am back in. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I had a video playing in the system. Technology, what are you going to do? But we're here right now, and I'm going to bring in our first speaker in just a moment. And I want to give you an introduction of him first of all. And again, please forgive me. Maybe I get my fingers are just too big. So that's all that happened right there. But this gentleman is what I would call a gentleman that's mastered the art, not just of marketing and branding, but and lead generation and really helping you to grow your business. I mean, he has an incredible team. He has created success all over this country and even outside of the country now, as far as being able to help people to start, grow, and scale their business. And how many people would agree with me that customers are really, really good for business? So I'm going to go ahead and bring them to the front. I don't have that bio in front of me anymore because everything kind of crashed over here, but that's okay. Nothing stops the money train. And when you're doing great work, then great work always wins. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the stage, Jacob Salon. Hello, Jacob. How are you?
Honored to be here, my friend. I'm doing abundantly well. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fantastic, my friend. I think my fingers are just too big. I was moving to another commercial and it just, boop, everybody just disappeared. So we're back.
Well, no worries. We made it work, and technology can be tricky, but you figured it out quickly.
Yeah, amen, sir. Amen. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. And if you could start off, share with everyone a little bit about who you are and your background, and I'll kind of fill in the gaps a little bit later, okay?
Fair enough. That sounds great, my friend.
You got it, buddy.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be here. And first and foremost, I want to congratulate you on investing your number one irreplaceable asset to be here with us today. That asset is your time. You're investing your time here. And I, as one of the speakers, am so grateful that you have chosen to do that today. I respect your time, and I promise to do nothing except deliver immense value for you. Information that you will be able to take and implement in your life so you can be more, do more, and have more than you ever thought possible. For that intro that Dr. James asked me to do, my name is Jacob Salem. I am the founder and CEO of a full-scale digital marketing agency named Easy Metrics. I'm the founder of salemspeakers.com. I'm the founder of sellcourses.com. I've had the privilege of living out one of Zig Ziglar's most famous quotes, which is, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. And in doing so, I've been able and been blessed to write an Amazon bestseller book, Speaker Millionaire Secrets. In it, I actually teach exactly how I generated $15 million in sales in my own business, earning 2 of ClickFunnels, 2 Comma Club awards, regardless of what software you use. We teach systems on how to grow your business. And I've done all of this by helping others achieve their own goals. So I've been abundantly blessed to achieve these things, and I love serving other people, and that's what we're here for today. So for the chat, and I'm not sure if I can actually see the chat. I see private chat, and then I see comments. If you want to learn how to make a truck ton of money, do me a favor and just type in the word truck ton in the chat, because that's what I love helping others do. If you believe that you were designed for accomplishment, engineered for success, and endowed with the seeds of greatness, you are in the right place, and I want to serve you. Go back with me in your mind to 2017, November of 2017 specifically. We are now looking 8 years in the past. What was life like for you? Were you thinking about Thanksgiving? Are you one of those crazy people like my beautiful bride who loves setting up for Christmas as soon as Halloween is over? Were you working a full-time job? Did you already start the current position that you're in today? Did you have kids? Were you married? Were you not married? What did life look like for you 8 years ago this month? At that time of my life, 2017, my beautiful bride was pregnant with our first beautiful baby girl. We now have 3 beautiful baby girls. And I was working from home in a home office in Joliet, Illinois. In doing so, I was really focused, intentionally focused on taking the action to grow my marketing agency, Easy Metrics, that first 7-figure business that I was able to launch and scale. We had a handful of full-time employees and a few part-time and even a few overseas. I was still trying to figure out what it meant to be a leader. I was trying to figure out what it meant to build systems in my business. I was still trying to figure out what it meant to be an absentee business owner in a marketing agency that I was leveraging among growing my speaking business, my coaching business, and my favorite of all, selling online courses. In doing so, I was speaking all the time, just like I am today. I would speak in person. I would speak virtually. I would go anywhere that the door was open because I knew that if I just went and loved on people and did everything that I could to deliver immense value to everybody that I shook hands with, that the reciprocity would come, right? I believe that if you serve other people and you love other people and you, again, back to that Zig Ziglar quote, right? I believe to the depth of my soul that you can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. And so that's what I was doing. In doing so, I began doing live webinars every single week where I was teaching marketing systems, similar marketing systems like I'm going to be teaching you here today. And on those webinars, I would show up similar to as I have. I would then use a PowerPoint. I try not to use a PowerPoint so much today because I feel like if I can take you there in your mind, if you can visualize what I'm talking about, you get so much more from it. Now, I will give you some writer-downers, and I'll let you know when to write stuff down throughout this. So I would use PowerPoints, and I'd intro myself, and I'd deliver real value. And then at the end of those presentations, I would make an offer to work more closely with somebody. Now, rest assured, in this training today, the only two goals I have here today is to, one, edify and endorse Mr. Dr. James Dentley, because I wouldn't be where I am today without his impact and influence on my life. And then two, to deliver immense value for you. But back to that story. 8 years ago, I'm launching this company. I'm 3 years into this company. We haven't yet had our first 7-figure year. Now, for those of you in business, you understand that just having a 7-figure year is one thing. Having 7 figures of profit is another. I hadn't even had my first 7-figure top of line year, and I was still figuring things out, hosting those webinars. Well, one night after one of those webinars, I get an email to my Gmail account, which is very rare because it's very hard to find my Gmail email. It's not a public-facing email, and I also use professional branded emails in all of my marketing efforts. And so I get this email, and it's the assistant of Mr. Les Brown. And Les Brown's assistant sends this email saying, "Hey, Jacob, Les Brown and I attended one of your recent webinars, and he would like to get on a call with you to learn about doing business with you in your speaking business." Now, when I first received that email to my Gmail, which already felt kind of fishy, a big red flag, if you will, I immediately disregarded it as if it was spam. To me, it felt like I got one of those emails where it's like, "Hey, Jacob, your sister's cousin's brother's nephew, sister passed away in a different country, and they want to wire you 6 bajillion rubies, right? And they wanted to send me some free money." So I literally ignored it because, one, it was my Gmail, which is basically my fake email, and I don't use it. And two, it just felt unreal. Well, a few days went by, and I get another email from the same person. "Hey, I'm the assistant to Mr. Les Brown. He would like to meet with you." And again, I was like, this still feels fishy, feels like clickbait. I'm not clicking any links in this thing to book a call. I'm going to ignore it. Well, a few days later, and now, mind you, I was a budding entrepreneur. It is like 9 p.m. and I have 2 team members, actually Jesse and Justin, working in my home office in the basement where we had a conference room table where we had our laptops out. And that's where we were working around this table. It's like 9 p.m. Central at night. And I get a phone call and a voicemail from that same assistant saying, "Hey, I'm the assistant to Mr. Les Brown. He would like to have a conversation with you. Please give me a call back at your nearest or at your soonest convenience." And I'm thinking, well, it's 9 p.m., which also seems very weird, but she called me. I will call back. So I called back, and very quickly she established, "Yes, we attended your webinar. Yes, we see all of the marketing that you're doing for the Zig Ziglar Corporation," which, by the way, I missed it in the intro. My agency, I'm very proud to say, not only do I have 1 million followers of my own on Facebook, but we have carried and helped carry the Zig Ziglar brand for over the last decade. The only team, the only agency that has posted on the Zig Ziglar Facebook page or ran any of their ads for the last 11 years, growing the Zig Ziglar page now to almost 7 million followers. And so she gets on the phone again. I'm on the phone, right? I'm talking to the assistant. She says, "We saw what you did. He wants to have a conversation with you to see what you can do for him." And I'm like, "Great. When works best? We'll get that scheduled." And she's like, "I'm going to patch him in right now." I'm like, "That sounds great. We're moving quick. It's 9 p.m. at night." And he was actually in Eastern time zone. So it was 10 p.m. for him. And he gets on the phone and says exactly what she's been saying. "Hey, it's Mr. Les Brown. I see greatness in you, and I want to see what it looked like to do business together. And he says, where are you based out of? And I say, Chicago. Now, I was in Joliet, Illinois. So those of you who are Illinois based, I was in Joliet, but to keep the branding and positioning that I've created over the years, I say, hey, Mr. Brown, I am in Chicago. Would love to come meet you wherever you are. And he says, well, wouldn't you know it, I'm actually flying out there tomorrow to speak at another event, and I want to get dinner with you and your bride. Meet me at XYZ Hotel, right? Meet me at XYZ Hotel. And we will get together for dinner. And so now this is Les Brown, right? This is the guy. And so my wife and I get all dressed up, right? All decked out, just kind of like I did this morning. We're wearing the suit and we're getting all, I think at that time I was wearing black suits, white shirts and red ties, right? That was the main attire that I would put on. And she's like 9 months pregnant or 8 months pregnant at this time. And so we go out to the hotel where we're going to meet Mr. Les Brown. He comes on in. He pulls up in a limo and comes in, says, hey, we're not actually eating here, right? We're not eating here. I'm going to have my assistant escort you out to the limo, and they're going to take us to where we're going to dinner. And now that spooked me even more because I am a man. If you're familiar with the DISC personality assessment, I'm a D on the DISC scale, very dominant, very driven. I'm also a man that likes to be in control. I mean, to the tune of, I just got done with the biggest speaking tour I've done all year, and I did it during all these FAA shutdowns, right? So I love being in control so much that when I was flying and I was now on my second booked flight to get from Atlanta to Memphis this past week, I texted my wife and I said, I'm booking a one-way car from Memphis up to Michigan where I am right this second because I was tired of the airlines shutting down and canceling flights and delaying me. I like to take control. And so now I'm being put in this limo. I don't know where we're going. I don't know where the restaurant is. I don't know anything. All I know is I'm with Mr. Les Brown, right? And so, I mean, what do you do in that scenario? You don't say, oh, I'll drive myself, right? And my little whatever beater I had at the time because I was a budding entrepreneur, so trying to figure out how to make money. And he takes me to this restaurant, and I'm surrounded by probably a dozen successful, elite, high-level thinkers and entrepreneurs. And now I read the room, just like I'm reading the chat as I see so many of you commenting over. Thank you so much. I'm reading the room of this restaurant, and I don't actually remember what the restaurant was, but I'm actually trying to figure out who's in charge of this thing. Like, who's the money, right? And that's just me being an entrepreneur. I think that, like, who's the money? Who's funding this thing, right? So there's 12 people around this table, give or take, maybe more, maybe less. We got Mr. Les Brown there, and you can just see the high-level conversations that are happening, right? Wouldn't you want to be in that room where we have a dozen millionaires surrounded around a table having conversations about life, family, Christianity, Jesus, and business? It was a wealth of information. So I'm reading the room, and I'm trying to figure things out. Now, I'm broke. Let me just, in case that's not clear, it's 3 years in business. I'm paying for the team. As I'm collecting money, I'm paying it right back out. I'm trying to figure things out. I'm broke at this time, right? I might have I had income, so I did have cash flow. But I'm like, I can cover my wife and I's bill. That'd be all right. But I'm wondering what's going on here, right? And before we know it, someone comes out with that bill, the check, right? And this was the first time, right? I didn't come from money, right? I came from zero. I came from broke. I came from debt because I believed going to college was a good decision. That's a whole nother keynote. So I had $115,000 in student loan debt, and I'm trying to figure out who's got this going. And there was a man there who clearly was in charge of the room, who clearly funded everything that happened, probably paid for the limo that I was running in. Actually, I can almost guarantee he did. And brought the check to him. And in my brain, I'm a math guy. I'm like, okay, $20, $20, $20, $20. I'm counting drinks. I'm like trying to figure out how much was that check, right? And you don't do that, right? We don't even say that we do that, right? But if you're a man on here, maybe even if you're a woman on here, if you're a man on here and you've ever paid the check, you're looking around the room, you're figuring out how much that check is, even if you're not the one paying the check. And I see the check come. They clearly bring it to the man at the head of the table leading this thing. And he pulls out that credit card and sends it on his way. And I'm just baffled by the fact that this guy has so much surplus of revenue that he covered the bill without even blinking, or I don't even know if he looked at it, right? And as we're on here today, I want to see if anybody on here that hasn't heard this segment of my talk, because some of you have heard this before because I've been in a similar room before. Who do you think was this person that funded everything, who funded that first dinner that I had with Mr. Les Brown. And I'll look in the chat, and if nobody says it in just a few, I'll give up that answer. But does anybody know who was the head of that table? Oh, I'll wait a second. The head of that table, the guy who floated that bill, the guy who funded the first dinner I had with Mr. Les Brown before entering into a partnership deal with him as well, was none other than Sir Baron Dr. James Dentley. Now, all these years later, 8 years later, I stand here as someone who has generated $15 million through speaking, coaching, and selling online courses. And in addition to having the privilege of being on one of Sir Baron Dr. James Dentley's events, and I'm not sure if it's Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley, I think, according to Michael Matthews. Thank you for that. Not only have I had the privilege of sharing this virtual stage, I've also had the honor of not only speaking at one of his speaker camps as one of the educators, but referring people to his speaker camp because it's so good. And in addition to that, speaking at some of his camps when he actually had that physical location he used to have. So we've done a lot of things over the years, and it was amazing to see somebody have a business mindset, a mindset of abundance, and actually have that abundance, a surplus of it. And in basically grabbing onto the coattail of Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley, I was able to learn, what is this guy doing? What does he have? What price did he pay to get everything that he wanted? Because I too was willing to pay that price in sweat equity, in blood, in tears, because that's what I had to offer. And then as time went on, I began investing revenue, my cash, into mentors and coaches as well, because I'm convinced of this. I am convinced that mentors and coaches are the shortcut to success. They are the cheat code. You find somebody who achieved everything it is that you wanted to achieve, and you too will be able to achieve it. These years later, it's 15 million in sales for me alone. And we're proud that this year in 2025, my agency calculated, they mathed it all, right? They pay attention to it. I got a lot of smart nerds on my team, just like myself. And I say nerd as like a title. It's something we're proud of. That we have now passed 1 billion with a B, $1 billion in sales generated on behalf of our customers that we have been able to serve. None of this would have been possible if I didn't first surround myself with somebody else who was willing to help educate me so that I could be more, do more, and have more than I ever thought possible. And Dr. James Dentley does that. So again, Sir Dr. James Dentley, thank you so much for having me today, as it is my honor to share the stage with someone like you. Now, I want to keep going, right? How did we make the money? How did we build a speaking business? How did we build a marketing agency? How did I go get over 80 online courses and learn the processes to sell them online? And actually my first 2 Comma Club award, I'm not here to endorse any softwares. I actually use Go High Level myself these days. I love Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels. And that first 2 Comma Club award came through a self-liquidating offer. And it's like, what even is that, right? And so many of you are going to hopefully you will learn, if you don't already know it, a wealth of information on how you can grow your businesses. So if you want me to teach you the marketing systems I've used to generate $1 billion in sales, number one, and then also learn how I grew the business side of my speaking business, number two, I want you to just comment in the chat the word money. Comment in the chat whether you're streaming this on Facebook or wherever else it's streaming, or if you're with us on StreamYard and you're actually watching it live, comment the word money for me, and I'll go ahead and keep going and teach you the 2 different marketing strategies that I've used, both for brick and mortar businesses is going to be the first one. And then we're going to move on and move forward and teach the business systems that I do cover in the book, Speaker Millionaire Secrets, on how I was able to make over 15 million for myself through speaking, coaching, and my favorite of all, selling courses. When I got out of college, I had a 1993 Geo Prism. And what I learned about that 1993 Geo Prism is they're pretty slow. But that 1993 Geo Prism was one of the most dependable vehicles I've ever had in my life. If I simply just kept the oil topped off, right, and changed it as needed and kept good rubber on the tires, and I rotated them as needed, and I kept the gas tank topped off, that vehicle was the most dependable thing I could ever have. I actually drove that little Geo Prism all the way across the country and back multiple times because of how dependable it was for me. Your business, regardless of the industry, whether you're a service-based business or whether you're a speaker like me or any other type of business entity, should have a proven marketing system that is as dependable as that 4-cylinder marketing system. Now, I have 1 million followers on Facebook, and I get to brag and say we're almost at 7 million on behalf of Mr. Zig Ziglar's legacy. But most small business owners, most business enterprises don't need 1 million followers. Most business enterprises don't need to make $1 million overnight. And many people reach out to me and they're like, hey, Jake, I see what you're doing, right? I see how you're growing exponentially. I see how you've built an amazing team. How have you done it? Right? How have you stayed ahead of the curve? How have you adapted to all the technology around you and never fallen behind and continued to grow? And I simply want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of keep it, what is it? Keep it stupid simple, keep it simple stupid, whatever order you need that to be said to you. That's what your marketing system should look like for you. The system that I'm about to teach you is the same system I've used for the last 11 years. I may have adapted it a little bit to the technology around me, whether that be I used Infusionsoft for a while, to lead pages, to GrooveFunnels, to ClickFunnels, of course. I do love ClickFunnels. I will always endorse Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels because I've made a truck ton of money after learning and leveraging the information there and then using that software. We've transitioned to go high level, but not much has changed. We have used this one proven system over and over and over. And I think it could even stem from that Bruce Lee quote that I hope you already know, which is, fear not the man that knows 10,000 kicks. Rather, fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's talk about that one kick that you need in your business if you're a business owner on here today. The first cylinder, which by the way, this system needs to be built in chronological order. Right? That means you have some prerequisites that I'll actually cover. I got time. I'll cover the prerequisites. You need to have some prerequisites in your business before you even build out this system. And then when you do build out this system, you want to build it in chronological order, or it simply won't work. And then your marketing system won't work. And then you're losing money. And then you don't have a predictable flow and an unlimited supply of your perfect customer, and everything falls apart. So let's cover that first segment. Let's cover the prerequisite. If you're a business owner on here today, I hope you already have this defined. And if you don't, then you need to actually hang out in the prerequisite before you even move on to begin building this marketing system. So the first prerequisite would be, what problem do I solve? Who do I solve it for? And why? Why would they buy it from me? And I want you to be thinking that right now. What problem do I solve? Right? Is it a big problem? Are you a pool installer? Or do you shovel snow? Do you cut grass? Are you a speaker, coach, online course creator that's helping somebody move from where they are to where they want to be? Is it something else that I'm not even thinking of off the cuff? And you already know what problem. Like, what problem do I solve? Because here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely a writer downer, right? Money changes hands when problems are solved. If you don't know what problem you're solving, if you don't know what pain you are taking away from somebody or what pleasure you are guiding them to, right? They buy what? Basically, people buy things because you're removing pain from their life or you adding pleasure to their life. I mean, that's really what it all comes down to. They have something they want. They have something that you can solve for them, right? So what problem do you solve? And actually, this is live, right? And I'm engaging. It is keynote style because it's virtual. But if you tell me what business you're in or what problem you solve, I might call them out. Now, I can only see the comments on StreamYard. But what problem do you solve? That is really important because, again, money changes hands when problems are solved. After you know what problem you solve, it's who do you solve it for? Now, I think these two are the most critical pieces of any business because in the motivation space, which is the space I have been in for over the last decade, everybody needs motivation. right? Everybody needs motivation. And when you think like that, you start thinking everybody needs the motivation that I'm speaking. But the reality is when you start trying to serve everybody and you start trying to go after everybody, you're really going after nobody. The more specific you get on who you serve, the more money you will make. I remember one of the first events I ever went to in person when I was investing in myself after becoming certified under Ziglar, after launching my agency, after building some team. I started investing in myself just like you have here today, right? You've invested your time to be here, to surround yourself with the good, the pure, the positive, those who have gone before you. I remember I was sitting in a conference and I heard somebody basically yelling from stage that the riches are in the niches. The riches are in the niches. And I didn't necessarily understand what that meant at the time, nor did I actually believe him that the riches were in the niches, because I've now served multiple niches. So I've almost proven true that you can make riches in multiple lanes of your life. But what I learned from there, and I didn't know it exactly then, but I definitely know it now, is you need to very clearly identify who you serve, right? You need to know who your customer avatar is before you market to them, because they need to see your marketing and your messages. They need to see them in a way that makes it seem like you are actually reading their diary, right? When they're scrolling through social media and it's 2 a.m. and they're up late at night, you need to be the solution to their problem. Whatever that problem is, whatever problem it is you solve, you need to know what they're thinking. You need to know what they're going through. So that way in your marketing messages, you can solve those problems for them to build the trust and build the credibility that they need as the reassurance that they're going to make the right decision by investing in you. So you need to get clear on that. And then it's even more important about the who, because when you start running paid ads, which is in the latter half of this conversation, if you ever start investing into paid marketing, I don't care if that's a Facebook ad, a YouTube ad, or snail mail flyers, a billboard on the side of the road, you need to be thinking through who needs to see this advertisement. Because if you start showing it to everybody on the universe, you're really showing it to nobody. You need to show those clear, concise messages to your dream customers so that way you can move them to that buying decision. And in different legs of our businesses, especially mine today, I have many different customer avatars. You don't just have one, you probably have multiple products or services that you offer. And if you don't, that's another conversation, but you probably have low ticket offers, mid ticket offers, and high ticket offers or services. And as you think through those different offers, you're going to have a different who, right? What problem do you solve? Who do you solve it for? You're going to have a different who for every different area of the products or services that you offer. So when you try to go after everyone, you really end up serving no one. So what problem do I have? Or what problem do I solve? Who do I solve it for? And then why? Why are they going to buy it from you? And ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not the first to tell this to you, I apologize, because someone should have. You may be the best at what you do. And you should be, right? After all, we said earlier, you were designed for accomplishment, engineered for success, and endowed with the seeds of greatness. I genuinely believe that God don't make no junk, and he didn't start making junk when it came to you. You are the greatest. But if you are the greatest, that still doesn't mean that somebody's going to come over and buy from you just because you know that you have the best product or service, just because you know you're going to outperform your competitor down the block who cheats and cuts corners. It becomes your duty, your obligation, and your responsibility to convince others to get good at marketing, not only so you can grow your own business and make more money, but so that way you can deliver that best product and service to everybody around you so that your competitor that's cutting corners doesn't get the job. You might be the best, but that doesn't mean people know that you are the best. And even if they know that you're the best, it doesn't mean they want to come over and do business with you. And so it becomes your duty, obligation, responsibility to begin portraying yourself to the world as the best, as the greatest. And it's okay. And I'm a good Christian and I love Jesus and I'm ordained myself, but it's okay to boast a little bit. It's okay to brag a little bit. It's okay to show, hey, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. I've done a thing or two. I've been around the block. It's your job to convince your ideal prospects why they need to invest in you. And you do that by getting case studies and getting testimonials and getting great reviews on your websites of people endorsing you. So that way others know through the affiliation with your reviews that you are who you say you are. But then you need to constantly be in front of your dream customers. It's when you get in front of those dream customers that they can make that decision to do business with you. If they don't know who you are, that's your fault. If you aren't the greatest marketer in your industry, that's your fault. And here is just a blanket statement that you might not want to hear if you're a business owner. Your P&L, your profit and loss statement that you should be looking at regularly, it has no emotions. It has no feelings, and it never lies. And so if your P&L is not representing what you know your P&L should look like, that's why you surround yourself with people like Sir Dr. James Dentley, myself, and the other great speakers that he's bringing in. You surround yourself with others who have gone before you, who know a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two, and you start learning, how do I make more money? How do I actually get in front of my dream customer? What do I need to say to make them, move that emotional needle in their life so they'll buy from me rather than buying somebody else, right? That P&L statement has no emotions. It doesn't care about your opinion, and it doesn't care how you feel. All it is showing fact, which is why I'm such a data nerd. Data doesn't lie. And so what prerequisite before we get into the four-cylinder marketing system I'm about to teach you is, what problem do I solve? Who do I solve it for? And why? Why are they going to buy it from you? You need to be able to answer those questions before you start implementing the system. Now, the four-cylinder marketing system, and I've probably taught this thing over 1,000 times in the last decade because it's so proven, it's so true, and now I'm so blessed to say it's helped generate over $1 billion with a B dollars in reoccurring revenue. So cylinder number one in this four-cylinder marketing system is social proof, right? Social proof, social credibility. I alluded to it a little bit when we were talking about getting reviews, right? Getting reviews and getting case studies and getting testimonials. You got to have some social proof and credibility that says he is or she is who they say they are, right? You need other people to talk good about you. And if you don't have anybody talking good about you, maybe then you need to go back working on your skill so you can become the best in the industry, whatever your industry you're called to, become the best in that industry so you can serve people at the highest and greatest level. And then after you do that, right? After you do that, you'll get the reviews, and then you use those reviews to build social proof and credibility. Now, typically, social proof, this one I'm talking about, first elaborates to social media. And I mean two things on social media. I mean a good, clear, concise website or funnel that represents your brand, and then also a social media presence where people can know, like, and trust you. Now, I actually teach something that goes against the grain of most digital marketers in the world. Most digital marketers encourage you to be on whatever popular platform is happening right now. TikTok blew up overnight and LinkedIn does A, B, C, or D, or Google Business Profile that's now rebranded to whatever else it's called these days, Business Portfolio or whatever it's called these days. LinkedIn, you got YouTube, you got TikTok, you got X, which was formerly known as Twitter. You have all these different platforms out there, and many digital marketers will tell you that you need to be on every single platform. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I haven't said it yet, I don't claim to be a social media expert or even a digital marketing expert. I claim to be a direct response marketing expert. What a direct response marketing expert is, I will put your product or service in front of your dream customers, give them the right marketing message that will tug on those emotional strings to make them take an action so that they ultimately want to take out that credit card, because at the end of the day, we're just trying to get those digits, right? So I'm a direct response marketing expert. And as a direct response marketing expert, I only need you to be in front of where your dream customers are hanging out. So circling back to that prerequisite, what problem do I solve? Who do I solve it for? And why would they buy it from me? You need to know that who. You need to know everything about that who. And if you know everything about that who, you should also know what platforms do they hang out on, right? That way you can start building your presence where they're hanging out. That way you can get in front of them. If you're spending all your sweat equity, and the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, we all only have 24 hours in a day. If you're spending your sweat equity on trying to create social media content on every platform, whether that's on stories or reels or YouTube videos or podcast interviews, if your ideal customers are never going to see that content, you are absolutely wasting the number one asset that you will never get back, which is your time. You're also wasting your energy, and we all only have so much energy in a day. Now, I do love some caffeine, and caffeine can maybe give me a little bit more boost, but you still only have so much energy in a day. So I would encourage you, as you start building out your social media presence, to think through, where is my ideal customer hanging out, and start building there. Now, if you're on here and you're already a very high 6 or 7+ a year top of line business owner, and many of you on here might already be there, then maybe it's worth delegating some of those social media tasks and hiring a team or an agency or even just an international VA and budgeting accordingly to let them create your content so you can be omnipresent, right? Like Jesus, we want to be everywhere, right? I would love to be omnipresent. So like Jesus, if you can be everywhere, if you have the budget to be everywhere, then maybe invest in that, but don't make that investment until after you're generating enough revenue from your dream customers to afford the budget and the surplus, the overflow, to invest in that team to bring them in to do that. So I want you thinking through right now, where is your ideal customer hanging out? I only have 1 million followers on Facebook because I spend so much money on Facebook ads. My dream customer was predominantly baby boomers in the beginning. Facebook, Meta, but Facebook has typically an older demographic of people hanging out on it. I got really, really good at building trust and building credibility on that platform. So that way, when somebody saw my ads, because I was targeting them, because I knew who I served, and I was running directly to the 54-year-old that owned a business and had 3 to 5 employees, but needed a marketing agency, I was able to go directly to the people I wanted to serve because I really spent a lot of time identifying the who. Spent a lot of time identifying the customer avatar. Then I began spending a truck ton on ads, right? Truck ton, that's my favorite word, truck ton. Spent a truck ton on ads, which then brought in a truck ton of leads and then brought in a truck ton of revenue. That's right. And I only did that because I knew, again, all the prerequisite information. And then you can go even further on this talk, right? So I want you thinking through, before I go a little bit more in depth on social media and how you build this social proof, social credibility that builds trust, rapport, and all the things that you want and need. I want you thinking through and maybe write it down in your notes, right? Where is your ideal customer hanging out? Because a different personality type is on Threads, then is on Instagram, then is on Facebook, then is on TikTok, then is on YouTube, then is on all these other platforms, LinkedIn and the like. And I'm sure there's more platforms that I'm not even rattling off, but you need to be thinking through where are they hanging out so that way you can learn how to manipulate the platform with content creation to get in front of the right people with organic free traffic playing by the platform's rules. So that way you can get free exposure, free leads, and build trust and credibility. Now, here's the reality as well. Digital marketing, direct response marketing is different than social media marketing. Now, I'm talking about social proof. I'm talking about social media marketing and credibility, but it is way different than direct response or digital marketing. In digital marketing, you actually own the traffic, right? Digital is like, I've got somebody who gave me their information in my Rolodex, right? My Rolodex of leads, and now I can follow up with them to do business with them, right? That is far different than social media marketing. Now, in this segment, I like to say I use social media like a toilet, right? No, that doesn't mean I just go post a bunch of crap. I use it as a tool in my life to get something done to achieve a result, which my result is to build trust, build credibility, and to begin doing business so I can make more money. Social media is a tool in my life that I use, but just like a toilet, right? It's just a waste of time. It's just something that I have to do in order to live this life. My advice to you as your new coach, your new friend, and the speaker on stage right now is try to limit the amount of time you spend on social media. Now, I know for sure on iPhones, right? I know for sure on iPhones, you can actually go look into settings and look at your time usage and see how much time you're spending on social media. Now, I don't know if you can do that on Android. And actually, for my Android users on here right now, whether you're watching in StreamYard or whether you're watching on a social media platform, I want you to write this down. If you're an Android user, write this down. Buy an iPhone because and a live audience typically will get some laughs, right? Because you get the whole debate, right? Android versus iPhone. It's more of a joke, but I'm definitely team Apple everything. Apple, I got the Apple Watch, got the Apple phone, got the Apple AirPods if I needed them. And so I want you to make a conscious effort of figuring out how much time am I even wasting on this platform, because that's time you could go invest in your family, time you could go invest in your business. All right, so now let's go a little bit further into this 4-cylinder marketing system. Social proof is cylinder number 1. You're using it. You've committed to using it as a tool in your life to achieve a result. And then you even want to be more strategic. I use social media to build trust and build credibility, as I've already said. Everything that you see me, Jacob Salem, post on my 1 million follower page, my smaller accounts that I wish were 1 million followers, on anything you see me post, it falls under the umbrella that I want people to think of when they think of Jacob Salem. I want them to know I love Jesus, that I love my family, that I'm a good husband, that I love my kids. I want them to know that I'm a great business owner that has the time freedom to go off and be a pilot and fly planes. I want them to know that I'm balanced in every area of my life. I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm reasonably prosperous. I want to be a lot more prosperous, right? I'm really reasonably prosperous. I'm secure. I have good family relationships and hope, ladies and gentlemen, that I want people to know that I have hope, that you can have hope for the future as well. When they look at my social media profiles, when you go and look up and follow me everywhere, look up Jacob Salem. My @ tag is @Chaplain Salem. Look up Jacob Salem or Chaplain Salem on all platforms. When you find me on that platform, I guarantee you everything I post will fall under that umbrella, because that's what I want people to know about me. As far as you're concerned, right? On here today, I don't even know how long I've been going, but I'm watching the clock for when I need to end, Dr. James. I promise I'll stay on time. As far as you know, listening to this here today, or as far as any of my followers know, my wife and I, in over a decade of being married, or together, over a decade being together. I don't know if we've been married 10 years yet. 10 years next year. Married 10 years next year. All right, I know that. Married 10 years next year. As far as you know, we have never had an argument. Can you believe that? Right? Never a single argument. She is absolutely perfect. I am absolutely perfect. Jesus knitted us together in our mother's womb and brought us together, right? And as far as she's concerned, as far as I'm concerned, that's what the world needs to know. You will never hear any dispute or anything negative. You will never see me post anything negative, because it doesn't move the needle forward in my life or in my business. And here's the reality. Anybody who is watching and engaging with your negative content, really, they're just happy that the negativity in your life is happening to you and not to them, right? And so I post the good, the pure, the positive, and you should too be thinking through what's going to lead to that end result. And again, build on the platforms where your ideal customers are hanging out. Now, once you have that established, and once you have that figured out, you're hanging out on Facebook, you're hanging out on TikTok, you got to start manipulating that algorithm and learning what kind of content needs to be on there. And then making that commitment to show up on that platform every single day as a minimum commitment. My 1 million follower page on Facebook, I've never missed a day on that page in over 11 years. That's right. Never missed a single day in 11 years. In addition to that, I'm pretty sure we posted 4 times a day, every day for 11 years. And thank you, by the way, whoever's running the back end of this, just stream my personal Facebook account. That's where you can connect with me. That is my personal account. Thanks, guys, for finding that. That is pretty cool, by the way, StreamYard, that you can do that so quick and efficiently. After you've built that social proof and credibility, you've committed to it, you're going to post every day. You then want to drive to an opt-in page, right? You want to actually drive traffic off of social media. And so I meant to say this in social. I'll say it quickly to keep moving forward. Social media when you're on Facebook, I'll use that as the example. They own their platform. They own the playground. They make all the rules, all the regulations. And when they own the playground, the downside is they can kick you off the playground, or as I like to say, they can take their ball and go home at any time for any reason. So if you built 1 million followers like I did, Facebook at any time for any reason could literally just delete everything I've ever posted legally. They legally could delete everything I've ever posted, every follower that I got, and completely wipe it off the face of the planet for no rhyme or reason, just because they made up some new rule and maybe I broke that rule. I actually had that happen to one of my former clients that did get completely wiped off the internet. Now, he did slightly break a rule, and I understood the terms of service that was broken, but they can get deleted. And maybe some of you have had accounts shut down or ad accounts restricted or Facebook groups deleted for whatever reason. And so I want to encourage you to follow cylinder number 2. So you're building chronological order, social proof, credibility. I'm now getting in front of my dream customers. And that could also be billboards. That could also be, wrapping your face on the bus. That could be, a snail mail. You have social proof, you have credibility. You need to drive that traffic somewhere. So I'm driving that traffic to a squeeze page or to a lead page. So that way I can capture somebody's information. And so a lead magnet is something that you're giving away of real, true, intrinsic value in exchange for somebody's name, email, phone number, and depending on the industry, you might actually ask for their physical address. You might ask for some more qualifying information so that way you know you're not getting a bunch of junk leads. But essentially, you need to be driving traffic somewhere where you can capture their information so you can pull it into digital marketing where you own it. After all, each and every one of you deserves to have a massive database of 100,000, 200,000, a million leads of people that may someday come over and do business with you. You need to get that information so you can build relationships, build rapport, and begin following up with your dream customers. But again, I want to circle back and make sure I go a little bit deeper on the opt-in or the squeeze page, because there could be different industries represented here. In the service-based industry, like a roofing contractor, you might be having a squeeze page that's like, I need to get your name, your email, your phone number, and your physical address so we can book out for a free consultation or a free estimate. I'm going to come out and kind of survey your roof and give you an estimate on the damage and see what that repair might look like. In the information space, I can give away information. I can give away a PDF or a lead magnet. I keep saying lead magnet. I can give away a PDF or a worksheet, something of real value, though, that you would be willing to give me your information. After all, markets are getting smarter. Generations are getting smarter. They know that as soon as they give their name, their email, their phone number, you're going to begin following up with them. So even though they might not be taking out their credit card and buying, they're giving something that's actually close to their heart, right? They're giving their email address or maybe even their phone number. And I do my best to not give those out anymore. And so I want you as the business owner to be thinking through, like, listen, what could I put on my website that is of real value that I could give away completely for free that would qualify my dream customer to want to do more business with me? Many times recently in the service-based business, I've seen a lot of people giving away how-to information. Essentially, they're giving away the packets or the training, the online courses on how to fix XYZ problem yourself. They give it away completely free because when they do that, they build the credibility and they build the trust with their dream customer to make them know that they can do business with them. And then, as human nature goes, most of us as humans, we don't want to do it ourselves. I love watching the DIY. I'm watching the DIY video to basically have you prove to me that you know what you're doing, and then I'm going to pay you to do it, right? And so that's just one of those things that you can give away. And if you go to one of my best friends, ChatGPT, and I'm sure we'll have AI experts around, if you go to ChatGPT and ask, hey, my business is A, B, C, or D, my dream customer is X, Y, and Z, give me a list of 15 lead magnet examples, it will give that to you. So you want to give away something of real value. Please don't just add on the join my newsletter to your website, because the last thing any of us want is to be on another spam list and another newsletter. So be thinking through what can I give away of real value. So social proof, drive into real value, drive into an opt-in. After you've driven to the opt-in, you want to begin following up with your prospect. But like all areas of my life, I believe in a system that is eliminate, automate, then delegate. And I want you to be thinking about that statement, eliminate, automate, delegate, in your personal life and your professional life. Because I guarantee you there are things right now that might even be popping into your head that you could actually eliminate from your life, personally or professionally. That means in your personal life or in your business, there are things that you do right now, maybe every single day, that you could actually just delete, right? You could just remove from your life, never have anybody ever do it, and nothing would change in your life. You might even have more free time, right? So there are things in your life and in your business right now that you can eliminate right now, never do it again, and nothing will change. So begin thinking through that and monitoring your time. So eliminate, and if you can't eliminate, if there's something that you're doing, now let's talk business life. If you can't eliminate it from your life, can you automate it? And man, automation is getting so much more sophisticated. I can't wait until we have something that can come into my house and do the dishes for me and do my laundry for me other than a human, right? And so you can automate so many things in your life. In this 4-cylinder marketing system, I'm now going to allude to, right, and talk about and teach on automating your sales process, which you should have a good, proven, sophisticated sales process. Your sales process might look like reaching out and calling your prospect, right? Manually smiling and dialing, which you should still be doing. I don't like the AI agents yet. There's a lot of virtual AI agents that can pick up the phone and call on your behalf. I haven't found one of those that I just absolutely love. You could do that. There are people successfully doing that. I don't do it in my own business because I have a blessed team that will do some of those for me. But can you automate it? So you might be sending emails to your prospects. Can you automate that? You might be sending text messages to your prospects. Can you automate that? You might be leaving voicemails. You can automate voicemail drops as well. You can even automate the conversations happening on your social media platforms. So eliminate some of these things that you're doing on the day-to-day. I automate email marketing, SMS marketing, which is text messaging, and I might even sprinkle in a voicemail drop. So as soon as somebody comes over to your website or landing page that you drove them to from your social media efforts, they opted in for A, B, C, or D. Now you begin following up with emails automatically. And I don't care what software you use. I don't care if you use ClickFunnels, if you use Keep, if you use Go High Level like we're using these days. All these softwares do the same thing. You just need to find and choose the software that you enjoy using, or your team, the team that you either have in-house or the team that you've hired to do it for you. So you want to send a nurturing email sequence, first giving them what they opted in for, then building rapport and value over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 30 days, depending on how far you build that out. You can automate your text messages, automate your voicemail drops, and most importantly, don't give up. This does require sweat equity, actually picking up the phone, calling your leads, and building relationships with them. Because even if they don't decide to do business with you today, they might do business with you 10 years from now. And now that I've been a decade in business, I've learned so many people that I met on year 1 were waiting. They were waiting to see if I'd still be in business on year 3 before they reached out, or year 6 before they reached out. And some of you just need to stay in this game long enough to actually net the success that you're trying to get there. So don't give up, keep pressing. So eliminate, automate, and then delegate. So if you can't automate it, then you delegate it. We have an amazing sales team in my company, and I'm not the guy to teach you on how to build a team. I have an amazing team I've been blessed with, but I have literally, apologetically, I've hired and fired over 100 people. And I don't know that I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the result, but I've hired and fired 100 people because it just became a numbers game. Like, are you an A player? Do you match the same energy and drive that I have? And can you get the result we're looking for? So if you can't eliminate it, automate it. And if you can't automate it, that's when you begin hiring the team players to do it for you. Because after all, you don't want to own a job. You want to own a business. And when you own a business, you are not the sole everything, right? You don't need to find the deals. You don't need to close the deals. And you definitely don't need to deliver on the deals. You can begin writing SOPs on behalf of your business, bringing in team members to implement those things so you can create freedom. After all, when I started my businesses, I needed 2 things. I needed money and I wanted freedom. I wanted to generate enough money to fund my dream life so I had the time freedom to go do whatever it is that I wanted, to go become a pilot, to go run all the time, to focus on all areas of my life, and of course, to not miss a minute with my beautiful bride and my beautiful daughters as well. So you have social proof. You have your opt-in. You have your nurturing. So social proof, your opt-in, your nurturing, which is your automated follow-up if you have it, and your sales calls. Then once you have that system in place, then and only then would I actually recommend you start investing into paid advertising. Now, in any given month in my businesses, depending on the legs, whether it's salemspeakers.com or whether it's sellcourses.com, or maybe it's even just my individual courses that I'm selling, we are investing to the tune of $80K a month. Now, as we head into Black Friday, we're going to start ramping up again for my own ads, right? That's me. We manage 7 figures on behalf of our clients. But I'll end up peaking. I'm really trying to spend more money, right? The Dan Kennedy quote that says, he or she who can spend the most to acquire a customer wins. That quote is so true, especially in the paid media side of things, which is one of the areas of my expertise. I love running paid ads, but I can only run paid ads when I have the prerequisite of I know what problem I solve, who I solve it for, and I know why they're going to buy it from me. I know how to pull on those emotional strings to make them come over and buy from me. And then I have this 4-cylinder system actually functioning and profitable as well, which is I'm using social proof and credibility to drive to an opt-in where they can learn more about doing business with us, and I can begin nurturing for follow-up. And then after that, I can begin investing in paid ads. But again, I'm not running ads on every single platform. I'm only running ads on the platforms where I know my ideal customer is hanging out. For me, that's Facebook. For you, that might be TikTok, that might be Threads, that might be Instagram, that might be X, and it might be something else. Regardless, if you will use this system, I promise you and guarantee you that you will be able to not only scale your business, but you will be able to scale your business predictably and profitably, which is what I love helping others do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jacob Salem. I'm, again, so proud of you for investing your time with Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley today. I know that he has the wisdom and information to help you make multiple millions if you're willing to pay the price and do what it takes. I am one of his students. I have done it for myself. And I know that if you will surround yourself with greatness, which you're already doing, you too can have that same result. God bless everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Jacob. I'm smiling from ear to ear because, wait a minute, did I just hire you to do our marketing?
Yes, yes,
I
sir.
really
Yeah, we've
do.
done a lot of stuff over the years.
You know, leaders are always should be always great followers and always great students and lifelong learners. So you have an expertise. I'll let everybody know here that your expertise is beyond reproach. And just as a human being, the thing I just love about my life is that I'm very fortunate to have wonderful people around me all the time. And my wife recently sent me the photo of that first dinner,
Right.
maybe about a week or so ago. So,
Yeah.
wow, it just brings back a lot of great memories.
8 years ago this month.
Yeah, man, I want to thank you. I want to thank you, man, for all that you've done for your belief in myself. And you've worked with all of our teams. I've worked together. You have some incredible people. And I can tell everyone in earshot, not just you, but to tell your friends and family members about what Easy Metrics does. I mean, these folks have got millions of leads for individuals. They understand what they do. They do it with integrity. And you've been a blessing to me, even not just beyond what you're paying for. He's going to give you so much more value. It's going to be absolutely incredible, man. So I want to say thank you so much. And we're going to talk later today because I got some new stuff cooking.
Honored to be here, my friend. Thank you so much for having me.
You got it, my friend. Everybody, welcome Jacob Salon, Easy Metrics. Again, you got the link. And if you miss anything, all the links will be sent out to everyone. And for those of you who are on social media, I was looking on Facebook and watching part of this as well on Facebook or YouTube. Simply go, we're going to give you a dial in, a text to number, and you can go into that. And everyone who tuned in, we're going to get all the information from our speakers today. Thank you, sir. You got it. Wow, that was really, really good. I actually like sitting here and operating this entire back end. And I do it myself because it allows me to not only pay attention and be locked in, because my mind keeps dancing around. If I'm in the audience, my mind keeps dancing and moving around, and I'm in a seat. But if I'm here, I can click a button here, click a button there, but I take so many incredible notes on every single speaker. So that was pretty fantastic. Our next speaker is coming up shortly. I'm going to take a short commercial from one of our sponsors. I'm going to be right back, and we're going to bring in our next speaker. That was really, really good. I hope you guys got some value out of that. Be right back on the other side. Let's watch this commercial.
Hello, let's dive right in. What if you had a single membership that opened the doors to the tools, resources, and connections that only the top 1% of businesses typically get access to? Welcome to Try Touring, your personal magic Rolodex for serious business growth. Inside your membership, you'll find some of the most powerful business tools available today, many of them absolutely free with your account. We're talking about a proven business credit building platform designed to grow credit on your EIN, not your personal name. A 3,000 plus document library filled with essential business contracts, templates, policies, and guides. A complimentary AI-driven hidden revenue consultation with a master business strategist. And after 12 months as a member, you unlock a free business valuation report, the same type of analysis banks and investors use. You'll also gain access to Turbo Touring, a powerful data furnishing and placement tool that turbocharges your business credit profile and helps position you for better lending opportunities and higher funding potential. Then there's Infinite Touring, a breakthrough tool designed to help you leverage debt to your advantage and create a path toward personal debt freedom, all while enhancing your financial positioning as a business owner. We also connect you with top-tier lenders and vendors across multiple industries, offering access to capital, credit, and services at some of the most competitive rates available anywhere. Need expert guidance? You'll have access to the kind of elite business coaches and consultants that most entrepreneurs only dream of working with. You'll tap into evolving AI-powered tools that are always advancing, giving you a competitive edge in a rapidly changing world. And you're not doing this alone. Try Touring is built by business owners, for business owners, and a supportive community that understands the journey. At Try Touring, we're not here to sell hype. We're here to deliver real access, real strategy, and real results. If you're ready to surround yourself with the tools and support most entrepreneurs never even hear about, then welcome to the family. Click below to activate your membership and unlock the network, knowledge, and next level thinking behind Try Touring. Are you ready to try touring? Are you ready to try touring?
Fantastic. We're going to send you a link out about Try Touring as well, a very special link for everyone here. They have an incredible program to help you build out your business credit and to help you get the funding that you need for your business as well. So Try Touring, we'll send you out a link for that. So don't worry about it. You're going to get that shortly. Again, I'm so glad we had Jacob Salam here, but it's time for our next speaker. And I want to bring in Dr. Jay Johnson, His Excellency Ambassador, Dr. Jay Johnson. He actually got this from working with the highest levels of government, right now. So he'll tell you a lot more about what he's doing, but he is the CEO and the founder of I Empower and TravelVisionaries.com. He's a global consultant and empowerment speaker, best-selling author and trainer. He's crafted well over 500 signature talks for different speakers inside of our platform and his alone. And he's been helping thought leaders and speakers and people that want to get their message out, engage, motivate audiences to keep that audience locked in. So you want to have the visuals behind you and understand the path to be able to accomplish the things you want. He leads our different masterminds and other masterminds as well, speaker workshops. He's a lead trainer with Actions Inspired to Speak Action Camp and motivational seminars all over the entire world. He shared the stage with people like Les Brown, Tony Robbins, myself, and so many others. And he speaks on a lot of the top platforms in the world, like Think and Grow Rich Institute and the Los Angeles Tribune as well. This gentleman is not only a dear friend, but someone who I met, I'll say discovered, by the grace of God, many years ago. And he's been working with us. He's been a person that's given us so much of his time, his expertise, just a wonderful human being, but he is absolutely brilliant. So he's going to give you a lot of great information today, not just about storytelling, but just really how to get that message out clear, concise. And don't be afraid to ask for help. You don't have to try to figure it out all by yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, let me bring to the stage Mr. Jay Johnson. Jay, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing phenomenal, sir. How are you? Baron, sir, Dr. James Dentley.
I am outstanding, sir. But thank you so much, guys. I'm going to turn it right over to you, man, and take all of your time to just share what you have and bless the people.
Hey, thank you so much for putting this on. I'm so elated to share this platform with you. I'd like to first of all say thank you for welcoming me, and not only welcoming me, but also inviting me out to speak. You and your team have done a phenomenal job, and it's just basically hats off. You and Denise and all the other team members. I'm just so elated to be here with each and every one of you. I'm grateful because this is a workshop. And, I love to be a part of a workshop. So I'm going to share my screen, if you don't mind, and share something with you. I want to make sure that everyone, if you have a pen and pad or you have your cameras ready, then it's okay for you to take pictures of the slides and things of that nature as well. And I'm going to ask Denise if she wants to, she can actually have them for you. But I want to share with you exactly how you can tell your story and not necessarily tell your life history. Because most people, what they do is they tell their life history. Actually, before I do that, this is actually a timeshare meeting. I hope you don't mind. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to sell any timeshares or anything like that. Just kidding. All right. So I want to talk to the speakers. I want to talk to the entrepreneurs. I want to talk to those who are business owners, thought leaders, and also authors out there. How many of you want to be a speaker? How many of you want to be a paid speaker? Let me ask you this. How many of you want to travel around the world with your family, have fun, help a lot of people, and make a living from speaking? Well, forget all that. We're not going to talk about that today, because 2025 survey that out of 350 event planners, guess what? Half of them didn't even have a budget for speakers, and only 8% of the speakers got paid. And then they only got paid an average of $41,712. So I'm pretty sure you can look at your neighbor and say, well, neighbor, there's got to be a better way. Absolutely. There's got to be a better way. So as Dr. Dentley said, I'm His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Jay Johnson, COIE. It stands for the Commander of the Most Excellent Order of International Experts. And here's some credentials: doctor in philosophy, international speaker, NLP, life coach, clinical hypnotherapist, peace ambassador for the United Nations, won a presidential lifetime achievement award as well. And I'm basically saying this only to let you know that because of Dr. Dentley, I was able to be on some of these stages as well, from the Think and Grow Rich, being with Mark Victor Hansen and Sharon Lecter and Les Brown and Lisa Nichols and Kevin Harrington, sharing the stages with Dr. Maura Lavelle and Dan Kennedy, Mo Rock, and so many other people. And here we are today at the 10X Your Future. This is absolutely a phenomenal event, and I hope that you have been taking notes. Last Saturday, we had some phenomenal speakers there. Oh my God, from Ramona Rogers, she knocked it out of the park. Baroness Lady Kara, oh my God, I couldn't write notes fast enough. And then of course you have Dr. Dentley, he never, ever, ever, ever drops the ball. And of course we had Dr. Mike Matthews as well, and so many others that are really, really sharing, pouring out, so you can be a part of this type of event. So here we are today. And I hope that you're getting a lot of nuggets right now. I hope that you're getting a lot of nuggets from last event, and you're getting a lot of nuggets from Jacob as well. So what I'm saying here is that thanks to Dr. Dentley, I was not only been able to be on those type of stages, but what he teaches works. It worked for me, and I was one that stuttered all the time. If it worked for me, it definitely will work for you too. So I'm here to share with you not how to just tell your story, just to be telling a story, but to turn that story into a program that can earn you profits. Can you imagine having a profitable product that can earn you a fortune? That's what we're here to talk about today. So would you mind if I share my story? Okay. Well, first of all, I didn't want to be a speaker. I didn't want to be a trainer or anything like that or whatever. I was fine. I had an entertainment company with me and my friend Ron Jones. We called it J. Ron Entertainment, and we did a lot of plays and commercials, and we wrote wrote all that and produced all those, and independent film and skits and comedy shows and all that type of stuff. We had a blast. As a matter of fact, I was one of the producers of the Spirit Fest in Kansas City, and I was able to work with people like B.B. King, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Beach Boys, the Neville Brothers, the Van Zants, and it was so many people. We had a phenomenal time. So that was my lane in the entertainment industry. But have you ever heard of a starving artist? We made decent money, but when you're an artist, sometimes you don't necessarily know the business side. So, I remember, I would never forget, I was doing this event with Brian Byro. Brian, he was a motivational speaker. He still is a breakthrough coach. As a matter of fact, you see the board that he has up right now? Imagine, if you will, that you put all the problems that you can't seem to break through on that board. And by the time he's done with his presentation, you see people karate chopping through these boards like there was nothing. Even these little old fragile ladies karate chopping through this board like it's nothing. So anyway, the way the business worked, the speaking business, the way the business worked, the company that hires them will send out this check, and he would only get 50% of that check before he gets on the plane. Before he actually does anything, he will get 50% up front. And then the company would pay for his airline ticket, pay for his hotel, pay for his ground transportation, and all of the things that he wanted to do as far as his meals and things of that nature. And once he's done presenting and doing his thing, guess what? That's when he gets his other half of the check. So anyway, I remember, I'll never forget, we're sitting in the green room, and I'm miking Brian up, and I'm letting him know, you're going to go in after this speaker here, you're going to enter on this side of the stage, blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, last year I worked 18 days. I'm like, Wait. You work what? You work how many days? He said, I work 18 days. I said, what did you do with the other 300, 400, 435 days? I can't even count, right? I said, what did you do with all those other days? He said, well, I spent time with family. We traveled and all that type of stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, then he got back to his story. And I promise you, I saw his lips moving, but I didn't hear anything. Because I'm thinking about, he only worked 18 days. I'm working 400 something days a year. Still can't count, right? And no wonder I'm working 400 something days a year, because I can't count, right? So anyway, so he got back to his story, blah, blah, blah. He got on stage. He started doing his thing. And he's got the people hanging to the edge of their seats. They're paying attention to him. They're all up into the story that he's telling. And I'm walking behind the audience, just pacing, just still thinking about this. Man, he worked 18 days. In a whole year, he worked 18 days. And I pulled out, I happen to have his check, the other half of his check, because I'm going to pay him after he performed. I pulled out the other half of his check. And I'm thinking to myself, if he only got paid just this half for all the 18 days that he worked last year, he would have gotten paid over $250,000. Poof! I'm like, I can do that. I'm looking at him, I can do that. Not that he was doing anything wrong, but I figured, you know what, I was working way too hard. How many of you work way too hard for way too less? Did you know that speaking is a way that you can earn 5 figures, 6 figures, even 7 figures on one speech? Did you know that? I didn't at the time. So I was like, I've got to do that. So I didn't get started right away because I didn't know how. I didn't have I didn't know how to get started. I didn't have the education. I didn't know where to start. I didn't have the contact. I didn't know where to look. I knew nothing about the business side of the speaking industry because I was on the production side. And plus I had a whole lot of ain't gots. Anyone out there have any ain't gots? I ain't got no time, ain't got no money, ain't got no education, ain't got no background. So I had a lot of ain't gots, right? So now I remember two things that Les Brown said. Two things. One, it's possible. When you have a dream, when you have an idea, when you have something that you want to go for, remember it's possible. If someone else did it, it's possible for you to do it as well. Don't just do it, did it, get it done. It's possible. The other thing that I remember him saying, it says, it ain't over till I win. Guess what? Your career, your business, your ideas, that concept that you have, that book that you want to write, that Dr. Michael's going to produce for you, it's not over until you win, until you get it done. Okay, and the third thing is, you got to be hungry. Wait a minute, is that two? Still can't count, right? So anyway, he says, you got to be hungry. See, that's his signature talk. You got to be hungry. You have to really, really go out there and get it done. Okay. Now, so I moved to Florida, let's say from Kansas City about 17, 18 years later. And I end up working with Roger Salam. He actually worked with Tony Robbins, and we did masterminds all over the country. And we did mastermind at sea. And this is one of the things that I realized. You have to have a mentor. You have to have a coach that's going to coach you, teach you, and guide you to where you really want to go. Because you cannot get there by being the person that you are right now. You have to develop into the person who can help you get there. That's what I had to learn. And I also had to learn that there is a business side of the speaking industry. I didn't know that. Didn't realize that. There's a business side of the entertainment industry. What is the business side of your business? Do you understand that? So you have to have a business side, and you also have to solve problems, especially in this industry. We as entrepreneurs must solve problems. If we don't solve problems, why are we speaking? Why are we up there? There's got to be a problem that you solve. And also you want to add value. Just like Jacob was saying earlier, that you want to add value to your clientele, to your ideal customer. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Now, so what was the problem? While we were doing these seminars and going to other seminars, going to other people's masterminds, going to their boot camps and things of that nature, this is what I saw. People came, they got very, very excited. They said, well, yes, this is it. I can do this, right? You've been there. Then all of a sudden they go home and they do nothing. They start to feel bad about themselves, or maybe their spouse or their best friend or their cousin or whoever saying, you can't do that. That's not going to work. You went to one of those things, right? And all of their excitement starts to dwindle. They start to feel like they can't do things. Then they go back to another seminar. I'm like, oh man, yes, this is a team effort. We're going to get it done this time. We're going to rock. We're going to make a fortune. Then they go home and get frustrated, and they put that thing that they were going to do on the shelf again, put on the back burner. That is a big problem. You see, this problem is what I call seminar junkie mentality. Seminar junkies. They have to go to a seminar to get their fix. So this is how it looks, what it looks like. You know, this is the emotional scale. People are usually in the red, in anger, or disappointment, or worried, or doubt, or something like that. Then they go to a Tony Robbins event. They get optimistic and be hopeful and enthusiastic and happy and all that type of stuff. They go home and do nothing. They go right back down to this disappointment and doubt and discouragement, and sometimes even jealousy. Then they go back to another event. They get very, very excited again, in the green, optimistic, and they're positive, and they're joyful. Then they go right back down to, and this cycle goes over and over and over and over. This is what we call seminar junkies. That was a big problem. I didn't want that problem anymore. Not only for me. Okay, so I realized there's two types of speakers when it comes to this business. There's a sprinter and there's a marathon. Now, the sprinter is the person that comes into the event and he's talking about all these great things. You're going to be able to do this with this product. You're going to be able to do that, and you're going to have a great life and all this type of thing. And then he goes on to the next city and promises the world to them as well. And we've been promised the world from these sprinters. Then there's a marathon. The marathon person is the one that's going to do the boot camp, like what you're in right now today. The one that's actually going to teach and coach and mentor you to that next level of success using the thing that the sprinter promised you. But sometimes here's the disconnect. Sometimes the marathon presenter, teacher, coach, they have no idea what the sprinter sold you in the first place. And sometimes the sprinter just sold you the thing in order for them to make the money and not necessarily for your intention. That was a big problem. And I saw so many people, because I remember being a part of the deliverables team. I was part of the team that had to deliver what the sprinter sold, but the sprinter just said anything. And here we are trying to figure things out. And I'll never forget, I heard this young lady, the older woman saying, you know what, I spent my last dime to get here. This have to work. And I couldn't sleep that night. I'm thinking to myself, you know what, we have to deliver some value. We have to deliver enough value to a point where we have to over deliver. And Dr. Denley would tell you, a lot of times when I do things, I over deliver. And that's because I want people to get enough value, more than they ever would pay for, out of anything that we do. And you'll get that every time when we work with Dr. Denley as well. So I opened up a company called I Empower because I wanted to solve that problem. And I Empower's mission is to empower the legends within the leaders to inspire greatness in the world. You see, you're already a leader. I don't have to tap you on the shoulder and say, become a leader. No, you're already a leader. If you're here today listening to my voice right now, you are a leader doing what the 90% of the people are not going to do. So my job is to tap that legend on the shoulder, wake him or her up, and introduce that legend into the world. Introduce them to the world so you can walk in your element unapologetically. So I come up with different programs, from the Secrets of Storytelling to Monetize Me and Signature Talks. We're going to talk a little bit more about Signature Talks in a little bit. So Monetize Me is a program. Can you imagine turning your story into a program? Something that can sell anywhere, anytime? Can you imagine turning your passion into profitable programs, profits itself? Can you imagine being able to walk on stage at any given time and say, well, I can make money from this stage? Or you put on your own stage and make money. It is not about the money, but what can you do with the extra money that you're making from your own programs? Can you imagine turning those ideas into income? That's what Monetize Me is about. And in a moment, I'm going to share with you how we can work together on that as well. Now, but here's the idea. Monetize Me is when you are good at something, you want to tell everybody. But when you're great at something, they will tell you. Imagine being so great at what you do that others will pay you to do it for them. And that's what you're going to get when you get involved with Monetize Me, Signature Talks, and Inspired to Speak. Now, let's talk a little bit about Signature Talks. Like I said, Les Brown has a signature talk, and his is, you got to be hungry. Even Tony Robbins has a signature talk. Got to unleash the power within. What is your signature talk? What is the talk that you are known for? These are talks that they are known for. They have several signature talks. Do you have one? If not, don't worry about it. We're going to share with you how you can get one as well. Because Signature Talks is a customized speakers training program that teaches speakers how to articulate their messages clearly, create impact, and how to sell without selling. Can you imagine being able to get on the stage and sell without selling someone? So you're not feeling like a salesperson. You're not trying to go through the whole ideas of trying to sell somebody, and they just still want your program, your product, your services. But that's what you're going to get with Signature Talks. Matter of fact, this gentleman that spoke last week, Dr. Michael Matthews, this is his wife, he and his wife, Robbie. They came to the camp, and guess what happened? They didn't have a package. They didn't have a signature talk, so to speak. They were already successful. They were successful speakers, successful business people, but they didn't actually have a signature talk. We wrote the signature talk, and guess what? They're doing so many phenomenal things. So many phenomenal things. As a matter of fact, they were just featured on this BMA magazine just recently. Here it is, 2025. Congratulations, Dr. Michael Matthews and Robbie Matthews. Okay. Now, can you see yourself on stage with your own signature talk? Of course, right? We'll get there. Now, guess what happens? Signature Talks and Inspired to Speak partner together to give you more value, to give you more time freedom, to give you some programs, some products and services and ideas that would help you create your future. When and from where? From the future. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about that. And that's the reason why we're here at this event right now today. I hope that you've actually enjoyed yourself so far. Matter of fact, if you were here on last event, or if you were here this morning, I want you to do me a favor. Go ahead and grab your phone for a second and go to your favorite social media channel and just type this in. I'm here at the 10X Impact event with Baron Sir Dr. James Denley and Dr. Jay Johnson. My biggest takeaways that I've learned was, and then put in a takeaway. I strongly encourage you to be at the next one. And then hashtag Inspired to Speak, hashtag Dr. Denley, hashtag myself. Okay, go ahead and take a picture of that. Please do that. If you find some value, definitely do that for us, okay? All right, thank you. So now, you ready for some meat? Let's dive into some meat because we always want to show value. When you are speaking, you want to understand exactly who your avatar is. This is what I call the avatar discovery. Now, who is your ideal audience? You want to be very specific. What's their name? What's their age? What's their gender? What is their profession? What do they struggle with? What are their dreams? You see, the more you know about your avatar, guess what? The more you can help them with their problems. The more you can add value to their lives. The more you become significant to them as well. But you have to understand who your avatar is. Next thing you want to know what their problems are. What are some of the problems that they face? What are the problems, their fears, their frustrations, their doubts, their anxieties? What are some of the things that they go through, how they feel? If you understand those problems, then you can create a solution to those problems. Does that make sense? Okay, so now, what are the solutions? The solution should be an answer to those problems that they have. So ask yourself, what solutions, what product, what services or ideas do I have that can help them? And I'm pretty sure you have some solutions to some of the problems. Now, the better you are at solving problems, the more money you're going to make. So imagine, if you will, that you have the cure. I'm not talking about the vaccine, but the cure to COVID when it first came out. How many people will be rushing trying to get that cure from you? What if you only charge $50? Do you see yourself becoming a multi-billionaire? Because that was one of the biggest problems that was out there, and you came up with a cure, not the vaccine, but you came out with a cure. So what problems can you solve? And when you solve more problems, people will definitely find you. Now, this is what we call the transformation. This is the transformation stage. So the transformation stage is basically when you're asking yourself, what are their experiences? What is their end goal in mind? What do you want them to end up? Okay. What is their desirable outcome? Because they're going to go from being in the problem, getting the solution, and finding their results, finding that they can actually get some results. So what is that transformation in the industry that you're in right now? What problems do you solve, and how can you get them to that transformation? Now, this is my fun topic right here. We're going to spend a little bit of time on attention grabber, because the attention grabber is one of the keys to helping someone with their problems. Okay, so let's just say that you're on stage and someone just introduced you. You want to either make a bold statement, a question, or a stat or something like that to grab the audience's attention. Because the audience is very busy. They're on their phone, they're texting one another, they're talking to one another, they're going to the bathroom, going to get some water, whatever. They're not paying attention. So you have to make sure that you understand how to grab someone's attention. Let me give you some examples. A bold statement could be something like, forget everything you know about XYZ. The truth is, blah, blah, blah. So that's a bold statement that will grab someone's attention. What about a question? Have you ever felt blah, blah, blah? Or did you know blah, 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 blah? Those are questions that can get people to listen, to lean in a little bit more. What are they talking about? Okay. Maybe it's a stat that you say, well, X amount of percent of the people struggle with blah, 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 whatever it is. Can you simply fill in the blanks to this attention grabber? If so, you will have a great opening to your presentations as well. Here's another one. Have you ever talked to an audience that struggled with whatever? I know exactly how you felt, because I too struggle with that and blah, 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 whatever. Just fill in the blanks. Okay, I'll give you some more of that in a second. I'm going to jump into the personality traits real quick, because you have to understand this in order to understand your audience. First of all, those at the top quadrant are relationship oriented. Those are on the bottom quadrant are task oriented. Then those on the left side are indirect, and those on the right side are direct. I use colors. Dr. Denley used animals and things of nature. It's the same thing pretty much. So I'm not going to dive deeply into it. You can get all of this when you come to the camp and things of that nature. So here's what it is. Let's say those yellows. The yellows are indirect and they're relationship oriented. These are motivated by love. They're very passionate. The terminology is phlegmatic. Okay. They're very passionate. They're very warm and welcoming and loving and kind and gentle nature. And they're beautiful people, soft spoken, and they love love. Right. Blues, on the other hand, or shall we say sanguine, or dolphins, they actually are motivated by fun. If it's not fun, I don't want to do it. I don't want the details. Just give me the fun. They're very excited. They're very spontaneous, and they love to have fun. Okay. Now, the greens, or shall I say melancholy, that's the terminology for it, or shall I say the urchin, they are detail oriented. These are the analytical people, the thoughts, the thinkers, very smart people, very, very smart people. Okay. And then, of course, you have the reds, or shall I say sharks, or choleric. These are they who are the go-getters, in your face, get it done yesterday, motivated by money and power. Okay, so now understanding that, this is what some people call it sharks or dolphin, whales or urchin. Some people even call it, the reds would be, if you're listening to disc, the reds would be disc, the I would be, the D's would be the sharks. The I's would be the dolphins. The S would be the whales, and then the C would be urchin. So it's pretty much the same thing. That's the disc format. So understand your audience when it comes to phlegmatic. 35% of your audience is going to be whale, or shall I say yellow, phlegmatic. 15% is going to be dolphin, sanguine. 35% is going to be green, melancholy, urchin. And then 15% is going to be red, the shark, the choleric. Okay. So if you understand that, now you say, well, hey, these are the personality traits that I have to communicate with. So now here are 13 ways to grab their attention. You can use analogies, audience involvement, bold statements, captivating stories, funny true stories, jokes, monologues, mutual understanding, poems, questions, whether rhetorical or response questions. Then there's quotes, there's stats, and there's visualization. You can take a picture of that if you choose to. Okay. Now, here's the beautiful thing about this. What I did is I put those into the personality traits. Now, all you have to do is figure out which one, as far as your audience is concerned, what personality trait are they? So here's some bold statements. Imagine everything that you know about becoming a paid speaker is wrong, outdated, flat out doesn't work. Or everything you're doing in your presentation has nothing to do with what you're doing in your presentation. Or the greatest asset to becoming a great storyteller is your voice. Today, we unleash it. These are bold statements that you can use. What about some questions that you can use? What if everything I told you about becoming a paid speaker was wrong? I just turned it around a little bit, right? And did you know that 8% of the speakers hired here from event planners got paid? Only 8% of them got paid in 2025. Now, would you like to see an example that I use with you today? Great. First of all, let me share with you my formula. This is a formula for great presentations and amazing storytelling. First of all, it's an intro, story, problem, solution, and call to action. For those of you who work with me, you know that I preach this everywhere I go. Intro, story, problem, solution, and call to action. Okay. Now, introduction is going to grab the attention. It's going to also introduce yourself as the expert, and it's going to introduce the topic and concept. So in the beginning, my attention grabber was this. How many of you want to speak? You want to be a speaker? How many want to be a paid speaker? Now ask yourself a question. What personality trait am I talking about when I talk about being a paid speaker? Red, the sharks, right? Of course. What about this one? How many of you want to travel around the world with your family, have fun, help a lot of people, and make a living from speaking? What personality trait am I talking to with that? Of course, I'm talking to actually the blues, the dolphins, as well as the yellows, or shall I say, the whales. Now, what about this one? Here's a survey that lists all these facts and document and statistics. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to the analytical ones, the greens, urchins, right? So all of that is in your introduction. You're talking to every one of the personality traits, no matter who they are in the audience. You got something for everybody. That makes sense? Okay, now, when I say look at your neighbor, say your neighbor, there's got to be a better way. This is what we call enrollment and engagement. And then here's a little bit about the credibility, tell a little bit about yourself, why you're the person that they should be talking to. And then you're still saying, I'm going to share with you what I'm going to share with you, but I'm not going to share with you now. I'm going to share with you later. This is what we call an open loop. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you, but I'm not going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you later. So this is what helps have people sitting onto the edge of their seats, waiting and anticipating for the next thing to come or whatever you just promised them. So the second thing, there's a story. You want to tell your story, a situation, or a scenario. Okay. So in the story, I said, would you mind if I share my story? I asked permission first. Why? Because I want your permission for me to tell my story. Instead of me telling my whole life history, I want to tell the story that's going to further the sell. Okay. So here's something you can write down as well. This is the secrets of storytelling. Here's a template. First of all, what was the ordinary world like? You was here at 1 minute and then something had to happen. Number two is a call to action. Something had to happen for you to change everything for you. And then it goes into a struggle. Okay. I hit this brick wall or whatever happened. I felt this way. And this is when you bring out the 5 emotions: feel, felt, smell, taste, touch. Or maybe you're only going to have 2 or something like that in that particular story, depending on what the story is. Okay. Now the next one is a turning point. Then I realized I had this choice and I had that choice. I can go this way. I can go that way. I can come to the camp or I cannot. I can try to figure out all by myself and hit all these brick walls, or I can come to the camp and learn from the professionals and be able to actually shorten the time span of my success. Okay. You can take a picture of that as well if you want. Okay. Now here's another one. Here's number 5. There's always a guided mentor, a tool, or something that you're going to use in order for you to have that discovery. In this case, it may have been Dr. Dentley saying, well, hey, Dr. J, listen, you can no longer sit behind the scenes. We want to pull you out to the front of the room or whatever the case. There's a mentor, a coach, a teacher that's going to guide you to that next level of success. And maybe it is a resource. Maybe it's a tool. Maybe it's a method. Maybe it's Jacob. Maybe it's a book. Something that's going to lead you to the next level of success. And this is where the transformation is going to come in as well. You see, using Inspired to Speak, I was able to significantly increase my results of speaking. I became a much better communicator, blah, blah, blah. My life has changed because of Inspired to Speak, whatever, right? So, and then, of course, there's a return. Now I help others all around the world, and I share my story because I believe in blah, 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 blah. Okay, so those are the 7. That's a template of secrets of storytelling. So don't tell a story without a point. Don't have a point without a story. So now, remember, what was my point? I had 2 points, actually 3. It's possible. Yes, it's still possible for you. Yes, it's not over until you win. And then, yes, you still have to be hungry. Those are the points. Then I went into the other points. Got to get a mentor, learn the business, solve the problems, add value. And then I went into the problem. What is the problem? People becoming, you always have to have a problem that's going to turn up the pain to get them to emotionally attach. What was the problem? The problem was, people becoming seminar junkies. And then what is your solution? Your solution is going to be your program. It's always going to be your program, your product, your service, whatever it is that you're offering. That's going to be the solution. So my solution to you is not only monetize me, but my solution to you is signature talks. But you always have to have one, only one. I'll say this one more again, only one call to action, okay? Because so many speakers, they get up there and they'll be like, well, you could email me or you could Facebook me, you could FaceTime me, or no, just one simple call to action. Maybe it's a QR code. Maybe it's to take my course or get this ticket or something like that. I'm not going to get into the 5 steps to construct a story, compelling story. You can take a picture of it, okay? And I'm also going to skip over the things that you need to know here in order to do that. These 7 things you need to know. You can take a picture of that as well. Okay, now, what I do want to get into, though, is the questionnaire. What is your ordinary life like before you embarked upon your journey? You want to paint the picture. What was the call to action that prompted you to leave your ordinary world? You want to understand what that is. What held you back or refrained you from doing the things that you needed to do? What was the main cause that kept you stuck? Was it fear? Was it trauma? Who was your mentor that helped you, that guided you to your journey? And what were some of the challenges and obstacles that you face? What did you do and how did you overcome those challenges? How did you grow as a person? Okay, now here's some other questions as well. What had to die in order for your determination to win, to live? Something had to die in order for your determination to win, to live. Maybe it's a thought, maybe it's a concept, maybe it's an idea. Maybe you're holding on to something that doesn't serve you well, that you had to push away in order for your determination to win, to live. And then what are 5 lessons? What are 5 points or something like that that the people can benefit from your life? And how do they relate to your audience, your program, your services? And then, of course, what are the benefits that came from or the outcomes to help you experience a better life? What testimonies, what stats can you actually show? I showed a few. I'll show a few more in a second. And how could they reach you in order to get your services? Right now, I know I went over this pretty quick, but I want to really let you know that Signature Talks is there for you. It's a customized speakers training program that teaches you, every speaker, how to articulate their messages clearly, create impact, and how to sell without selling. If you wish to go to my website, you will see that I have several programs, but we want to talk about the Signature Talk. If you wish to go there, you'll see the investment is $15,000 and it's well worth every penny. Because if you really think about it, you're getting all of these type of things right here for $15,000. And there was a time where I used to sell this program for over $24,000-$25,000. But listen, because you're here, we're going to do something very special, not necessarily $15,000 for you. But of course, I can't just do the $15,000 without taking off a few things because it takes too long. Okay, so instead of $15,000, you're not going to pay $14,000, not even $12,000. But your simple, easy investment is only $5,997. But because you're here, because of Dr. Dentley, and we have this partnership, we're going to do something even more valuable for you. Instead of $5,997, not even $4,997, not even $3,997, but just simple, easy investment. It's only $1,997. Isn't that pretty cool? So imagine having your very own signature talk that can go with you for the rest of your life. As a matter of fact, want to hear some success stories? Check this out. This is Dr. James H. C. Barnes. He lives in Chicago. He and his lovely wife, Wendy. I tell you what, they didn't have a signature talk as well. He's actually a manifestation coach, and they're doing events together now, podcasts and things of that nature as well. He came to the camp. He got inspired to speak, and now he's speaking. He wasn't a speaker at first, and now he's speaking all over the place. This right here is Nikki. Nikki was a massage therapist, and she lives out there in Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. And I tell you what, she was just doing massages at first. She got her signature talk and started to create a package, and now she's selling programs for $7,000, $8,000, $14,000. This right here, one of my favorite stories right here. This right here is Mr. Jerome McQueen. He came to the camp as well. He came right there to the camp in Chicago. And I tell you, this gentleman is an engineer, very, very calm, very, very mellow tone, very, just intelligent, highly intelligent person. He wasn't a talker or anything like that or whatever. He came to the camp, learned a little bit how to speak, got into signature talks. I wrote this program for him, and he actually teaches kids all around the world how to create lamps. His program is called STEM, STEM. It stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. So he's teaching kids how to build these lamps so they can use their brain. So I said, well, why don't we bump it up a little bit? And everyone that does a great job with this, you want to posterize them, make them a celebrity. So other kids, instead of looking at Kobe Bryant or someone like that, to trying to bounce a basketball or become a celebrity that way, make these kids the celebrities. So being smart is the smartest thing to do. He did that, and guess what? He was able to get $75,000 contract, two $50,000 contracts, a $10,000 contract, and he's speaking all over the world now. Did he make his money back? Absolutely. He was written up in papers and things of that nature. He was on TV several times as well, and we were able to turn his signature talk to a TED talk. And here is this engineer right here, this engineer with all this life in his eyes today, doing his signature talk on TED. Would you like to hear a little bit of his personality? I'll show you.
Now, why am I so passionate about diversity in STEM? I'm glad you asked. Engineers transform lives. In my little corner.
Anyway, so he's got so much more life now, right? And he said, I'm telling you, man, meeting you has been one of the best things in my life. Your ideas are transformative. And that's what we want for you as well, to transform your life, get you from where you are today to where you really want to be tomorrow. Remember, you are creating your future from the future. You have to see the future first. This young lady right here is Angela Tennyson. She was working in the White House under Obama, the Obama administration for 7 years while he was in office. She started off as an intern, and now she's actually doing leadership events all over the place. I wrote her signature talk, and she's blowing things up out of the water. This right here is Lalini Manger. I tell you what, she was a massage therapist and who got struck by lightning. I said it. She got struck by lightning and lived to tell about it. Now she's a quantum healing expert. She can massage and she feels energies in the body as she's doing the massages. And I tell you what, she's all over the place, from Florida to California to Texas to Egypt. She's all over the place, sharing her gift, sharing her story. This right here is Lance Tanaka. He used to be the CEO of Coca-Cola and Nike. And I tell you what, he teaches leaders now. I wrote a signature talk, and now he teaches leaders how to become better executives, how they could lead and go into like the Fortune 100, Fortune 10 companies as well. He's doing a phenomenal job as well. This right here is Mr. Bradley Nelson, Dr. Bradley Nelson. He was already very, very successful when we met as well. And I'll tell you what, I did a signature talk, and now he's able to get his message out of the emotion code. He wrote the emotion code, and he teaches this to doctors, and doctors are using his emotion code all over the world now. Now he knows how to articulate it to a point where doctors can use it effectively as well. This right here is Rohan Sheth. He actually worked with Tony Robbins doing marketing, just like Jacob is doing right now. But he's the one that put 3 million plus people in the seats for Anthony Robbins. And he opened up his own company called Grow Rev. And he's been doing this ever since after I wrote his signature talk. It's just, phenomenal people. This right here is Sean Higgins. Sean Higgins is, he actually does tax liens. Okay. So tax liens, he shows people how to invest in tax liens. When I first met him, he was already making over $1.2 million teaching people how to do tax liens. I wrote a signature talk and for his boot camp. And now he's making over $13.4 million a year. So did he make his money back? Of course. Here's of course Mr. Kevin Harrington. Kevin Harrington, of course, he's already been successful. He was the founder of as seen on TV and infomercials. He actually created those. One of Dr. Denley's close friends as well. And this gentleman opened up a business called Franchise Innovations, and I wrote a signature talk for that particular franchise with Jimmy Youngblood and Dave Van Hoos. And I tell you, they've been selling franchises like hotcakes. I'm talking about $200,000 or $300,000 to sell one, and he's actually selling like over 30, 40 of them after I wrote a signature talk. And here's another success story here. One last one. This is Leland Rubin and his wife Wasma. They are in the insurance industry. They were already six figures income earners at that when they came to me. So I wrote their signature talk, and now he's able to articulate his message because he wanted to go into churches. He wanted to go into nonprofit organizations to give his message on how to create more money and for that organization. And he did that. After I wrote a signature talk, he was able to actually, here's the program I wrote for him, but he was able to reach $900,000 very, very quickly, over $1 million in 10 months. And he just hit $1.4 million just last month. We just did an interview with him, and you'll be able to see that a little bit later on our TV network, okay? On Limitless TV, very, very soon. All right, so my question is, who wants to be my next success story? If you are one that want to be my next success story, go ahead and type me in the chat. Go and type me, okay? And we will definitely contact you as well, okay? I'm not saying that everyone is going to get these type of results, but I tell you what, when you do the work and learn how to do, like hire Jacob or someone like that to help market that signature talk, once it's done, you can potentially make that type of income, especially when you learn how to do sales from Dr. Denley as well. I mean, you have the perfect team, the combination of a team as well. And then you can write your books as well with Dr. Matthews. I mean, it's the perfect combination for you as well. So as you see, I've written over 500 signature talks. This is just 25 of them. And this one I just wrote for Debbie O'Connell, Get Paid to Play Golf. She's teaching executives how they can go out on the golf course, make deals on the golf course, and get paid to play. Can you imagine that? And then, of course, this one right here is Mr. Sergeant Clarence Carter. He was in the Army and everything. And I tell you what, he actually teaches people how to build wealth and strategy. You may have seen him on Facebook and things of that nature as well. But my point here is that it doesn't matter what your idea is. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what that thought is that God has given you. We can turn it into a profitable program through signature talks. We can turn it into a profitable program so you can start getting paid for your passion. Okay. So again, this is what we offer here with the signature talks program, but you have to go through the camp in order to get this. This is not $15,000. It's not $6,000. But you have to go through the camp in order to get it for $1,997. And I'll be more than happy to work with you. So go ahead and scan the QR code and let me know if you want to do this. And I'm looking forward to working with you. So Dr. Bentley, I turn this call back over to you, sir. One more thing. Done is better than perfect. Just go ahead and get it done. Because done is better than perfect, because perfect never gets done. You can always enhance what's done. But you can never, the iPhone 1 was done. It wasn't perfect. You can enhance it. It got enhanced. iPhone 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to what? Is it 17 now? So done is better than perfect. Don't worry about trying to be perfect. Okay? Don't try to be perfect. Just get it done. We can perfect it. We can make things better. And understand this too, that you are just like this ironing board. Ironing boards had a big dream to become a surfboard, but they gave up on their dream. That's all the ironing board is. It's a surfboard that gave up on their dreams. Don't give up on your dreams. Come to Inspire to Speak and get your signature talk so we can start helping you impact the world. Dr. Denley, back over to you, sir.
Well, man, that was fantastic. Boy, it's just so fun over, man, all these years, just watching you keep growing and expanding, helping so many people. I was looking at the testimonials, and like you said, wow, most of these people came to the camp or spoke at some of our events. And this chap, Roger Salam's been a great friend for many, many years. I was voted the most impactful person on the Millionaire Marketing Cruise, not marketers. But I won that too twice, but on his cruise as well. In a Millionaire Mastermind at Sea. So pretty incredible stuff, man. I'm proud of you. And let everybody know that you don't have to, you can get the signature talk if you're here today for that same price without coming to the camp. So if you see an opportunity, you want to get that signature talk, you just reach out to Mr. Johnson and he will, with Dr. Johnson, and he will get you signed up and start working right now. Don't wait until our next camp is going to be in March. You know, you can get it there, but that's normally the camp price. But you can go ahead and get that directly from him by going directly to the information you see on the ticker at the bottom. And for those of you who are on Facebook and those of you on YouTube, that would apply for you. Do me a favor. When you plug in, let us know what you came in from. If you came in from the StreamYard or you're on YouTube or you're on Facebook, So we kind of know how we want to address you with all the free gifts and prizes we have for you. So, Ambassador Dr. Jay Johnson, thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. Great stuff. Thank you for giving up some of your time and your genius to be here. And by the way, everyone, he writes my signature talks as well. Okay, so let's not get that twisted. Just wrote one yesterday. God bless you guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
No problem.
You got it. All right, we're going to take another short commercial break, and we're going to come right back with our next speaker. You're getting some amazing content today. And again, if you missed the links, we'll send them out to you. And we do have some special things happening right now before Black Friday. Black Friday will start today for you all. So we have some discounted things that you can plug into and tap into today if you so see fit. But I'm going to play a commercial. We'll come back with our next amazing speaker.
There are some amazing bridges in the world, but why are they so important? Is it their structure, design, beauty, or is it that they close the chasm that separates, bringing us together? We bridge the gap in providing education, training, and economic development to build the capacity and accommodate underserved children, seniors, and veterans. It is the personal mission of co-founders Dr. James Dentley and his wife, Dr. Kara Scott Dentley, to empower people around the world in creating change and spreading good. Because in a world where walls divide us, bridges stand to connect us.
All right, and I am back. Are you ready for our next speaker? Well, next I'm going to bring before you Dr. Stacy Moore. She is a certified AI consultant, strategic educator, and innovator in applied intelligence. And, you know, she is all that, and as they would say in my neighborhood, a bag of chips. She's widely recognized globally as the operator and a masterful bridge between sacred wisdom and strategic innovation. This young lady, I know her extremely well because she's worked with us in everything we do, from Limitless TV to our speaker programs, everything that we do. She's got her hands in every pot that we serve stew from. She put the ingredients in there and helped us get that recipe just right. She is a global humanitarian. She is a narrative strategist as well, and an AI. I would call her AI architect. She equips leaders and organizations to transform their works and to systems. You know, systems always win, and those systems create measurable impact. Her framework from Dr. Stacy Moore, Sacred Systems, Strategic Results, Intelligent, Emotional Intelligence, Leadership, Identity, and whoo, oh, you know what? I just want to bring her in front of the room because it goes on and on. Then we don't have enough paper to give you her resume. I'm going to bring Dr. Stacy Moore to the front. Dr. Moore, how are you?
I am fabulous. I am so honored to be here today and following up speakers that I have been in the room with and worked with that have been on today, and some from last week as well. So thank you so much for the honor to be before everyone.
Well, thank you. We're honored by having you here and to impart your wisdom to all of us. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you just go around and do what you do.
Thank you. So as I said, it's an honor to be here. I am talking about AI, humanization of AI, which means that we're talking about how do you have human impact with what's going on in AI? Because a lot of people will say, oh, but my AI is definitely, it doesn't sound like me, or I haven't been able to use it for the things that some people say they do on a human aspect. Well, today I'm going to go through a few things that I hope enlighten you so that you can create your future from the future. And we're going to give you back some time. Is it all right if we give you back some time in your life? That's what we're going to do today, because, you know, your future can be different if you execute some of the things that we're going to talk about today. So let me get to the presentation, and I will also say that while I present on the screen, I will not be able to see your comments, but I will come back and take a look at them. And thank you to all those folks on Facebook and YouTube, as well as in the room. All right, go. So humanizing AI, we want to do it in mindset, home, and business. Now, the question is, what if all AI did was save you 10 hours a week in the future? I'd like for you to drop inside of the chat, and I am going to come back and take a look at these too, because I'm doing market research. What would you do with an extra 10 hours a week? Would you actually put in more work? Are you working a current job and you would put more money into your side hustle to turn that into your career? Would you spend more time with your loved ones, with your friends and your family? Would you take more time for yourself? Would you finally be self-aware and actually do some self-care? And we don't just mean going to the spa, but that could be it. What would you do with your 10 hours a week if we could give that back to you using AI? These are my credentials, and you've already heard the doc. And the main thing that I want to say is that I've been operating diligently with AI since 2022, November of 2022. And that's ChatGPT in specific. So that means with me averaging about 20 hours a week, that's going through training, learning, certifying, and then practical applications, as in using it with my clients and also with myself. We're talking about 6,000 hours approximately of AI training. So I don't want you to think that I'm just on here whispering these things out of my head, or I just got ChatGPT to put some stuff together. This is actually my experience, and I am currently enrolled through Section for more certifications, as well as AI Content School Weekly with Mike Wayne. All right, so what will we be covering today? Through my experience of working with clients and other prospects through other partners that I have, some of the things that I found that we could do to humanize is ways to humanize your ChatGPT. Now, the things that I'm going to talk about apply to the other LLMs or large language models as well, but I specifically prioritize ChatGPT, so you'll see that quite often. Ways to humanize your business, because a lot of you on here are either full-time entrepreneurs or looking to convert, scale up. So how can you humanize your business? Because that's the way that you're going to connect with the audience these days, because about 65% of the content that's out there that is converting successfully is humanized. And then personal AI hacks to reclaim your time. Those 10 hours that we just talked about, reclaiming that time, you can do that with AI, and we're going to give you a few ways to do that. And then ways to use ChatGPT as a mirror. A lot of people are talking now about how AI actually, it loves to impress you. So how do you get beyond that and get the real answers? So ways to humanize your ChatGPT, customization and personalization inside of the chat itself, the large language model. So you can actually personalize, customize inside of the settings of all of the large language models. And I know that a lot of people have not done that. What are some ways we can do that? Train it with your voice by uploading newsletters, bios, transcripts, and recorded content so it picks up your phrases, your rhythm, and your repeatable gems. Embed your core values. Core values are so important as part of your brand. And so identifying 3 to 5 brand and personal values, and then instruct ChatGPT or your other LLM to run everything through that filter. That's how you get your voice infused into it. Define your audience. You just heard Dr. Jay Johnson talk about your avatar. It's important to know who they are. And while we can use the AI to help us determine who that is, if we already know it, if we've done market research, if we already have an audience, then you can upload that ICA or avatar, that's ideal client avatar profile, and the audience trait. So it speaks and resonates with them, not just generalizations. And then set language boundaries. That's telling it what you want it to use and what you don't want it to use. The M dashes, people say that's a giveaway, although some of us that had gone through technical writing in college used it anyway. And then also no fluff, or for me, no emojis when possible too. And then course correct it often. Talk to the AI and tell it when it's wrong. Tell it why it's wrong, and tell it the next instruction or ask it the next question so that it gets it right. The more times you do that, it's just like a child. You raise them up right. And if you don't let them know when they're doing it wrong and correct them, they'll continue in the same bad habits, and your AI will too. Yes, let's get to the money. Let's talk about business. Using AI to customize your content, automate tasks, and then give you time so that you can be human. And that's what we want to do. In humanizing your business, that means that we take out the mundane tasks, repeatable tasks, and then give you back time so you can spend that with those that matter most, doing the things that you love to do. So infuse your content with story. We just heard Dr. Jay Johnson talking about that, infusing it with story. Well, think about that in your everyday content that you're putting out on social media as well. AI can help you turn your wins and the lessons and the client breakthroughs into short, real moments that resonate with those in the audience. Use AI to repurpose with heart. Convert your live streams, your interviews, and your audio notes into multi-platform content that still sounds like you. And then design from a place of service. Most of us on here are servant leaders. That means that we are in the acts of service in what we do in our business. And so use AI to anticipate what your audience needs next. That's needs next, not what you want to sell. Because many times we go forth and we say, oh, this is a great idea I thought of last night, and I want to create this product or sell this thing. Is that what your audience needs? Because if not, it won't convert. Build your audience, informed content. Ask AI to analyze things like your DMs and then testimonials that you saw right before me again, and then surveys to write as if you're speaking directly to your people. And then automate admin to amplify care. That means we can free up time by letting AI draft out your client follow-up, your invoices and updates so that you can show up live when it matters most. Then personal hacks. Now, if it's okay, I want to tell you a little bit about how this has worked for me. This is an area that kind of makes my brand different when people come to me. The Sacred Systems and Strategic Results is all about sacredly finding what is important and aligned with you first, making sure that you are whole before you go out and spread to others. We've all heard the give from your overflow. And this is definitely about that. So we are going to fill our cup up first and make sure that we're putting out is the best of us. And so for me, I have become a caregiver over the last 2 years. And it wasn't because I wanted to, it was because I wanted to preserve my mother. So it's the husband of my mom, so my stepfather, that has dementia. And I noticed that over time, it was starting to wear my mother. So in order to preserve her, I needed to come and help and take some of the even physical load off and do some of the tasks around the house that had been his responsibilities previously. Now, when I came, he was actually a diabetic and still is labeled so, but he was a diabetic taking 11 milliliters of insulin a day and had gone into comatose one day. 500 was his record, and the ambulance was like, I think we need to go ahead and take him in. And so we decided after that hospital visit that we were going to have to figure out a way to adjust his diet to get him as much activity as possible and to get him off of that insulin. Well, the nurses said it was absolutely impossible. And I said, where there's AI, there's a way. That was kind of my model on that one. And some of these things that you're going to hear of these hacks are things I did, but the main one was changing that diet. And we changed the diet by doing one. Food is my mother's love language. And so, of course, she's a Southern cooker. Everything has butter, it has heavy cream in it, it must have gravy. All of those things, right? So I had to work to show her how she could take her regular recipes and slowly start to modify it by making substitutions. The whole milk into 2% and the butter into, sometimes don't use it. And so that we were able to do. Also the exercise, and then also the medications and supplements. We know that sometimes the compound of those things create problems, and we don't pay attention to it though. And especially for our elders, they're not necessarily paying attention. A medication that gets provided and a supplement that gets recommended, and before you know it, there are 14 things on the list that someone is consuming at any given time. So we use ChatGPT to actually input those things and to ask if there were any interactions that would cause any problems, if there were any medications and supplements that combined with each other negated each other out and were no longer going to be effective. So those are the kinds of things that we did. And I can say as of 2 weeks ago, checking again, that right now he is actually on insulin as needed. Grace of God, and let's continue that. So the meal and wellness planner, dropping your dietary needs in there, grocery faves and time limits into GPT, and then let it create the meal plans for you, shopping list or the supplement schedules, weekly reflection prompts, using AI to check in with your own energy, returning back to you, right? Checking in with your mood and progress. Because many times, especially as caregivers, as Gen X women, who are my focus right now, but everyone, we don't take time out to check for ourselves when we're in our busy mode, when we're in our hustle mode. So making sure that this is part of your weekly plan, because if you're not there to do it and AI is not running it all for you, then that's where the money stops. That's when the ability to pick up my stepfather stops. That's when all of the things start to slow up and one's own health starts to take a toll. So we need to make sure that we're checking in with self first. Design it once, replicate it often, use Canva or any other tool and their AI features to create custom templates and then auto-generate new versions for chores, grocery lists, caregiver duties, or family schedules. And then automate your reminders, set up schedules for prescriptions, doctor's appointments, tax payments, and all those things, and have AI send you an email. Now, some of you at this point are saying, oh my gosh, that's a lot of things, but I can't even begin to figure out how to do this. Well, you're going to have an opportunity to be able to get assistance from me in setting these things up. And this is one of my favorites. For a lot of my clients, they come and they're looking to scale. They have a business, it's got a good foundation to it, but they haven't been able to get past that $100,000 mark, or they haven't been able to convert over from the one to many into group modeling that they want to do, or one-on-one with success, with it being a higher ticket item. And a lot of that is because their own mindset is blocking them. Their own belief system, or not having a belief, is blocking them. Their own structure that about money that they were inbred by their parents and other family members in the environment is blocking them. And as I said in the beginning, the large language models love to appease you. So many times they'll say, well, that's a good idea, or glad you thought about that. Well, yeah, that works in theory. It's good to hear, but is it the answer you need? As I said too, we all work through some of these things and we're working through them by ourselves. We're not looking for help, or we don't want to ask out of shame. And our friends even can say pleasing and appeasing things to us when really they should be telling us, girl, don't you even do that. But they don't, because they want to keep friendship and they want to stay close as well. So how can you deconstruct your voice? Ask ChatGPT to identify your tone, your style, and your dominant language patterns. And then ask yourself, do these match how I feel now? And even beyond that, as you put out writings, whether they are for personal use or for business, now you have a way, no matter which large language model you go to, by telling it and starting out with your tone, your style, and your dominant language, that's how you humanize that content. Role play tough moments. I've got a couple of power partners and friends that we've done this on a regular. A situation that's happened at your job or that's happening with a friend, and you want to talk it out, but you can't do that with some other people, right? Because you don't want the input or they'll be biased about it. Set up the scenario. Now you've got to be 100% honest with it, but give it the scenario, give it permission to give you honest feedback. And then if you have resources of a type of person that you like to hear from, a Brene Brown or an Oprah, then ask it to use that tone and that person's knowledge to be able to critique the situation for you and give you that feedback. It has been phenomenal how that has worked with some people that I know, including myself. Explore shadow patterns. Let it surface the contradictions for you, hidden fears and controlled tendencies in how you work or speak, because they will come up if you allow them to. And then mirror your mission. Input your vision statement and ask it to rewrite or challenge you based on how you actually show up online. So if you're not congruent, if what's inside of you in this moment, and we grow, right? We change. That means that our audience would change, because who our audience is usually somebody that we were along our journey. So if we're growing, then our audience may be changing as well. Are we still saying the same things that we did 3 years ago to our audience and expecting them to opt in? It's not going to work. So you need to challenge that. Pull in your articles from LinkedIn, pull in some of your posts and ask it, is this aligned with where I say that I am now? If it's not, you need to make some adjustments. And then reflect your digital footprint. So pace your bios, your posts, your content, and ask, what themes am I consistently communicating? Because as things change in your lifestyle that you start to talk more about, maybe there's a different focus or a different lane or a different niche that you can go into in the heat of the passion that you're in right now. Like caregiving has become one for me, and having conversations about that. But I wouldn't have really thought about it. I just noticed I was saying more about it. But when I did this, then it started saying, oh yeah, you were on a summit and you had an article and you were on a podcast. So is this something that you might want to take it and run with it? And yes, I've decided to do that. Something I commonly get asked about is the tech stack. And so there are tools on here that I use, well, all of these I use pretty regularly, but there's also some other tools, and we'll see how you can get access to this list and the links and how I use them in a little bit. Go High Level is currently even the platform that we're using for Dr. Dentley's brands to make sure that we've got an all-inclusive, all-in-one platform that gives us access to a pipeline, to emails, to CRM, to funnels, to website, to communities, to all of these things, affiliate programs, all in one. So for somebody that's saying, I'm tired of bootstrapping it, or it's hard for me to keep up with the passwords, or even for my assistants, then this may be an option for you. Riverside is a platform used for podcasting. Now you can take some of this information, like we showed before, the audios, the interviews and documentaries, things that you've even done before, and bring those in, and it'll chop it up and give you back some content that you can put on social media. And it's got AI included, as well as High Level does too. And Gamma is all about the presentations, ebooks, digital content, presentations, websites even. Now, currently my presentation that I'm doing here is not on Gamma. I decided to to use Canva because I'm really embracing that right now, which is not on the screen, but again, has AI compatibility to help and assist you with things in one place so you don't have to log in, log out, or look for options to fill those. ThriveCard has been around for a while, and it is a phenomenal base platform for you. If you're looking to sell and you need a landing page and a checkout and you want an option for affiliates, this is a great tool for you, and it's got a one-time price to it, and then you can use it forever. And then Airtable, we've talked about all this content. We've talked about lists and spreadsheets. Well, where do you keep that? You keep that in a product like Airtable. So that is a project management tool. And again, it's got AI embedded in it. Well, now that we've talked about all of these type of things, I know that people are saying on the screen, you said that there'd be 10 of these and 10 of that and 10 of this, and we didn't get 10. Well, I'm going to show you how you can get all 10 of each one of those. So as a human, you deserve to be AI empowered. And Dr. Dentley, as he mentioned, I work with him, and I am a contributor as an AI trainer inside of his institute. And so collaboratively, we're going to offer you a special that you cannot turn down, and you need to get others to join you. So the information that I've given you today is 10 ways to humanize your GPT, or we're going to say ways to, right? Ways to humanize your business, ways to use ChatGPT as a mirror, and personal AI hacks to reclaim your time. We want to make sure that you get all 10 of each one of these. In addition to that, the tech stack, and I'm going to give you at least 10, if not more than that. And then because the Institute is already built out, there's already information in there. There's an AI channel in this zone of the community where you can go and get information right now. Now, the information that I just went over, plus the additional ones leading up to the 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10, that will be available on Monday. But you can get to the existing content today. And if you would say so yourself, I think that this information could be priceless to you. In the beginning, I asked you, if you had 10 more hours a week, what would you do with it? Now I'm going to ask you again to drop, after you've seen the options and things that you can clear out and ways that you can expand, I'm going to ask again, what would you do with those 10 hours? And then I'm going to say, if it was only 10 hours, which we'd love to do more, if you took those 10 hours times the hourly rate that you get paid at your job, or that you charge for a discovery call or an initial meeting, and multiply those two together, that's what you should be paying me today. And that's why we say that it's priceless. But I'm not going to ask for that today, because I know a lot of you, you're just getting this information. You've just put your toe in AI, or you haven't set foot in yet. So we want to open up the doors to the Inspired to Speak Institute community and allow you to come in there and get all of this information for the low, like freemium. Yes, free. And why is that? Because of relationships. I believe that relationships and resources, those are really the pillars of how I live my entire life. Those are where my values are. And because of my relationship with Dr. Dentley, I want to make sure that as many people as possible get this information, but behind a semi-closed door, in a container where you can ask questions, you can follow up on any of these things, and you can continue to get information. And then to your surprise, the priceless part of this also is that you'll also find Dr. Michael Matthews inside there. You'll also find Dr. Jay Johnson inside of there. So if you're looking for your best way to take some of the things that you've learned last week and this week, and to get those and put those things into play, being in proximity is definitely going to help you do that. Yes, take advantage of their offers. And if you want to stay close, join us inside of the community. So this is how you can get to it. You can either go ahead and click on the QR code and go to the link, Humanizing AI Bundle, and you'll see the options there. You'll see a Let Me In Free button. And then if you decide that you don't want to do the community, there's a way for you to connect with me and get access to it by just paying. But I'd say you get more value out of being inside the community. You can also use the link below if you're actually on your mobile phone and can't scan the QR code. So grab that link below. And this is a limited time offer. And because of the Black Friday promotion, and as Dr. Dentley was saying before, we want to make sure that you all are taking advantage of this now. Then we're going to go ahead and extend this to the Giving Tuesday, which is December 2nd. So I want to thank you, and then I want to give a little special note that the little avatar that you see down on the right-hand side, when I started meeting with Dr. Dentley initially, I used this avatar on Zoom, and it actually has interactive features, and it would move. And Doc is like, I need you to take that thing off because it's making me seasick. So I just had to put that on there as an ode to Doc. But I want to say thank you. And I'm going to stop sharing now and come back to you all.
Fantastic. Outstanding. Great. Phenomenal job. And wow. And this system, boy, how I was taken aback when I saw free. I started signing up.
Absolutely, Doc. I know you told me not to do it. You told me not to do it, but I did it anyway.
I never told them. I always say don't do that. Don't do it. I believe you pay money, you pay attention, but that's okay. You know, first of all, I want to say thank you so much. I think there was a great, incredible presentation. And what you have built out, you know, I was sitting back and said, wow, you have Dr. Michael Matthews who can help people create their book and then digitize the book. And then you could take the book and take that book and make it to a workbook and also put a program behind that book so they can start building a community. And then you have Jay Johnson, Dr. Jay, His Excellency, can begin to help them with the signature talk and go down the path of teaching them how to deliver that talk as well. And that's one of the great things I'm really proud about, Inspired to Speak, because it does not run without you doing that. So when you talk about the different things that you do, I want everyone to know you do much, much more. You are much, much more. So I do appreciate you. And I know my sister Denise, our entire team does, because you're absolutely incredible. So ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of the offer that she's giving you, because when you can't beat free. You can tie free, but you can't beat free. Take it, and you definitely want to work with her because she can actually help build out your online program. She built out our entire online program as well. So take advantage of it. And thank you so much, Dr. Stacy Moore, the operator. And we will see you next time. And wow, I'm excited. So remember, everyone, that you better get these links in your thank you letter at the end of the event today or tomorrow. You'll get those. You'll have that and all the links if you didn't write them down, and how to access all of our speakers this week and last week. You'll be getting that very soon. So thank you, Dr. Moore. I appreciate you. Great job.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Fantastic. Well, as usual, we got to take a commercial break. You know how it goes. We'll take a commercial break. And, you know, I'm going to be talking at the end. We have two more incredible speakers. Marketers, branders, people that are well connected, do some great things, but have big hearts and have a sense of genius in what they do. And they're very, very, very well documented as well. So I'm going to play a couple of commercials, and I'm going to come back with our next speaker on the other side. Welcome to JD3 TV. Welcome, and now we're offering you a backstage pass into our world, where you're going to get the most extraordinary programming that will inspire and enlighten. You'll get a chance to get up close and personal with some of your favorite stars, your entertainers, your movie icons, and some talk show hosts that will rock your world and change your life. Imagine you being inspired every single day to stretch your imagination. Imagine you on the big screen. Your life, your story, one reel at a time. Go to your Google Play Store or your App Store and download JD3 TV today.
Welcome to Limitless TV. We showcase a dynamic mix of thought-provoking.
Be careful about putting people on pedestals, because the moment you do, you give them permission to look down on you.
Impactful,
So what inspired you to pick up the wallet and give it to Renee?
And empowering content. Covering personal development.
The word relationship capital is the secret sauce for making it all work.
Wealth building.
All marketing is about consistency.
It's all about
and educational shows designed to elevate and inspire.
Now that you've seen me actually build it, now that you've actually seen it make margarita.
Join our growing community at limitlesstv.net and start your journey to a limitless life. Watch now on Roku, Amazon TV, Android TV, and Apple TV.
Now streaming on limitlesstv.net.
All right, and I am back. Are you ready? I'm going to keep this thing going and bring up our next incredible presenter today. This gentleman is a dear friend, a business partner, and an icon in the space in which he occupies. He has an incredible team, and I want to introduce you Sir Michael Frumpkin. He is, first of all, an award-winning producer, author, and a visionary talent executive. He's recognized throughout this country and even abroad for transforming how undiscovered actors and models break into the entertainment industry. Myself and my wife have had the blessing and opportunity to be there and to present to many of his programs throughout Florida, New York, California, all over the place. And they're doing a phenomenal job. He's the founder of VIP Ignite and Truth Management as well. And they're about to launch a magazine out of Miami. He's connected thousands of emerging artists, the top agents and casting professionals in film, television, and in fashion. He's a digital marketing expert and been featured in Forbes and Entrepreneur magazine. This gentleman created the Cast GPT. It's the first AI-powered casting coach, and he was also knighted for his contributions in media and education. But I had to add this, and philanthropy. He's doing some phenomenal things because he is a person that believes in his heart. And the foundation of everything to do is giving back to make this world and individuals in this world just a little bit better. He's raised over $20 million to build schools in Kenya, and he continues to lead the intersection of purpose, performance, and innovation. This gentleman is also, he didn't say it, he didn't write it, but he's also the author of the book, Think and Grow Rich for Models and Actors. So let me bring before the stage right now my dear friend, Sir Michael Frumpkin. Michael, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear, sir.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you.
Well,
I
got to first of all get a fresh sheet of paper because I know what you do. So I want to advise everybody else to take some copious notes. I'm going to get out of your way, and the stage is all yours, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's definitely an honor to be here. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Let's see what we got here. Let me see. Let's do it this way. See if this works. All right. Everybody should be able to see my screen. All right. So today we're going to talk about the 3 secrets to 10x your authority in 2025. And, when Sir Dr. James Dentley asked me to do a presentation for everyone today, I really put a lot of thought into it. I was like, well, what's the best way I can serve his audience to help them not only make more of an impact in their lives, for their families, but to be able to make an impact in their community. So today we're going to talk about how ambitious entrepreneurs compress years of brand building into strategic weeks and become the most sought after expert in their niche without burning out, guessing, or wasting another dollar on tactics that don't move the needle. My company is going to be celebrating our 20-year anniversary next year. So we've been in business now for 20 years. We've helped over 10,000 people work in the entertainment industry. We've had the opportunity to travel around the world, work with entrepreneurs. And let me tell you something. If there's one person who's made a lot of mistakes as an entrepreneur, it is me. I definitely, my biggest award is making the most mistakes. So I really sat down and I said, what is it that moves the dial for people? Like, what is it? We worked with celebrities. We worked with, people like Tony Robbins and Russell Brunson and Alex Hormozy and so many amazing individuals. And I noticed patterns. That help them move the dial to become more successful. So it's my honor today to be able to share this information with everybody in our audience. So the 3 secrets to 10x your authority in 2025. How to become the most in-demand entrepreneur in your niche without burning out or guessing. So why this matters right now. Okay, so let's start with the hard truth. Most business coaches, they won't tell you this. Entrepreneurs don't struggle because their ideas are not good enough. They don't fail because they lack talent. They don't fail because they lack work ethic or dedication, right? Being an entrepreneur is probably the only job where you're working 80, 100 hours a week. You're the best at what you do. The reason that people will struggle, the pattern that I recognize, and also fail, is because the world just doesn't see them, right? If you were able to get to that level where you are that recognizable name, where people knew who you were, then all of a sudden, every other obstacle in your way is irrelevant. So in a marketplace that's saturated with noise, competition, and endless content, even the most brilliant entrepreneurs remain invisible. Your expertise goes unnoticed, your offers go unseen, your potential goes unrealized. So today we're going to fix that. Over the next 45, 50 minutes, you're going to discover exactly how to break through the noise, command attention, and position yourself as the undeniable authority in your space. So a little bit about myself. I have created multiple 7-figure and 8-figure brands. I am a 4-time best-selling author. I've gotten people celebrity results. My clients that I've worked with have been featured in Forbes, Vogue, on Netflix, primetime television, global advertising campaigns. And what I've really done with the people we work with, we've taken decades of knowledge and we compressed them into weekends. And through that, we've helped thousands of entrepreneurs gain instant credibility, media attention, premium positioning. We've hosted world-class events throughout the United States, throughout the world. So my goal today is to make sure that you stay visible, that people know who you are and recognize you for the results that you're able to give to people. Obviously, if you're on this call, you're here to make an impact. You're here to make a difference in the people's lives that you work with. And I'm sure some of you guys may be brand new. Some of you may have been doing this for decades, but the information I'm about to share with you today, it doesn't matter where you are. This is what's needed. This is the foundational training to take you from 0 to 7 figures, 8 figures, and beyond. So what will you learn in this training? So by the end of this training, we're going to do a deep dive. We're going to talk about why entrepreneurs fail to grow authority, how to position yourself as a category leader, how to compress time and 10x your visibility, and how to create instant trust and social proof, okay? So, and if you stay till the very end, which I know everybody will, I'm also going to give you an opportunity to actually do a branded photo shoot in New York City with myself and my team. We're actually hosting an event this weekend. I have about 300 people. I jumped from that call to this call, but we actually, as I was leaving, we have the former art director of Vogue magazine. He's done over 72 covers. He's actually talking to some aspiring actors and models on how to break into that industry at the highest level. So it's really great for the people we have the opportunity to work with. You'll actually get to not only work with myself, but also with my team. So imagine having the former art director of Vogue magazine putting together a branded photo shoot for you. Because at the end of the day, you have to be able to give people results. But the only way you can give people results is you have to have more people to talk to. The only way you have to have more people to talk to is to have yourself out there where people recognize you. You become that person, that go-to person for your particular industry. So secret number 1, your image sells before you speak. In 2025, the game has fundamentally changed. People no longer buy based purely on logic, features, or even demonstrated results. They buy based on perception. And that perception forms in milliseconds. Before you speak a single word, before you deliver your pitch, before you demonstrate your expertise, your audience has already made a judgment about your value, your credibility, and your price point. If you do not look like an authority, you will not be treated like one, period. This isn't superficial, it's neuroscience. The human brain processes visual information 60,000 times faster than text. Your image is your first and often last chance to make an impression. The entrepreneurs winning in today's market understand this. They invest in perception because they know perception drives everything else. You can be the best at what you do. You could be the best expert, but until you build that brand when you're starting out, or you're maybe at 7 figures or below, it's all about perception, right? People, that's just how people are today. They are so overwhelmed with imagery on social media, on television, on streaming services, on magazines and billboards. It's just a stopping constant bombardment of imagery. So your image has to stand out above everyone else because that's the first impression. It's no different than 20, 30 years ago when you would go on a job interview, how you presented yourself, how you dressed, right? That first impression, like going on a date. It is the same exact thing at the highest level. And we're talking, these are millions of dollars on the table here that are at stake based upon how people perceive you. So why professional entrepreneurs? What they understand. High-level entrepreneurs, the ones commanding premium prices, attracting ideal clients, and dominating their markets, operate with a completely different mindset. They understand the authority value chain. Images creates positioning. Professional celebrity level imagery immediately positions you in a different tier than your competition. Positioning creates trust. When you look like an authority, people automatically assume you are one. The halo effect in action, I like to call it. Trust creates conversions. Trust eliminates objections, shortens sales cycles, and makes premium pricing feel justified. Conversions create revenue. More conversions at a higher price point equals exponential income growth. Most entrepreneurs skip the first step, investing in professional image and positioning, which is precisely why most entrepreneurs stay stuck at the same income level year after year. They're trying to build authority from the bottom up instead of establishing it from the top down. So the authority gap, two versions of you. Right now, there are two potential versions of your entrepreneurial identity. The version you choose to present determines everything: your income, your opportunities, your trajectory. Version A, the invisible entrepreneur, looks like a local business owner or perhaps a freelancer. Prices positioned in the low to mid range. Clients consistently bargain and try to negotiate with you. Limited opportunities and referrals. Struggles to stand out in a crowded market. Consistently proving worth and defending prices. Growth feels slow and exhausting. Version B, the recognized authority. Looks like a global authority and thought leader. Prices positioned at premium or luxury tier. Premium clients seek you out and say yes quickly. Opportunities multiply exponentially. Stands out immediately in any context. Clients are pre-sold on value before the very first conversation. Growth feels natural and accelerated. You choose which version you present to the world. The difference isn't your skills, your experience, or your offers. The difference is how you yourself visually and strategically present yourself in the marketplace. So, real entrepreneur transformations. We've been doing this now for 20 years, okay? We have over 10,000 success stories. The people we've worked with, we've had people who are, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. I've had people who are retired at the age of 61, earning $35,000 a year as a church secretary. They now earn $35,000 a day because of the way they're now positioned, okay? Image, impact equals income. This is the fastest path to entrepreneurial growth that nobody talks about. So, secret number 2. You're not selling a service. You're selling a story. This is so important. So many times entrepreneurs get wrapped up in how great their products are, the features, the benefits, and so forth, okay? Here's what separates a 6-figure entrepreneurs from 7-figure entrepreneurs. 6-figure entrepreneurs sell their service. 7-figure entrepreneurs sell their story. Your offer absolutely matters. Your deliverables, your process, your results, all critically important, but your positioning determines what people are willing to pay before they even understand what you do. Okay, I've surrounded myself with people such as Brian Tracy, Russell Brunson, Tony Robbins, some of the greatest minds ever. And in that positioning, right? When people see I've co-written a book, right? My new book just came out yesterday, literally with Jack Canfield. People now see me differently, right? Because I'm surrounding myself. I'm positioning myself as the authority. I'm an executive producer on 6 new documentaries. I've won 38 awards. I won 6 Tonys. 2013, I won the Tony for Best Play for a show called Vanya, Sonia, Masha, and Spike. I consistently am always positioning myself, okay? So people will pay a premium. People will want to work with me because I'm providing the best services. When you reach a certain level of success, it becomes so much easier to hire and contract the best people in the industry. Okay. Your offer matters, your deliverables, your process. Okay. But your positioning determines what people are willing to pay before they even understand what you do. Positioning equals how the world perceives your value before you even open your mouth. Okay. Two entrepreneurs with identical services can charge radically different prices, and the one charging 10x more often closes faster with less resistance. The difference, positioning, story, and perception. And I will tell you one thing, a $30,000 or a $50,000 or even a $100,000 client is less tactical to work with than a client who pays $10. A $10 client who's paying maybe $10 is going to demand a lot more of your attention, a lot more of your time. They're going to struggle a lot more than a high ticket client. A high ticket client is somebody who's already proven a certain level of success. You give them the actions they need to take, they follow it, there are slight tweaks, and they run with it. And they're always going to be your best success stories. Okay. Again, positioning. This is the reason why people don't attract premium clients. If you're struggling with this, if you're attracting price-sensitive clients, bargain hunters, or people who need to quote-unquote think about it, the problem isn't your service. The problem is your positioning. Here's what's happening. You look like everyone else. Generic photos, stock imagery, amateur selfies that make you blend into the sea of sameness. There's nothing visually distinctive that makes you memorable or premium. It makes you look like a beginner. Even if you have years of experience, inconsistent or low-quality imagery signals amateur to the subconscious mind of your ideal client. You look like a quote-unquote budget brand. Your visual presentation communicates a price point. If your branding looks budget, people assume your prices should be budget too, and they'll resist to anything higher. Okay? You look unprepared for the big stage. Major opportunities, high-level partnerships, premium clients all require a certain visual standard. If you do not meet it, you're automatically excluded from consideration. Authority positioning fixes all of that instantly. It's not about being fake or inauthentic. It's about presenting the most elevated professional version of who you already are. So the authority ladder, where are you? Every entrepreneur operates at one of these three levels on the authority ladder. Your position on this ladder directly determines your income, opportunities, and market perception. Number one, starting at the top, authority assets. Celebrity level photo shoots, right? Do you have quality photos? Like if I was to sit down with you, okay, and people pay me $100,000 plus a year to build out their platforms, to build out their websites, their automations, and so forth, right? We work with a lot of very successful entrepreneurs. If I was to just sit down with you for 30 minutes or an hour, we would meet for lunch someplace. We open up a laptop and I went through your website. What would I see? Would I see high-end branding? Would I see that you have media coverage? Would I see that your imagery is polished, right? Do you have keynote photos, PR level visuals? What have you done to show your success? Where have you spoken? The talent and the people we work with, they've had billboards in Times Square. They've spoken from numerous stages. They have testimonials from people who are recognizable within their industry. So where would your assets fall? Okay. Or would I just see a website that says, hey, click here. There's, there's maybe some results, but does it really catch my eye? Is it going to catch the eye of a high-end client? Okay. Number two, proof and credibility, right? Do you have professional photos of your client's success? Right? Not just like something you randomly took a screenshot off of TikTok or off of a Twitter, but have you actually hosted an event where you sat down and had professional photos done of your clients, professional videos of them talking about their success, telling their story of where they were before they met you, the transformation that they went through, and where their journey is headed now. Okay. For those of you there's a great book. It's called The Hero's Journey. You should pick it up. Every great movie, every great television show has followed the hero's journey. If you think about like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, right? There's a hero in the movie. They have to be given a call to action, right? Something propels them forward. Luke Skywalker, right? Ben Kenobi came and he said, he said, come with me. We're going to fight the Empire. Luke Skywalker says, no, I'm not ready. I can't do it. And then his, family is killed. So now he's pushed forward, right? It's like Lord of the Rings, right? The wizard comes, Gandalf comes, We have to take this ring and throw it. And, the Hobbit says no, but then something pushes him forward. Then there are mentors, people who lead them on this journey. There are obstacles, transformations. Every great show or movie you've watched has followed this content perfectly. This type of content should be the way your clients speak about you, right? They were someplace, something pushed them forward. I really wanted to do this. I was stuck. And then, I saw maybe this ad and it just, he seemed like he knew what I was talking about. We set up a call. Next thing I know, I wasn't sure. But then I decided, my life was just in such a bad place. I knew if I didn't make a change, now all of a sudden I decided to move forward. Along the way, it was hard. There were difficulties. There were ups and downs. But I had a mentor. I had a guide. And then now, all of a sudden, there's a transformation. They learn something. They come back with the elixir. There's a resurrection, right? Depending upon the story. But these types of things, when you understand them, make such a difference in how you present not only yourself, but your clients. Always remember, you're not the hero of the story. They're the hero of the story. You're their mentor, right? So do you have like event photos, behind the scenes content, testimonial videos, case studies? Right? All of these help build a credibility. They help build a brand. Skill and service, that's number 3. That's the bottom of the pyramid. That's your expertise. That's your offer. That's your process. That's your deliverables. Okay? You wouldn't be on this call if you didn't have those, or at least have a basic understanding of where you're headed if you are brand new. So here's the thing. Most entrepreneurs live at the bottom of the ladder. Okay? Focused entirely on perfecting their skills and services and wonder why growth feels slow, okay? Why clients negotiate prices, why premium opportunities never materialize. The secret, you must build from the top down, not the bottom up. Establish authority, assets first, and then everything else becomes exponentially easier. Okay, the halo effect, your unfair advantage. The halo effect is one of the most powerful and profitable psychological biases in business. Here's how it works. When you look like an authority, people automatically make positive assumptions about everything else. Think about this. I always like to use the example of the used car salesman, right? If you ask somebody to describe a used car salesman, they always usually say a man. They usually say they're overweight, their suit doesn't fit them, their suit's old, they're balding, right? They just have this impression versus when you walk into a Ferrari dealership, right? It's just a different feel of going into a nice restaurant, right? This is the unfair advantage. You have to build this into your business. So many times entrepreneurs, they don't take this seriously. They're so focused on what they do, their expertise, they misalign everything else that's important to a customer's perception. Okay, here's the halo effect. Trustworthy. Professional appearance triggers instant trust responses in the brain. Okay, successful. High-end imagery implies high-level success and proven results. Transformational. Elevated positioning implies exceptional results and experiences. You need to have the customer have no doubt in their mind you can help them before you even speak to them, right? Because they're going through your website. They're looking at your ads. They're looking at your brochures. They're making a decision before they even give you a chance, before you even do that first sales call, before they even click on that buy now. Look at the most successful brands in the world, Apple and Microsoft and Tesla. It's all about imagery. Okay, Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, it's all about how they present themselves and position themselves in the market. There is no doubt to them being able to help you get from where you are to where you want to be. Okay, high demand. Authority presence suggests selective client selection and wait lists. This is the most profitable psychological bias in business. And it's completely legal, it's completely ethical and authentic when you're simply presenting the best version of yourself. Okay? You're not manipulating perception. You're aligning your external presentations with your internal expertise, right? Obviously, you are the best at what you're doing. So then you need to present yourself at the best. And the market rewards this alignment with premium prices, faster closes, and exponential opportunities. So, secret number 3. Proof is the new currency of business. Okay? The marketplace has evolved. Today's sophisticated buyers are tired of empty promises, exaggerated claims, and guru theatrics, I like to call it. They've been burned before. We all have, okay? Myself, when I first started, believe me, I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars investing in somebody because they were just like a snake oil salesman. It sounded good, right? You need to see before you believe. Proof has become the new currency of business. Your ability to demonstrate authority, credibility, and success through visual proof determines your conversion rates more than any sales script or funnel strategy ever could. Your online presence, your photos, your content, your visual brand either creates trust or it destroys it. There's no neutral middle ground anymore. So, types of proof that actually convert. Not all proof is created equal. Some forms of visual credibility convert at exponentially higher rates than others. Here are the authority assets that move the needle the most. High-end branded images, celebrity-level photography with professional lighting, styling, and art direction. These images just don't show you, they position you as premium. Studio-level premium shots, editorial quality images that scream, I invest in my brand and I play at the highest level. These separate you from 99% of your competition instantly. Media-style headshots, publication-ready portraits that look like they belong in Forbes, Entrepreneur, Inc. magazines. These position you as media-worthy, right? You guys, everyone here should be using, having press releases go out every week or every month. It helps with your search engine or your search engine optimization, putting out press releases. Maybe you released a new product. Maybe you have a new success story. These become case studies. Other things you can do is there's a program called Haro, Help a Reporter Out. It's a website. You can literally go on there and list yourself as an expert where news stations will reach out to you for quotes, for interviews. So it's called Help a Reporter Out. When you're going to put these things out, they're going to say, hey, CNN calls you, Fox News calls you, a local affiliate station calls you, and they want to interview you on their news station. So it's Help a Reporter Out, Haro. It's a free website, okay? You want to have something to be able to send them. Do you have a press kit? I'm actually the co-owner of the Miami News, okay? I own a news organization, okay? People reach out to us consistently to be interviewed, cover this, cover that. We're going to pick the ones who present themselves the best, right? In-action professional photos, speaking on stage, leading workshops, consulting with clients. These demonstrate real-world authority and expertise in motion. Okay, lifestyle success photos, strategic lifestyle imagery that subtly communicates success, freedom, and the results your client want for themselves. If you're not living the life your clients want, they're not going to believe you can help them. They're really not. Okay, or you're going to get the bottom of the barrel, the tire kickers, and so forth that are going to just consistently waste your time with you. You want to work with people that you want to play ball with. You want to work with people that you can go back and forth with. You want to enjoy being able to see people successful. I love the time I spend with Sir Dr. James Bentley because me and him can throw back and forth. We can talk about high-level ideas, come up and go back and forth. Okay, he owns his own network. Okay, that's impressive. Okay, all of his commercials and imagery are all of the best to attract people, to attract the right clients that he wants to work with. Okay, behind the scenes credibility. Strategic behind-the-scenes content showing your process, your team, your events, your work. These build authentic connection while maintaining premium positioning. These visual assets convert at a higher rate than any advertising copy, sales script, or marketing funnel. They work 24/7, pre-selling prospects before you even speak to them. Okay? So how top entrepreneurs manufacture proof. Elite entrepreneurs don't wait for proof to accumulate organically over decades. They strategically manufacture it through intentional authority building activities, strategic events, hosting or participating in high-level events that position them alongside recognized authorities, elite networking, photographed with influencers, celebrities, industry leaders. Association equals credibility. When I first started my other company that I own, it's called VIP Ignite Live. When we first started, I had just come out of a $100 million lawsuit, and we started with nothing. It was an idea to help people who reach a certain level of success in the TV and film industry meet with high-level executives, people who can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. I had no connections in the industry. I had to go out. I invested money into going to charity events. I invested money into going to networking events. Anywhere that I can get into the room to meet with people, okay? And I got photos, right? But back then we used to say, if you didn't have a photo, it never happened. Today we say, if you don't have a video, it never happened. You have to be consistently. You have to be that person like, hey, what value do you bring? Let me get a photo, right? What can I do? What value can I bring, right? When I meet people that are very high level, hey, I'd love to interview you for the Miami News. I'd love for you to speak at my event. I'd love to have you on my podcast, okay? You have to have value, not ask for something. That's elite networking. PR and media placement, right? Securing features, interviews, mentions in recognized publications and platforms. And that's all phenomenal. You're going to have a speaker coming up who's going to walk you through that process like no one will ever walk you through before. But at the same time, are you ready for that level? Do you have the right photos? Do you have the right content? Is everything in place to do that? Premium content, creating polished professional content that rivals traditional media in quality and presentation. Every single piece of content we do is branded. I have a team of VAs. They work out of the Philippines. Their average pay rate is $4 to $10 per hour, which is a extremely good living in the Philippines. It's just a different cost of living there. But everything we do is polished. There's not a single piece of content that I don't put out that is not looking the best, that's not branded, that doesn't have logos, color. I double check all my copy. A lot of the copy I write it myself. Sometimes I'll use AI to come up with ideas, but at the end of the day, I will write a lot of the content myself. Professional photo shoots, investing in celebrity level photography that positions them as premium authorities. There's not a single brand, not a single speaker, not a single person from stage who does not invest in professional photos. Just hands down. If you do not have that done the right way with the right photographers, the right makeup artists, the right studios, you're just wasting your time. You're getting portrait photography. Most likely, I've done this for 20 years. I see people spend tens of thousands of dollars and they get the wrong photos done because nobody cared enough to style them. Nobody cared enough to figure out what their brand was, what their image should be. Sometimes they allow the person to say, well, this is what I like. This is what I'm comfortable in. You're not the expert in that. You need to trust the experts. You need to trust the process. Speaking opportunities, getting on stages, whether it's virtual or physical, that elevates their perceived authority and expertise. How many of you had the opportunity to share that you're on this weekend, right? There's last week and this week. You guys are having the opportunity to meet some incredible people. You're getting to learn, probably some of the best information that anyone could ever put out there. I know Sir Dr. James Dentley. His list of speakers, the content that he produces is of impeccable highest level. The difference between earning $100 per hour and $10,000 per hour is proof. Visual, undeniable, and strategically manufactured proof of authority. So the transformation is real, right? I'm not going to go through every single one of our success stories, but visual proof creates instant leverage and compresses years of credibility building into immediate perception shifts that translate directly into revenue, opportunities, and market dominance. When I first started, I've been doing this now for 20 years. We've won 38 awards. We've won 6 Tonys. I've had the opportunity to work with Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, some incredible people on Broadway and the fashion industry and so many incredible people. When we first started, we didn't document a lot of this. We didn't capture this. We had the stories to share. We wrote a best-selling book, but we didn't capture this. So the things that I'm telling you here today, I'm telling you because I made these mistakes. It took me 7 probably plus years of struggling to finally realize that we weren't documenting things the right way. We weren't putting out the quality content. Our services were great. We were getting success story after success story after success story, but we were struggling on the back end of the business. We were struggling in consistently bringing in new clients. My team, my staff, myself, all day we were doing, every day, all day, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, was explaining ourselves. This is what we do. This is how we do it. Going over and over and over again, answering the same questions. It wasn't until we started investing in updating our website, updating our videos, updating our imagery, that all of a sudden our content, how we onboarded people, right? When somebody first signs up on your website, what is the text message they get? Do you send them out a book? Do you send them out an article, something for them to read, something that helps them make a decision faster, something that brings them value? Or you just send them a text message, hey, I see you scheduled an appointment with me. I just wanted to confirm, please answer me yes, so I know you're showing up. I get those. I get those all day. I test out websites all day. I had somebody today send me 3 messages wanting me just to confirm. Like what? What is the value you're bringing? You know what it sounds like to me when I hear that? It sounds like the people that he's trying to get into his ecosystem, they don't show up. So now he's become jaded. He's created all his content around that versus concentrating on branding and positioning, where I'm like, listen, I'm excited to meet him. Oh my God, this is absolutely great. I'm going to get a chance to sit down with the former art director of Vogue magazine and talk about my career. I'm going to get to sit down with Sir Dr. James Dentley and talk about how to take an idea and a concept and turn it into a nationally syndicated television show. That's excitement. That's branding and that's positioning versus somebody who's just ringing a bell hoping to get somebody to talk to. Okay, so the transformation is real. Okay, so how to implement this now? Okay, the problem every entrepreneur faces. By now you understand the game. You recognize the authority and positioning. You recognize that authority positioning is the fastest path to premium clients, higher prices, and exponential opportunities. Most entrepreneurs at this point know they need better branding, visual identity, professional celebrity photography, elevated positioning that separates you from the competition, but they don't know where to start. Or worse, they hire the wrong photographer, someone who specializes in weddings, family portraits, and end up with images that make them look worse than not better. Okay. So what if I have your permission, I'm just going to go over something. I just put this together for everybody who's on this call. This is not something I do. Like I said, we work with very high-end clients. We work with very high-end brands. So, but James Dentley, I spoke to him. I says, hey, I want to put something together that can really help your audience. So I put this together. So if I have your permission, I'm just going to share this with you guys really quick. There's no link. There's nothing to buy now. If you're interested in it, I will give you my email address. I'll actually give you my cell phone number. You can text me. We can do a call. You can talk to one of my team members and so forth. But this is called introducing the New York City Authority Photo Shoot Experience. This is how ambitious entrepreneurs compress years of brand building into one transformational day. For entrepreneurs and thought leaders ready to step into an authority version of themselves, the version that market has been waiting for, a complete branding transformation designed to make you look like the person you're becoming. Okay, so the offer, what do we got? What's included? So 4-look authority photo shoot. So 4 complete wardrobe changes in a world-class New York City studio with a celebrity photographer who specializes in authority branding, editorial lighting, art direction, and positioning coaching throughout. So you're actually going to get to work with the former art director of Vogue magazine. He's done over 72 covers of Vogue. He has 4 decades in this industry. He is the best of the best of the best. If you've ever seen the movie Devil Wears Prada, Nigel, the person who's like the assistant to Miranda, Stanley Tucci's character, Ryan is loosely, his character is loosely based. Stanley Tucci's character is actually based on Ryan's actual real life. So you're going to get the right photos done. We're going to do over 1,000 photos. We're going to get anywhere from 15 to 20 iconic photos. These are the ones that will build your brand. So you're literally, this is an entire day process. You don't just show up. You're going to do phone calls. You're going to have preparation. We're going to talk about styling. We're going to talk about branding. When you show up to New York, you're going to have a professional hair and makeup artist. You're going to have a celebrity hairstylist, a celebrity makeup artist. They're going to be there to ensure you look polished, camera ready, and premium in every shot. This isn't vanity. It's a professional brand presentation. You're going to have wardrobe guidance and styling, pre-shoot consultation on what to wear, how to coordinate looks, strategic outfit selection that positions you correctly for your market. Okay. The people that we work with that have the styling, Fuji Ruiz, he's the former head of IMG Models in Wilhelmina. He has overseen the careers of the Kardashians, Victoria's Secret models, and billion-dollar brands. So he is one of the top stylists and brand builders in the entire world. So not only are you going to have Ryan Colby as your art director, former art director of Vogue magazine, overseeing your shoot, you're also going to have Fuji Ruiz, who's one of the top brand builders in the world at the highest level, working with celebrities and so forth. We've been doing this for 20 years, guys. We are the best at this. So before we shoot, we strategize. What message are we sending? What market position are we claiming? How do we differentiate you visually? And then you're going to own the images, just so you guys know. When you're dealing with photographers, celebrity photographers and makeup artists, a shoot at Vogue is $100,000 plus per day. There's an entire legal system for owning the rights of the photos. You don't automatically own the rights of the photos. Because we've been doing this for 20 years and we have these relationships, you will have unlimited commercial usage rights. So you'll be able to use these images everywhere. Your website, sales funnels, book covers, advertising, media kits, social media, speaking materials, and any future marketing needs. These assets will work with you forever. Obviously, the amount of photos that you'll have at least probably anywhere from 6 months to 2 years of content for social media. I always suggest that you update your photos at least once a year. Okay, so at least once a year, you do want to update your photos. You will change. You get a little bit older. Things, whatever. I've seen people come to me, they're using photos from 20 years ago, and they don't look the same as they did 20 years ago. So that's something we can talk about, but I just want everyone to understand that, do understand it's best in your best interest as a brand to consistently update your photos. The investment, real value versus today's opportunity. Obviously, if there's something you want to do on your own, you're not going to get access to the people that we get access to. But a celebrity photographer will cost you between $3,000 to $4,000. You need to rent a New York studio rental. They go for about $400 per hour. You're going to need like an 8-hour day. Makeup artist, celebrity makeup artist is about $1,000. Brand strategy, for me to sit down with somebody and spend a weekend with them, I charge $50,000 for that. I will be there the entire weekend working with you. So you'll actually get my brain, my brand strategy to help you with anything. We can sit down, we'll answer any questions. You want to talk about automations, you want to talk about marketing, branding, how to land PR, how to co-write a book, how to become an author, speaking from stages. And of course, we're going to have professional editing for all that. So you're talking, you can spend $10,000 plus, $20,000 plus, and probably not get the same level of quality. Today, for everybody who's on this call, it's $49.97, so it's less than $5,000. If you're familiar with getting this type of level of photography and working with these types of people, this is a bargain, okay? It's a one day, one decision, a lifetime of authority positioning, and premium opportunities. This isn't an expense. It's the highest ROI investment you can make on your entrepreneurial future. Every client meeting, every sales conversation, every opportunity from this point forward will benefit from this transformation. Even your image on your Zoom, right? When you're jumping on a Zoom, what are people seeing of you and so forth? So who is this designed for, right? This is designed for people who want more premium clients. You want more speaking opportunities. You want to have a premium online presence. You want higher prices that stick. Command premium pricing with confidence because your positioning justifies it visually before you ever have to defend it. A strong personal brand. 2025 to be your breakthrough year headed into 2026. If you're tired of being the best kept secret in the industry, if you're ready to be recognized for your expertise and you're committed to playing at the highest level, this is your moment. Okay? This is limited availability. I'm doing this for 10 people. 10 people. This is not a mass-produced offer. This is a specialty, VIP experience. Okay? You're going to get an elite photographer. You're going to have a transformative weekend. So we're going to spend one day doing your photos, prepping you, working on posing. It's not just showing up. I've seen so many people invest so much money in studio photography, and the photographer just expects them to be able to pose the right way. They kind of help a little bit. This, you're going to be working with the art director of Vogue magazine. He's worked with some of the top models in the world. These photos are going to be of Vogue quality. You're going to get to work in one of New York's most sought-after studios. Obviously, this is something that's limited availability. Obviously, because of our relationships over 20 years, we have access to them. And then we're also going to do, you're going to have, this isn't a group photo shoot, just to let you guys know. We're going to have 10 people there, but each person is going to receive individualized attention. We're going to talk about strategy just for you, branding direction just for you. And we're going to talk about this the entire day. We're going to have some preparation calls beforehand. Once these 10 seats are filled, that's it. They're gone. We'll not be adding additional spots. We will be doing something similar to this next year, literally same idea, but it's not going to be at $49.97. It's going to be at $15,000. Okay, much higher premium price. You guys are getting it because of your relationship with Dr. Sir James Dentley and because you're on this weekend. So this is something I'm doing special just for the people that are on this call this weekend. So this is your moment of decision, right? You spent the last 15 minutes learning the secrets to 10x your authority. Your image sells before you speak. You're selling a story, not just a service, and proof is in the currency. If this feels like you and this is something you understand, how this will help accelerate your business, your brand, your life, and so forth, then great. I'm going to give you my information. There is my email. Take a screenshot of it, okay? Mike at VIPTalentConnect.com. There is my personal cell phone number right there, 845-915-0885. Don't call me, send me a text message because I'm jumping on. I have another event that I'm doing. But just send me a text message and I'll either call you back tomorrow, something like that, if you have any questions. I'm here to help everybody. So if this is something you want help with, great. I'd love to help you. We will have so much fun in New York doing this and so forth. We have a couple different dates planned out. Once I talk to everybody who reaches out, we'll be able to give you a final date. We'll make it work for everybody, so don't worry about that. So my name is Michael Funkin, and that was my presentation for today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope you guys learned something from that. Let me jump back into our room.
I'm here. I'm here.
Did I start sharing?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Well, first of all, Mike, I want to thank you. That was fantastic. For those of you who are on YouTube or Facebook, can you give them the number the simplest way? And because we can't send that out back to you from people from last week and this week, we're going to send these links out and those offers out to everyone. But if they're on YouTube or Facebook, as we did last week, can you just repeat how to contact you again slowly?
Yeah, so they can send me an email at mike@VIPTalentConnect.com. So Mike at VIP, V as in Victor, I as in Internet, P as in Paul, Talent, TALENT, Connect.com, Mike at VIPTalentConnect.com. And my cell phone number, which is going out to YouTube now, which is going out to the entire world. Oh my God. Which is pretty cool. You can actually just reach me at 845-915-0885. Make sure that you do text me first and make sure that you are on the 10X event so I know exactly who you are, because otherwise I don't take unsolicited calls. I'm sure like everyone else on here, your phone rings all day long and it's not always, it's just some weird call coming in through. So text me first so that way I'll save your number and then I'll set up a call with myself and my team to get you guys all set up. So really excited. This is going to be really great.
It's fun. Just let me say a minute before I let you get out of here. Karen and I love, Baroness Karen and I, we love coming out there. I actually go out there to New York or Florida or California, wherever they are, because I just want to get a few moments with Michael just to pick his brain about things. And he always has something very new, innovative that's popping up that we can collaborate on. And the last time we were in Hollywood, we all got excited about a project we're going to be talking about. We're going to be announcing next year. Really exciting. You're doing the best in class. We met some incredible people, incredible experiences, learned a lot, and we're actually certified now as for being a trained actor. And that's pretty cool. So thank you so much for blessing my life. Thank you for sharing your expertise. And we're going to get this out to everybody in the base. Michael Frumpkin, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. Michael Frumpkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Dr. James. Have a great guys. Have a great rest of your afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Look, you're going to get the replay of this as well. Again, for you guys on social media. We're going to put it out there inside of the comments on social media on YouTube and Facebook, our business page and personal pages as well, to be able to be able to contact us, to be able to get that information so we can get your data as well and get it in there to keep you updated, informed, inspired, and actually have access, especially going into 2026. We're going to play a really quick commercial. After the commercial, I'm going to come right back and introduce our final speaker. You are in for a treat. This gentleman is actually helped facilitate my first actual book. I've done many workbooks. My first actual book I got out there as a solo project for me. Did a phenomenal job. My branding. And I mean, this guy's the best of the best. He has a track record beyond reproach. But I'll give you his intro right on the other side of this commercial. So let me go ahead and play this commercial and be right back after that.
Attention, speakers, coaches, authors, entrepreneurs, and sales professionals. Discover the secret to mastering communication. Psychology for impactful storytelling, marketing, and branding mastery. Unlock the keys to transforming lives. Learn from the world's #1 master communications expert. Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley III, master crafting your signature talk for success. Your message will become the heartbeat of your audience. We at Inspired to Speak don't believe in get-rich-quick programs. We believe in hard work, adding value, and serving others. And that's what our programs are designed to help you do. Share your story and message. Create a powerful experience. Overcome fear and stand in your power. Learn the psychology of communication and wow your audience every time. Learn this and much, much more from the master storyteller. For the first time, Inspired to Speak combines the power of JD3 TV's AI TV celebrity channel strategy with the #1 speaker training program in the world. Become a better trainer, coach, and professional speaker. Register today to enhance your commercial communication skills. You're closer than you think.
All right. Before I introduce our next speaker, just a reminder that after you get this information, you definitely want to have pen and paper handy because he's the best of the best in his space. I'm going to share with you a few announcements, some exciting things and things for you and things we're going to be sending out for you. And you have to look out for them because it's going to be a lot of amazing gifts for you. So let me do this and I'll come up and I'll close it out after this gentleman, Sir David T. Fagan. You know, Sir David, he is a former CEO of the iconic Guerrilla Marketing Program. And that company has sold over 23 million books in 62 languages throughout the entire world, as well as a current owner of the business media and acting president of Top Talent Agency as a publicist, publisher, and producer. Sir David, he's been featured on everything from Fox and Friends to The Today Show, Washington Post, Forbes magazine, and Forbes show. Your World with was it Neil Cavato, USA Today, The Doctor Show, Fox, What's Happening Now? It goes on, and Fox The Five. I mean, just to name a few. I mean, this gentleman, when I met him about a decade ago, he was world renowned then, and he's always continuing to grow. He's been also awarded with the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from the White House. And Sir David, he's a best-selling author of several books himself. And, you know, I remember his book he had called Icon. It was absolutely incredible. He's a guest lecturer at UCLA in Los Angeles, California. And you know, this gentleman goes all over the world and does so much great philanthropic work to impact lives of children throughout Africa, to educate, to inspire, to help facilitate resources. He's an international keynote speaker, and he's shared the stage from everyone on the planet. You name it, he's been there, from Mark Victor Hansen to the former Secretary of Defense, Bob Gates. So he'll be speaking from his new book, and the updated presentation title and subtitles are The Respect Effect, 15 Accomplishments that qualify you to be a world-changing, money-making expert. How many people are ready to be a world-changing, money-making expert? Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to some and present to others my dear friend, Sir David T. Fagan. Hello, sir. How are you? We can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Good. I'm like you a lot, traveling on the road, out on the road like you, James.
Well, fantastic. I'm looking forward to being back on your platform on December 1st and 2nd. So make sure you cover that, tell them about that too before we get off as well. But I'm going to turn it over to you, my friend, and you're going to clean up, take it home, take all the time you need. And you're the last speaker. Maybe save the best for. Yeah. There you go, buddy.
Well, look, Sir, Baron, Doctor, and all of his other accolades, James Dentley. And I say that sincerely. We kind of smile when we say all these things, but seriously, James has been somebody that I've looked up to for quite some time now. I still remember the first time I met him in Chicago, going on more than a decade now, James. And, there's a lot to be said about authority marketing, celebrity branding. But we never want to lose sight of the purpose, like why. It's means to an end, right? And that means to an end is to make impact. So when I heard 10x impact, I knew I would be in the right place because, we seek these accomplishments and achievements not for the sake of the accomplishments and achievements, but so that the doors open, so that the impact can happen, so that the opportunities are available. And you'd be surprised what you can do when people respect you. Okay, I know it sounds kind of funny. And the truth is, we all should automatically respect everyone in the world, right? You shouldn't have to work for someone's respect. Unfortunately, there is a need to earn people's respect. And I don't care if you're an entrepreneur or you're somebody who's an employee climbing the corporate ladder, you will get further faster when you earn people's respect. And titles like sir or doctor are just some of a couple different ways to earn the respect of people, to open those doors so that you might make that impact. Ask yourself, what would you do so that you could reach thousands and tens of thousands? How hard would you work, or what achievements might you want to accomplish to reach hundreds of thousands and to impact millions? And that's really the way that I go about it. And I know that there are a lot of great people like Sir Michael Fomkin on before me that view it the same way. You know, it's not really about necessarily saying, oh, I got the President's Lifetime Achievement Award from the White House. It's about answering this very important question. And you're going to want to write this down. It's only 2 words. I talk about it all the time. Even if you've heard me say it before, write it down again, okay? We need to kind of sometimes get back to basics, but there's a 2-word question that everybody else out there is asking you, either consciously or subconsciously, okay? Like they might not actually say the words, but they're thinking it in their mind. And I can prove this to be true, and I have over and over again. And the 2-word question is this. I'm pausing for dramatic effect. The 2-word question is this. Why you, right? Why you and not somebody else? Why you and not something else? Why you and not nothing at all, right? We are competing for a limited amount of time, money, and resources. I know that word competition kind of scares people off. And I don't use the word competition to say there isn't enough out there for everybody. I don't have a pie mentality, meaning if I take the half the pie, there's only half the pie left. You know, we're opening bakeries everywhere we go here. But I am saying to you that there is what's called the law of the war chest. And I talk about it in my book, The Law of the War Chest. And it simply says this: people only have so much time, money, and battle of day-to-day life and business, right? That's the law of the war chest. They only have so much, okay? They only have so much. We do have a limited amount of time. We can't do everything. You can do anything you want. We can't do everything we want, right? David Allen quote. You can do anything you want. Can't do everything you want. So this is why we as individuals, okay, as leaders, as world changers, as difference makers, we need to have the ability to answer the question, why us? Why us, right? And like I said, we're not just competing with other, time or, people, right? We're competing with doing nothing at all. There are some people out there going, I think I just want to do nothing, right? It's like, do I sleep in this morning and stay in my nice warm bed and this nice soft pillow? Or do I get up and do I go out to this event? Do I go to this convention, right? So in a sense, you're competing with their bed. You're competing with their pillow. All right. You're competing with sleep. That's not an easy thing to do. So you have to create a compelling argument of why you, why this, why what you do, why your advice, why should they read your book instead of somebody else's book? Why should they read your book instead of watching something else on Netflix? I know I like a good show on Netflix, HBO, Paramount. I sometimes watch an embarrassing amount of shows as a little bit of a escape and distraction as I'm traveling around. So if you want me to read your book, you're competing with that, okay? Why should I go and read your book instead of watching the next episode of fill in the blank? I'm not going to embarrass myself by the shows that I watch. But look, you have to think of it that way. And when you start to think of it that way, something magical happens, right? You start to think about what's in it for other people. What do you offer other people, right? And then you start to think about what I call the top 15 accomplishments and achievements that qualify you to be a celebrity expert, to be a go-to authority, right? The top 15 accomplishments and achievements that qualify you to, I'll fill in a blank with something else, to be highly respected, right? To be the choice, right? The more you get chosen, the more you get chosen. It's kind of a crazy thing to say, right? And think about this. Why being chosen makes you the choice? Why is it that being chosen makes you the choice? It kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It kind of starts to perpetuate itself. And I want you to think about this. I want you to think about momentum. Write that down. Momentum, right? There is such thing as negative momentum, just as there is positive momentum. You know, a few things go wrong and it feels like everything's going wrong. You know, you get a few losses, maybe you lose a client, maybe someone promised to do something, they didn't follow through, right? Feels like a loss, right? And just pretty soon it's just like, nothing's going right. You hear people say, oh, nothing. You know, we start using these big time absolutes. Well, that same magic that makes life feel horrible or business horrible can also be reversed around with positive forward momentum. All you got to do is get a few wins. Okay. And I'm going to get real with you here for a second. You know, I've had my fair share of personal loss, financial loss, you know, lost family members, children. And I'll tell you, sometimes just getting up out of bed in the morning, it's like, I just need like a win. It's like, I'm out of bed. It's a win. I'll take it. I showered. I'm dressed. All right. I'll take it. I'm in front of my laptop. I'm opening emails. I'll take it. Right. Win after win, positive momentum. You want to turn things around, get some wins. And they don't need to be big. Positive forward momentum, right? Get those wins. One win can turn into another win. And one of the things that I like to talk about in my book, The Respect Effect, is how to parlay a win into another win, or how to parlay a success into another success, how to parlay an achievement into another achievement, right? If you're not familiar with the word parlay, in the gambling world, it's like you won a little bit more money than you gambled. And so now you're taking what you won and, you know, you're gambling on the next thing. Now I'm going to turn that into investment. We're going to take out the word gamble and we're going to say investment. We're going to put the odds in our favor, right? So when we get a return on an investment, and that can be love, kindness, time, you know, it's not always just money, right? And more specifically in this conversation, we're talking about a return on investment of an achievement, right? You're chosen to speak at an event. Somebody saw you there. So you got an interview on a show. Somebody heard you there. You know, you get nominated for an award. You know, somebody sees that, right? Each thing can turn into something else. That's the positive forward momentum we want. That's the kind of respect you want to earn. Pretty soon, these things become, you know, honorary doctorates and, you know, presidential lifetime achievement awards and, you know, the opportunity to be knighted. You know, these are the types of things. So think about it. What are some of the other fun things? I'm gonna go really big for a second. I went really small, just getting out of bed in the morning. Okay, we're hopefully we all did that. Who knows? Maybe you're sitting there watching in bed right now. But let's go really big. Think about it. How much does somebody respect you if you're in the Guinness Book of World Records? I've helped some of my clients get in the Guinness Book of World Records. You know, they're doing it right now, right? What about somebody who has been some kind of Olympic athlete? What about somebody that's in any kind of Hall of Fame? You could be in the Speakers Hall of Fame, right? What about Mensa? Who here knows what Mensa is? MENSA, right? You got a really high IQ. You test off the charts. You start to put some of these things together. Now someone asks the question, why you? Why David Fagan, right? I literally have made a list. Sorry, I keep shaking the table here, shaking my camera, getting so excited over here. There's no earthquakes in California right now. It's just me shaking the table. You know, people say, why David Fagan? I literally have made a list of the top 10 reasons why people hire David Fagan, the top 10 reasons why people listen to David Fagan. Sit down, think about your accomplishments, think about your achievements. The answers to those top 10 is also the answer of why you, right? So for me, I'm the former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing. One of my mentors, Jay Conrad Levinson, was the father of Guerrilla Marketing. Between me and him, we've now sold over 30 million copies of Guerrilla Marketing books. I guess we probably need to update that. But the answers to those questions is why you, right? Thanks to knowing Baron Sir Dr. James Dentley, you know, he helped me earn knighthood, right? That could be another answer to the question, why David, right? If someone's sitting down and saying, hey, we need to put someone on stage. Hey, we got a big interview coming up. Hey, I'm thinking about hiring a publicist, an agent. I'm looking around. My competitive advantage is these accomplishments, right? And there's 15 different accomplishments and achievements. You heard me bring that up a few times, so I'll give you some of them. I gave you some really specific ones, okay, like Mensa and Guinness Book of World Records and Hall of Fame, things like that. That would all fall under titles, okay? Having certain types of titles, even being the former CEO of Guerrilla Marketing. It doesn't even have to be something you've done now. It's something you've accomplished in the past. Some of the other 15 are powerful testimonials, celebrity endorsements, serving on the board of various organizations, having a large following or a database. Okay, see, all these types of things can really help you move the needle. Being featured in the news and media, being featured on television shows. I've been on everything from the Today Show to Fox and Friends. James, it's Neil Cavuto, Your World of Neil Cavuto on Fox Business. I don't say that to brag. I'm applying for a job. Okay, I want to have a shift in your brain right now. Every time you think you're bragging, I want you to realize you're applying for a job. Now, here's one difference from the entrepreneurs to the employees. An employee, they show up at a job interview. They sit down in that interview, and they are essentially answering that two-word question, right? The employer is saying, why you? Why should we hire you? And they're sitting there saying, well, look at my resume. Look at my CV. Look at what school I went to. Look at how many references I have, testimonials from past employers. Look at the results I got, in my past jobs. And then they get the job. And once they get that job, they don't really ever have to do that again, maybe for a promotion or something. But they're going to go days, weeks, months, never really having to say that again, okay? But we as entrepreneurs, we're in a job interview almost every second of our lives. I don't know if you realize this yet, but I'm in a job interview right now, right? I want to be your agent. I want to be your publisher. I want to be your publicist. I want to be your producer. Okay, we got documentaries going on right now. We got films going on right now. We got a big top talent Hollywood event going on right now, November 30th through December 2nd. The big days are December 1st and 2nd. Baron, Sir James Dentley, Dr. James Dentley, he'll be there speaking, right? I'd love for you to come to that, right? I got to create a compelling argument of why that event, why me? So these are the things that you have to do when you are an entrepreneur. I want you to get comfortable with that. Okay. There's something else, just like I taught you the law of the war chest. Now I'm going to teach you the humility myth. There's a myth out there. It's called the humility myth. And the humility myth is essentially this. If I'm good enough, if I'm nice enough, if I'm kind enough, everything that I ever wanted will just come to me. Right. That is the humility myth. Sometimes it becomes sort of a religious thing that gets kind of twisted up in your head. But I'm here to tell you that is a very fast way to have very skinny kids. Okay. Waiting around for people to see your talents. You're going to have to put yourself out there. You're going to have to take some risks. You're going to have to get some wins. You're going to have to not be afraid to go out and accomplish some things and earn some achievements, so that the doors will open for you, so that people will see your genius. You want other people to be saying these things about you. And for those of you who feel like, David, I'm bragging. No, you're applying for the job. David, I'm bragging. No, you're applying for a job, and you're not applying for a job with what you think about yourself. I hope one of the things you're recognizing with all of these 15 accomplishments and achievements is I'm not asking you to say what you think of yourself. I'm asking you to share the social proof of third-party individuals and organizations that are celebrating you. I didn't knight myself, right? I don't work at the White House. I didn't fill out a letter and send it to myself, right? So I'm sharing what other people thought of me. I'm not telling you what I think of myself. I'm sharing a testimonial, right? James had some nice things to say about me. I would love to share the things that James says about me. It's not me saying it. It's James saying it. Okay. The celebrity endorsements. That's not me. That's them, right? think about how powerful it can be to be purposefully, intentionally getting other people to talk about you. Fan, F-A-N. Fan is short for what? Fanatic, right? That's somebody who won't change their mind and won't change the subject. That's a little Winston Churchill quote. You know, fan is somebody who you can't change their mind and they won't change the subject. Don't we all want fans? Don't we all want people just running around saying how great we are? Again, that's not us saying that. It's them saying that. You want to know how to get more fans? Write this down. 3 things. Give, serve, share. Give, serve, share. You want to get a lot of fans really fast? Give, serve, share. What can you give to them? How can you serve them? What can you share with them? Right? James is doing that right now. He's bringing in people that are his strategic partners, people that are his friends, you know, and he's just giving to us. He's serving us. He's sharing us. It makes us want to say nice things about him. It makes us want to do nice things, you know, for him, right? It makes people want to reciprocate. It's great to give to givers. If you're having problems because you're giving to takers, stop it, right? Takers, they can just take. They don't ever think about it. They don't feel any sense of guilt or shame or remorse. It doesn't even cross their mind. But a giver, they almost don't want you to give to them because they know they are compelled to reciprocate and give back. They can't help it. They got to do it, right? We love to give to givers. Give to givers. Get some wins. Get some positive momentum. Get some achievements, some accomplishments. Find ways to share that third-party social proof because, again, remember, you're not bragging. You're applying for a job, okay? You want to be their web designer. You want to be their fill in the blank, right? You want to be their marketer. You want to be their counselor. You want to be their real estate agent. You want to be their attorney. You want to be fill in the blank, right? If you're in the advice business, okay, if you make money off the advice you give, very important, write this down. If you're in the advice business, you are selling yourself more than you're selling anything else, okay? So are you selling a best-selling author with all kinds of accomplishments and accolades and testimonials and endorsements, right? Or are you just selling a happy-go-lucky person that's trying to do some good in the world? There's the difference. Okay, let me ask you this. Who makes the most money? The real estate agent that's been around the longest and has the most fanciest education, or the best marketed real estate agent? Who makes the most money? The chiropractor with the fanciest degree, with the office in the perfect location, or the best marketed chiropractor? Hopefully you're answering it's the best marketed, right? It's the best branded. It's the person who's seen as that celebrity expert. I want you to be an icon in your industry. And believe it or not, there is a formula for that. I'm giving you a good part of the formula right now, as much as I can in a very short amount of time. So I have my book. I say our because I always think of my team as a team. And it's been a real team effort, you know, bringing this book to life. And James mentioned a past book called Cracking the Icon Code. And in my book, Cracking the Icon Code, I really talk about how entrepreneurs and people in the advice business can become a celebrity brand. But I really evolved that topic into what I call the respect effect, because I didn't want to just help entrepreneurs. I also wanted to help employees. I wanted to show that the whole world could get more of what they wanted if they knew how to very purposefully earn the respect of others. And I've had some really influential people like Jeff Hazlett, former CEO of Kodak, celebrity apprentice with Donald Trump, you know, amazing accomplishments. You know, he said my book was How to Win and Influence Friends 2.0. You know, that's not me saying it. You guys see what I'm doing here right now? Practicing what I preach, right? It's not me saying that. That's what he said. He said that, right? I have had a lot of amazing people give me compliments on this book. It's coming out real soon. It's going to be available at my event, December 1st and 2nd. We'll put this in all the places it needs to go. But if you want to join me and Baron Dr. James Dentley, you can go to toptalenthollywood.com, toptalenthollywood.com. Obviously, it is in Hollywood, California. It's at a very famous sound stage on Sunset Boulevard. This is the same place that Guns N' Roses and Air Supply and many other bands recorded at. A lot of people don't know that, don't even need to know it, but it's fun to me. If you're outside of the area, we had about 50 people coming just from the UK last year, and they thought that was pretty cool. But it's a very iconic location that we're going to be releasing the book. We got Craig DeSwalt, we got Lady Jen DePlessis, just a great list of really amazing people. Davin Michaels, all these people coming to the event, and we would love to have you there. And I'm going to give you a way to kind of get a special code. So you see my website right there, davidtfagan.com. You can email me, david@davidtfagan.com. Just say I'm interested in your event, put in the subject line, interested. I will send you a coupon code that's going to give you a big discount to the event. Okay. And the release of our next book, The Respect Effect, with a lot of other amazing people, hundreds of people there. Forbes Riley, the $2 billion home shopping network pitch woman and lifestyle guru, said, Sir David T. Fagan is the father of authority marketing and celebrity branding. I didn't say that. They did. The Atlanta Post, The Respect Effect is written for young and old alike. If you want to accomplish anything noble, noteworthy, or timeless, then this book is where it starts. That's the Atlanta Post. San Francisco Daily Press, respect has never been better defined and leveraged than with this book. It is truly a key of keys. I could go on. You get the idea. And I am practicing exactly what I want you to do here. And I hope you're seeing it. And you can go too far with this. We don't want you to feel like it comes from a place of insecurity or desperation or what Les Brown calls salesman breath. There's a time and a place to answer the question, why you? There are strategies that will help you earn a lot of people's respect and things that other people will do for you when you give, serve, and share and make them a fan. Thank you for being on here today. And thank you, James, for having me. I'm happy to answer any questions, from you. I'm sure I have a little bit of time left, but I wanted to do that purposefully just so that me and you can wrap, my friend, here, and I can celebrate you a little bit, all the kindness you've given me over the years.
Well, first of all, thank you, for showing up. I know how super busy that you are. And, I could be all day asking you questions because you keep evolving, you keep moving forward. So let me say this. If someone, first of all, if they wanted to work directly with you and your team, how would be the best way to contact you to get information about some of the things? Because I referred many people to you. And,
Sure.
I'll give you an example. One young lady, Maura, she started working with you, and every month she's on a different magazine cover. She's on billboard, and she heavily invested so much into her craft, and now everything's paying off. And when she got with you, now she's just everywhere. So what would that look like, and how did they get in contact with you? And what would it look like for an individual to work within that organization, within your company? And what type of results would they be able to see that would really benefit them in their path?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Moira is a great success story for us both. Moira's been on our Kenya keynote tour twice. We've going on, I think, our fourth year of working together. We published one of her books, her most recent book that's doing really, really well. Moira is a great success story. And, that really plays into what I'm talking about, in terms of wins, accomplishments, achievements, being able to show, the results of our client. One of the things that I like to do, James, in the talent space is, we like to pick the people that are going to be successful no matter what. We just want to add to it. Moira is one of those people. She's going to be successful no matter what. So I'm happy to be a part of her journey, but we love finding clients that take action, don't we? To answer your question, we do things in a very customized way. We have 100+ point business audit. And so we meet with people, we do a discovery call. We kind of go down a list of, do you have your book? How long ago? What did it do? Do you have your presentation? How long ago? What is it doing? Have you done a documentary? Have you done a TV show? Where are you at? What did that look like? What could have been better? What's your website like? What's your personal site? What's your company site? So we have a long checklist of things that we go through. And, we look for what the low hanging fruit is and what people are missing. Some people like a lady Jen DePlessis. She has it all. She just needs to get out. She just needs to be on more TV shows. She just needs to be on more stages. So that's our focus, more stages, more TV shows, more exposure, billboards. Some people, they haven't done a book in a long time, or they did a book and it was years ago and it didn't really get them the traction that they wanted. If you just want to throw up a book, we're not your person. If you want to put out your signature book in a world-class way and you want it on, 5-10 major morning TV shows like, ABC, NBC, Fox, then we're your person. You want your book on, billboards in New York City, Times Square. You don't want just the Amazon bestseller, but, you want other types of bestseller, Wall Street Journal, USA Today. Success Magazine now has its own, bestseller classification. If you want to speak internationally, you want to guest lecture at universities, then that's really for us. So I would go to davidtfagan.com, davidtfagan.com, and on there's a calendar link, davidtfagan.com. There's a calendar link, and book a 15-minute call with me. Pick a time on the calendar, book a 15-minute call with me, and we'll have a really quick call. And if that goes well, we'll schedule a longer call. And we'll go through the discovery process. And at the end of that discovery process, if you request one, and I think it's a good idea, then I will write you a custom proposal that'll have a list of deliverables in it. And, we'll go from there. But I regularly guest co-host a show on the New York Stock Exchange with the regular host, Jane King, for Fox Business and Bloomberg, so I can bring clients on there. We have a lot of people that through the cruises and whatnot that have regularly been on, Sonora Living, ABC 15 in Phoenix, ABC 7 Vegas, ABC 13 Tampa. The list goes on and on. So, we're going to look at where you're at, what you've done, what you want to do next, and put those things together for you. And the results you can expect is a lot more influence, a lot more credibility, a lot more exposure. And if you have proof of concept, James, you can look at that proof of concept just going faster.
Yeah. Well, I just have one last thing. There was a young lady that is working with you, and you helped her do a one-woman show in New York. And, she has a very incredible story because she was a mom and just like everybody else. And at the time, she may have considered herself just to be average, trying to figure it out. Like so many people say, there's nothing special about me. I'm not a star. I'm just an average person. And she was once there as well. And now she kept growing. And even though she started having success, when she got with you, it was able to really clarify everything you just said. Can you kind of tell everyone about the story about Miss Lisa Nichols and the relationship?
Yeah. Well, we work with people that might just be more starting out. And we also work with people that are, really seem like they've done it all, and we're having fun thinking of, okay, what's next? I in no way, shape, or form would ever pretend to take any major credit for the success of Lisa Nichols. She is one of the most talented people that I've ever met, one of the most naturally gifted people I've ever met. But me, along with a couple other executive producers, and she got her community. We got her community to come in and also help produce and raise money. And it turned into a one-woman Broadway show. And I think her story is really worthy of a film, of a movie. And sometimes, what you want to do as a strategy for, eventually having a movie be made about yours is you want that proof of concept. You want to show that people are interested in it. So that baby step or that medium step is, you do a documentary, you do a Broadway play. And so for her, it was the Broadway play. It was December 9th last year. And it was one night, sold out, 700 people there, 7 different cameras. And now that Broadway show is in the process of being sold to different networks. But more importantly, people are looking at it going, okay, wow, I'm seeing it come to life on Broadway. Maybe this needs to be a film, right? Maybe this needs to be a film. There's another, I'll end with this. I know we're running out of time, but Bloomberg is doing something called Against All Odds, where it's these biopics about people where we tell their story against all odds. And we're an approved producer with creating content for some of these networks. So I just had my client, Frank Song, have his life story kind of told in this biopic, Against All Odds, how he went from living in Walmart to managing over 100 million on Wall Street. But people like Lisa Nichols and Frank Song, sometimes they need that creativity and thinking outside the box. And that infotainment's becoming very big. You're obviously very good at that yourself, James, kind of the spoken word. It's not just educating people, but how do we make that education entertaining? And there's a lot of networks out there looking for it, like Limitless.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, I'm excited to get a chance to be there December 1st and 2nd. Everyone in our community, whether you're on social media or if you're on Facebook, I know some people text me they're on YouTube right now. Get out there. If you can't make it there, tell somebody else about it, because this event is going to be absolutely incredible. It's not an event; it is a production, and you'll thank me for being out there and being in the presence of this incredible team. So thank you so much, Sir David T. Fagan.
Yes, David.
I appreciate you, my friend, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
All right, thank you, my friend. It's been an honor.
You got it, brother. Well, we're about ready to wrap it up. I got to get that ticker down that I didn't put up, but nevertheless, I'll put another one up here. I want to talk about a couple of things that are taking place. And the first thing I want to talk about applies to you right now, because you're on here now. You have access to the early bird, where Black Friday will begin right now for you. So we got a special discount for our next event, which is the Limitless Health 2026 Wellness and Biohacking event. When you look at biohacking, that word hacking simply means to use innovative technology and different innovative means to get your message out there, or even to promote healing, to be more effective and more impactful in a shorter period of time in a very non-traditional way. Whether it be red light therapy, whether it be chiropractic, whether it be stem cells or peptide treatments, different things of that nature, different ways where, when you get your vitamins now, you can get that through an IV and put it right in there. You can get a vitamin D shot. If you're anything like me, because of my color of my skin, my pigmentation, I don't get a lot of vitamin D. And most people who live in the Midwest are in the same situation because we don't have as much sun. And that's where vitamin D comes from naturally. So we're going to have people there not just talking about it, but these are all experiences that you can have. So just imagine just going from place to place. You're getting a massage over here, and then you're getting some other technology that's rubbing you down and working with your muscles and nerves over here. And you got red light therapy that's really dealing with your cells there. And you have a lot of time, not just to hear from some incredible speakers, have some fun, be in some raffles. There'll be hula hoop contests. There'll be some Tai Chi. There'll be some physical trainers. We might have a spin class, but a spin class of 2 there. But it's going to be a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be like having a neighborhood of wellness. And then you have the main stage as well. So it's going to be so impactful because our VIPs will get there at 7 a.m. and start getting massage and get their organic natural juice, and people who are making organic foods and very incredible recipes that are very healthy, because eating is such a big part of our lives today, myself included. We get addicted to some of the things that we eat. It all has chemicals in it designed to keep us addicted to it, so you'll be able to see a lot of alternatives. And if it tastes good to the palate and looks pleasing to the eye, then we have different alternatives. And we're going to actually have a challenge coming out of there, a challenge for everyone working on their health or working on their business. We're also, on the other side of it, going to have the marketing hack. So we'll have around 2 incredible speakers. Michael Frumkin will be one of them. And they're going to come in and talk about how to market your business, whether you're in the health space or you want to become super healthy, but how do you market yourself? Maybe you have an idea and don't know what to do with it. How do you begin? How do you get it out there? How do you build your community? And how do you build that community where it's active? How do you launch your podcast? Things of that nature. We're going to be shooting a television show from another side room in the same event. The VIP luncheons are going to be incredible. There'll be gifts and prizes, surprise, and discounts. So it's going to be worth it for everyone. And when you look at that value of it, right now, you can go up to the website that's on the screen right now, limitlesshealth2026.eventbrite.com. limitlesshealth2026.eventbrite.com. Now, our official website, I was going through it today with our designers early this morning, like 8 o'clock a.m. And, it's looking really, really good. We're putting a lot of things up there. We'll still have room for vendors. We'll have about 43 people in the wellness neighborhood. And it's going to be pretty much like going down like side streets of wellness, and people will be laying on the tables over there, sitting in the chair, getting massaged there. We have a couple of people doing massages. So you'll actually be able to schedule it before you get there. And it's going to be really, really, really cool. So from the time you walk in, it's going to be a different flavor. And for those people who pre-register, we have something for you at no additional cost before you even come in, because you're going to be part of the lead ambassadors of the community. So that's going to be exciting. It's March 7th and 8th in the Chicagoland area. It's going to be in a brand new Marriott. The brand new Marriott, formerly the Madison Chicago Inn, is refaced, redone inside and out, every sleeping room, every meeting room, all the floors, everything. Even Applebee's is coming in there where the other restaurant was. So that's going to be pretty exciting. So I would say get your tickets now so you can be part of the special group and other special things we're going to give you before we even get to that date, and do it now. And the people who do it sooner, because that's after Cyber Monday, that's over. The price goes up to be what it is. But the people who get it early from this event, you're going to get special considerations, special prizes, special access to other things that we have going on to lead into that. The last thing I want to share with you is that if you're interested in becoming a speaker or stronger communicator, now, maybe you want to be a professional speaker and you want to find out how do you make $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $100,000 in an hour? How do you do that? How do you position yourself to do keynotes or TED Talks? How do you brand yourself, and how are you able to get in corporate where you can learn to speak and somebody will pay you $5,000 or a contract for a year, $100,000? How do you build out those programs? If you're interested in speaking as a career, and even if you're in a nonprofit space, there are nonprofits that have a lot of money out there, and they can help you really with the speaking environment as well, because you're speaking into what their cause is, and they always look for speakers in sports and in every genre. Then we want to talk about Inspired to Speak. However, if you're looking to speak and you're in the real estate, or perhaps you are more introverted, or perhaps you're involved in insurance, or you're a teacher, an educator, a principal, and want to learn how to communicate in a more powerful, impactful way, that you can create the culture of harmony because it's tough being a teacher. It's tough being out there networking and interacting with people in general, because everybody has a different way of thinking, different behaviors, different things are going on. So how do you really harness that? And how do you get yourself in a situation in a state where you are cool, calm, and as they say, collected, that you are so present that nothing shakes you? And all that has to do with speaking, because it begins with your communication internally. So we have a new camp that's launching for that. If you want to get information for that or our action camp, you can really go to inspired2speak.com, inspired2speak.com, and with the number 2, inspired, number 2, not TL, inspired, number 2, speak.com, or you can just reach out to me directly. You can get to us by going to info@jd3media.com, info@jd3media.com, or directly to me at jd@jd3media.com. And we'll get you the information for that as well. And even if you can't do either one of those, your schedule is just really jacked up, but you want to learn more, because it's not just speaking, it's about leadership as well. It's about the psychology of that communication and how that tacks into everything you do to help you get more sales and get more effectiveness and higher productivity from the people you're working with, to speak upward in your communication, downward or peer-to-peer communication. So we've got another camp that's launching for all that. We can fill you in on that and give you the information for that as well. And if you decide you want to say, well, wait a minute, I'm super busy, I don't know if I can make these camps. One is 4 days, the other one is 2 days. Wow. Well, we also have an online camp as well. So you have the online camp as well, and that's listed on your screen as well. And lastly, I can't say lastly because first of all, I'm not sure if it's a word, but last but not least, for those of you who really want to play bigger and you want to be part of our mastermind, we do have a mastermind. You can inquire about that. Only 10 people per year can be in that mastermind. So we can have that conversation. But then we also have a mastermind cruise to Alaska. And it's going to be 25 cabins, oceanfront cabins, and you're going to whale watch. Yeah, you're going to dog sled. Sure, you can get a helicopter and look at the wolves and the bears, all that. Just don't get too close. That's why you're in a helicopter. Enjoy some great food, but we're going to have some sessions before we get on the ship. And for those 7 days on the ship, we're going to have about 2 meetings and trainings there with some iconic people that are coming to speak. Each and every one of you who attend will be able to speak as well. We're going to have a bon voyage party on the ship, and we're going to have a pre-networking party day before we get on the ship, and a luncheon that day before as well. And like I said, we have some incredible speakers. And I have a challenge for you on this ship, because I'm going to show you how you can get together with perfect strangers and make money for your nonprofit or create a brand new business and make money with strangers on the ship. So it's going to be pretty exciting if you're interested in that. We only have 5 cabins left, only 5. And they have to be gone by the end of January. Okay, so definitely if you're interested in that, if you love cruising, let's have that conversation again. You can reach us at info@jd3media.com. And if I would just close with this, we're launching another streaming platform, limitlesshealth.tv. It's not up yet. It will be launching, and the official launch will be during our Limitless Health event, and our pre-launch will begin in January of 2026. So we're not stopping. We're moving forward. And for those of you who want to find ways to make additional income, there's a lot of opportunities out there, guys. We have people that work with different companies, whether it be Think Energy, whether it be TLC, but I am now a proud member of LifeWave as well. And I'll tell you, myself and my daughter and my son-in-law, we were at an event yesterday with about 100 seniors. It was a brunch. Yesterday, 11 o'clock in the morning, and they asked me to come in and speak and talk about what we had. And I spoke, and then people had so much interest because people have these aches and pains, or they have family members that's going through something. And when you deal with something that's non-invasive, that can wake up your dormant stem cells, because we're all born with millions and millions of stem cells. But as we age, they go dormant. You know, stem cells is what makes you a person, from your dad and your mom and their cells coming together. You know, it forms the embryo. That's why a lot of moms want to freeze the umbilical cord or freeze the placenta as well, because they can go back and harvest those stem cells, and that can save a life, because that's your body's intended repair system. With this incredible proprietary patented program and product, is absolutely incredible to wake up your dormant stem cells, because at 60 years of age, 90% of them don't even work anymore. So we've got all these things coming in. If you want information about that, or if that's not your jam, I know people in the home-based business arena. I've been doing it for 30 years. I honor it. And whether you want to be involved in Bitcoin, you want to be involved in energy, you want to be involved in health and wellness actual products, or you want to be involved in innovation, we can plug you in and introduce you to whoever's there, because we want everyone in our community to win. There's enough for everyone, and we don't have to compete. We don't have to take anybody else's people, but we will win. So bottom line is that, in the words of Og Mandino, I will persist until I succeed. I understand, in the words of from the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey, if I had 6 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 4 of those hours sharpening my axe. Because you can hit a tree with a dull axe and it takes you 10 times longer to chop it down. But when you start to hit that tree, whether it's sharp or dull, and you hit that tree 1, 2, and 3 times, is the oak tree going to fall after 3 whacks? No, it's not. So when you toil forward, or when your arms get tired, your blisters on your hands begin to hurt. As Og Mandino said, I will persist, because if you continue to hit that tree, you'll win. People say, well, James, I've tried everything. No, you haven't tried everything, because if you did, something would work. Don't quit before it's time to win. Get on your dream. Learn how to be innovative. Learn how to circle the wagon. You know, I understand one thing about business that I train entrepreneurs on is that when you already have a customer, a client, a congregation, or a people in a community, a group that you belong to, when they leave you, they go spend money on something else. And if you can get in front of one of those major industries that they have to, and you have something to offer that gives them value, then they'll do business for you. You don't have to sell it. It's there. If your hair is on fire, and I have a big sign saying water over here, why do I have to convince you? So having said that, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you all for tuning in today. Thank you for last week as well. If you're on YouTube or if you're on Facebook, please reach out and DM us the best you can. Make comments. We'll reach back out to you. Give us an email address, some way we can communicate, so we can get you all the links and the prizes and gifts that we have, and all the things that are yet to come as well. We just want to do some incredible things. And when we all win together, then we're able to do things bigger and even greater. And we can impact this world and perhaps make it just a tiny just a tiny bit better. So having said that, remember, persist until you succeed. And when the naysayers tell you you can't do it, just pass them on by. When they tell you that you're not good enough or make you feel as though you're not good enough, you're not qualified, just pass them on by. When you have those thoughts that go to your mind, it tells yourself you're not good enough. What are you going to do with those thoughts? Just pass them on by. When you can't get support or nobody else sees your vision, you feel like you're all alone, and you forget that God said, I'll never leave you nor forsake you, then what do you have to do with sometimes with people? Still love them, but still pass them on by. Love them from across the street. Don't let anybody stop you from your purpose, your dream. You came in here by yourself, and if you're twins, you came in here one at a time, and you got to leave out of here the same way. So in the middle of that, the greatest power is an active community, the human spirit, the human connection, but you have to be equally yoked. Remember, things work when they're in agreement, because agreement is enrollment. So when you get on the other side of success, when you have money, time, you're out there making a difference, and you have found your purpose. You've been recognized and celebrated. And you're driving around in that limousine, and you come across that street marked failure on one side and success, and the streets paved the goal to your left. I want you to turn left, and if you see that same moron that told you that you couldn't do it, you weren't good enough, I just want you to roll down your window and wave at them and just pass them on by. How did you enjoy the speakers today, Little J?
I love them all, almost as much as I love candy. Hey, Big James, how much money did we make from this event?
Little James, it's not about the money. We didn't make anything. Business Accelerator is about helping people grow their business so they can take it to the next level.
Well, you better next level my weekly allowance. Little James has big plans to redecorate our office. I've got 2 words for you: circus playhouse.
Secondly, it says every time you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while, because you're amazing, just the way you are. You're amazing. You're amazing. Yes, you are amazing. You are a masterpiece. You are one of a kind. There's none other like you. You're not only a masterpiece, there's greatness in you because you are a piece of the master. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change because you're amazing, just the way you are. The way that you talk to yourself influences everything in your life. It's about the conversations that we have between our 2 ears. Now, if I ask you the question, how many people that are listening actually talk to themselves? Most people would confess that talking to yourself is usually the act of a crazy person. Yeah, you all know what I'm talking about. But you know what? Some people are ashamed to talk to themselves. Now, I know some people say, well, James, I do it all the time. Say it again. Say it again. I am a winner. I am a winner. I can make it. I can make it. There is greatness in me. There is greatness in me. And I am amazing. I'm amazing. Just the way I am. Right now, wherever you
I am called habit. I am called habit. Habit is my name. I am called habit. It has been said that everything begins with the way that you choose to think. Your thinking will impact your words. Frequent used words will impact your actions. Continuous actions, they'll develop your habits. I am called habit. Who am I? The poet said, who am I? I am your constant companion, called habit. I'm your greatest helper, and I'm your heaviest burden. I can lift you upward, or I can drag you down to failure. If you teach me to do a thing repeatedly, I'll be sure to do it automatically. I am easily managed, but you must be firm. You must be firm. I am called habit. Habit. Habit is my name. Those who are great, I have made great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am called habit. I am not a machine. I am not a machine. Yet I operate with the precision of a machine, yet the intelligence of a human being. I am called Habit. Habit is my name. Habit. Teach me and train me. If you teach me and train me, I will lay the work at your feet. If you're easy with me, I promise. I will destroy you. I will destroy you. Run me for profit. You can run me for profit, or you can run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Who am I? I am called Habit. Habit is my name. You show me how a person will think, and I will show you how they will respond and act. Who am I? I am called Habit. Who am I? I am called Habit. You can create your new reality. In life, nobody hits rock bottom. You only hit rock foundation. So with that premise, let's build a solid foundation. Something we can build upon, stand upon, live upon. Remember, as you build that foundation, then your falls will be shorter. They'll have less impact. Whether we win or whether we lose. It is the continuum of doing things over and over and over that dictates whether we win or whether we lose in this game called life. The only life any of us are ever going to have. I am called Habit. Habit is my name. Your habits will define your character, and your character will equal your destiny. You see, in life, you don't always get what you want, but you get who you are. If being who you are would get you what you want, you'd already have it. Change who you are, or change what you want. You're not a tree. You move. So let's develop those habits. Remember to stand before your dream, every woman and every man. In times of trials, always believe that you can.
On the track. Every decision we make has meaning. More importantly, the things that happen to our life, what meaning do we give it? How do we respond to it? You know, I often tell the story about being stuck in rush hour traffic. And I'll tell you a story about a gentleman who was stuck in traffic. He hated traffic. So impatient. He didn't like being stuck. He didn't like the loss of control or just being at the whim of road rage and everything else that goes along with being stuck in that traffic. He hated traffic. And he had a choice to make. He could have made the decision to listen to something positive on the radio or put in a very positive, inspirational CD or something that was educational. But he began to get inside of his own mind. He got in his own mind and he began to get angry. And he began to honk his horn. He hated traffic. He arrived home, get out the car, and there may be the toys the kids left in the driveway, or even when you open up the door, you trip over one of the kids' toys and you just let them have it. Every decision we make has meaning. You just lose it. You send the kids off to their room, and then you go to have a cocktail or two. And a cocktail or two turns into 3 or 4. Because after all, you deserve it. You've been stuck in traffic. The kids had it coming, but after all, that's just aftermath of the traffic. Every decision we make has meaning. The drinking becomes an everyday thing, and next thing you know, you're a full-blown alcoholic. You lose your marriage, you can't see your children, you end up losing your job. 55 years of age, you have cirrhosis of the liver, and there you are laying at your final resting place. And someone recants your life story, and they said he died so young, and all because of traffic. Every decision we make has meaning. You know, it's really about what we give meaning to and how we give meaning to that traffic or any of life's situations. We can't dictate what happens in life, but we can dictate how we will respond to it, what meaning will we have. Will we take the meaning of something tragic or traumatic in our lives and make us excel, or make us numb down and hide into shadows? Can we go and live our wildest dreams and challenge the biggest challenges? Every decision we make has meaning. Step up to another level, or do we cower down and we fold up and then we disappear into the shadows? Different decisions, different outcomes. Every decision we make has meaning. It's all about making those decisions.
Angel on the track.
Every decision we make has meaning. More importantly, the things that happen to our life, what meaning do we give it? How do we respond to it? You know, I often tell the story about being stuck in rush hour traffic. And I'll tell you a story about a gentleman who was stuck in traffic. He hated traffic. So impatient. He didn't like being stuck. He didn't like the loss of control or just being at the whim of road rage and everything else that goes along with being stuck in that traffic. He hated